with a sweet taste of relaxation and indulgence. Nothing can ruin this perfect moment.
John, we're ready for you.
Just one more minute. Why don't you join me for my birthday this weekend? The weekend is full-on celebration. Don't miss out.
Now, where were we? Oh, yes. Oh, that's better.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, and visualize live.
Good morning, and welcome to Sewing Street on this beautiful sunny day, although we're supposed to be having 2 weeks of rain in 24 hours, which I'm quite looking forward to, as long as I'm indoors. Not sure when it's happening, so if you've got it yet, let me know, because I'm hoping it doesn't happen on my drive home. But at the moment, it's a glorious day, and we have got a glorious day for you at Sewing Street as well. We've got 2 early birds and a brand new product, which is quite a cool one. So we'll start with number 1 early bird, which Jess is hoping is the right button. Yes, it was. Now, these are fabulous, because I had a little play, so I know. They're called non-slip silicone adhesive grips. Basically, they're for those templates that you have, or rulers that don't have a backing, so they don't have that, you know, that the creative grids have that surface on them, so it stops them slipping. But we often buy acrylic templates. In fact, we've got some coming up at 11 o'clock. We often have rulers, like this specific ones, that don't have the grips, and they can slip. So this pack of ruler grips are really good. 24 pieces. Now, I was a bit hesitant about them when I first saw them. So I've got to be honest, because I thought, well, I don't want to raise my ruler up, because if it's not sitting flat on my fabric, it's going to slip. So I said, oh, I'm not sure about these. And then I had a look. And they are super thin. So what, I don't know if you can see them. So they are 2 centimetres circumference. And they are super, super, super thin. Oh, there is a special price for them as well. I'm too excited about how they work to give you the special price. So they are really, really thin. So can you see? Oh, there you are. The thickness is 0.635. Really thin, really thin. So can you see them all on the thing here? There you go. Now what you do is you take them off, little things, and then say I've got a ruler like this June Taylor's Twist and Stitch. You can put them on the corners, and what's more, they are removable. So what I would do is I'd put them on the corners like this. Or, you know, the acrylic templates that you get when sometimes you buy a kit and they have templates with them for doing all sorts of things, but they do move and then you might cut yourself. So there we go. And now, look at that. So I'll turn it over. That was what it was like. If I press on it, it moves. If I put it on my silicone grip side, look at that. Amazing. However, £4.99, what's the special price? Because to be honest, I would pay £4.99 for these, because you've got, was it 24 of them? £2.99. So that's £2 off. You get 24 of them, so that's one ruler done. If you've maybe got like a little one, some of the smaller rulers, like the little tiny ones and they slip, just pop one in the middle. So you can put as many as you want on. I don't know whether you're supposed to take the inside off. Oh, look, I wonder whether, look, there's a little circle in the middle, whether you're supposed to take the centre out and then maybe it grips better. Don't know, let's have a go at that. Right, let's have a go at that one. So I don't know whether you're supposed to take the middle out, but they won't wreck your ruler because they just come off. If you want to reuse them, which I will do. Right, we've got 36 if you've got this in your baskets. And then you can pop them back on the sheet and you can reuse them. Or maybe I should leave them on here for the next person who uses this. But can you see how thin they are? And this is why I was a bit sceptical, because I thought if they were big, thick ones, they would raise the ruler. But they're quite thin, aren't they? I think you are supposed to take the centre bits off. Anyway, isn't that brilliant? £2.99. So we've only been on air 5 minutes. Save yourself £2. That's half your P&P, isn't it? And third of the stock has gone. I think these are brilliant. Also, you check out now, your P&P's paid. It's kind of free for the rest of the day then, isn't it? But I love these gadgety products, don't you, where you just know it's going to make things easier. I wonder, actually, whether they'd be good for using, you know, in the kitchen when you have those chopping boards that are silicone. And they slide around, don't they? All over the place. Might put them on those. Or if you've got placemats and a shiny table, or you can put them all on your plates so they don't move. I'm going to take them off here. And then, you see, you can put them back on your little mat and reuse them. These are brilliant. What a great price. I mean, to be honest, I think £4.99 is well worth it for these. So, you know, nowadays we've got more and more of our designers and companies who are putting in their instructions. They have paper templates, but they're also creating these acrylic templates. In fact, Sandra from Sanntangle, beautiful quilt kit, amazing, that's coming up at 11. And fantastic, her quilt kit includes acrylic templates. So these are perfect, aren't they? I mean, you obviously don't have to have them. You can just make sure you cut carefully. But for £2.99, this makes a big difference. It also, sometimes after a while, even with the creative grids, that texture background isn't as secure as it once was. I know that because I've just bought myself some new creative grids and they're much steadier. So I guess you could add these to them as well because they are so micro thin, they're not going to add any depth to them as well. Now, this isn't a product that we regularly keep in stock. And every time it's been on, it's sold out, which I'm not surprised at. Well, I'm not surprised at £2 off either. And they are absolutely flying out. I don't know when we're going to get them back in stock, and when we do, they'll probably be back to £4.99. So if you have anything to do with acrylic or you just want to keep things stable, these are the product for you. They come in a nice little bag as well, so keep them in their little bag and you can reuse them over and over again. They're fabulous, aren't they? I mean, it says for quilting rulers, templates and fabric. Oh, so I guess you could stick them on your fabric because they are very thin, aren't they? That would keep it still, wouldn't it? There we go. Keep them in the little bag and then you always have them to hand. But I'm sure, like me, you might have other rulers that don't have these grips on them. And I think these are great because you can put them exactly where you need them to go as well. You might find, you know, even on your textured rulers that you find, oh, I actually could do with another one in the centre or something. And I can't get them back in the packet now, obviously. Yeah, that means it's mine because I've ripped it, because actually I've got several templates at home that I could really do with this for. I guess you could also stick them to card templates as well, because it says you can use them for scrapbooking. So if you, the sticky bit on the bag, oh, I'll get up with that. I just can't do that anymore. That'll be another day. I'll leave you to check out with that, but I guess if you use them for card templates, they would also grip as well. What a brilliant product. I will let you know how the stock goes, but they are flying out. If we've got any, well, I hope we've got some left because they'd be really useful for Sandra's quilt and her templates that are coming at 11, but they are going. £2.99, save yourself £2. Right, early bird number 2 is this beautiful lipstick. Well, it's not really. Well, I thought it looks like a lipstick, does it? It's called a lipstick style, but we're sewers. We don't need wooden lipstick cases. And look at this, this is lovely. So it's wooden, and then it's got a brass effect. I presume it's brass, metal. It screws on, so it's super tight. And inside, well, it hasn't got them in them, you keep your needles. It's brilliant. It is 8.3 centimetres approximately. 8.3, that's very specific, in length. It's brilliant. Oh, look, there we go. There's the slide with the exact measurements. 80 mils high, 59 mils. Oh, okay, so the lid that is a very specific sketch. Anyway, it's the best place to keep your needles. Now, I'm thinking if you've got a sewing kit that you take to workshops, or if you have a sewing kit that you take when you're travelling, you can pop all of your needles in that, and it's not just a push-on, it's a really nice screw-on. How lovely is that? Now, $6.99 for that, which is great, because it's wooden with that brass bit, but we're going to give you a little discount. $3.99. So save yourself £3 on this, £2 on the self-adhesive rings. That's your P&P free, isn't it? If you bought both of them. I think that's lovely. That would be a really nice gift for somebody. You could just fill it with a few needles. If you're a cross-stitcher, put all your tapestry needles in it. If you're an EPPer, put all your little, either your milliners or your betweens in it. If you're just using it because you want it for travelling, put a few sharps in there. You could even thread them up and put the thread inside, couldn't you? What a lovely little thing. $3.99 for that. Save yourself £3. That's a really lovely little gift, isn't it? And it looks like a lipstick, but it's not, because we don't need that, do we? We just need needles. Although lipstick's quite handy. That's really good, isn't it? Oh, we've had a suggestion from one of you to say put it in a cracker. That would be a posh cracker, wouldn't it? I would like that. I guess you could put other things in it. It doesn't have to be needles. You just got to think of little things. Tablets. You could put tablets in there, couldn't you? I think that's really nice. A few sweets. Might get a few jelly beans in there. Emergency ones. $3.99. It always sells brilliantly when we do it on the early bird. And I think that's an amazing price. It's wooden and it's got that lovely little brass screw top. Perfect. Anyway, that's the early birds. Save yourself more than the P&P if you buy both of them. So do get those in your baskets. Right, let's have a look at what's coming up on today's show. I feel like I'm on the telly, but you know, what's coming up on today's show? 8 o'clock, it is William Morris Extra Wide Fabrics back in stock, plus a brand new product, which I'm very excited about because luckily, Paul from Buy-In sent it to me a couple of months ago and said I could have a test before we bought it. It felt really important. But it was, I really enjoyed that, actually. And he let me keep the reel of it, so I'll show you in a minute. And it's brilliant. And since he sent it to me, I've used it absolutely loads. I'm going to talk about that first. Then we'll move on to the brand new, back in stock, William Morris Extra Wide. 9 o'clock, we've got the lovely Sandra from Sanntangle in. It's great. You know, I'd never worked with Sandra before. And then, amazingly, I got to work with her last month and the months before, and we were together again, which is brilliant. Because we are the same height, and it's always handy. Otherwise, I always feel short, but we can just feel the same together. She's got block 2. Now, if you were with both of us last month, she did block 1. Now, block 1 was made into 2 cushions. Block 2 is going to be made into a book cover. Or you can just collect them, and once you've got all your blocks, you can make a quilt. So we've got block 1 and block 2. And we've got loads of her exclusively designed and printed fabrics and complimentary fabric bundles as well. So if you love Sandra's things, you're going to love this. If you've never seen her before, do stay for 9 o'clock. You will love her designs. 10 o'clock, I will be here with the Amber Make Sampler Quilt Block of the Month. It is part 5. How did that happen? Part 5. This month, it's the Sailboat. So I'll be explaining how the Block of the Month works, but basically every month you make 3 blocks based on a theme, and I've chosen my favourite 12 themes. And Sailboat is one of my favourites. Now, the one on the left, you can see, the triangle sailboat, that's your absolute classics. I've done the basic one. And then I did a little play, and I did one with a pinwheel, one with a flag. They've got both. So they're great because you collect them, and then you can have 36 by the end of the year, and then you make them all to an amazing quilt. It's available in 2 colourways. This the one that you're seeing is China Blues, and this one here is Country Garden. Some people are actually collecting both and then mix and matching them across their quilt. Also, it means you've got the instructions that if you then want to make a whole sailboat quilt, you can. So we've also got the quilt block keeper instructions back in stock, which sold out last month, and all the charm squares. And if you haven't joined in with the Sampler Quilt Block of the Month, I've managed to get all the previous 4 months reprinted, so they are all available to sale and on pre-order, so you can join the game now. But I would buy them on pre-order now if you want them. If you want to join in, get your 1 to 4 and then pick up number 5. If you've joined in already and you want number 5, get them now on pre-order because they are flying out. Because I'm not sure how much stock we'll have at 10. Oh, there's the thread spools. That's probably my favourite so far. I love that one. That was Dresden plate. That was last month. So you can see each month it's the same theme, but I've just designed 3 different ones. And in your kit, you get full instructions, a video tutorial, a printed panel so that the whole quilt will match because the same fabrics are used, and plain background fabric as well. Lovely. That's 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock, I will be back with Sandra for more Sanntangle kits. Now, you remember that quilt I was talking about, an acrylic template? This is it's amazing, and it's an amazing price because this is the perfect quilt for beginners. It's got all of the fabric, including the backing fabric, which you don't often get. You get all of the fabric for the front, the backing fabric. You get acrylic templates, which makes it easy peasy. You get instructions that cover cutting, piecing, how to layer and quilt, and how to bind. There isn't anything missed out in this. It is the best ever sort of beginner's start to finish tutorial, and it's all designed by Sandra using fabrics that she's designed and printed as well. Absolutely perfect. And Sandra's going to be demonstrating how to do that. That is available on pre-order. And again, just a stock warning for that, I would get ahead. And then you can sit back and enjoy the demo. Right, then at 12, it's called Quilt Kits You'll Love. So we've got some of our quilt kits that we're very low in stock of. Ones where we only got 1s or 2s, so a lot of them are on your last chance to buy. I've also got some Amber Makes quilts, including the attic windows that haven't sewn for ages and ages. One of the first kits that we ever did with the attic windows, and there are 2 of the designs left in stock. And again, it is kind of last chance to buy. And that's the 12th, and that's the day. And then it's 1 o'clock, and then it's going to still be sunny, I hope. Now, if you want to get in touch, please do. I love it when you get in touch. Tell me what you're making, what you're doing. Is it raining? The lovely Jess is producing today, and she wants to play all your messages, so please message in. If you've got any questions at all, message them in. If we don't know the answer, somebody watching will know the answer. So if I don't know the answer, then our thousands of viewers will know the answer, and we can find out. So message us, whether it's a picture of what you've done, what you're doing today, or you've got a question. So you can email us. There's 2 ways to message: studio@sewingstreet.com. Just write your email, and we'll read it out. And you can also get hold of us on Facebook, which is working. It is working. So go onto the page Sewing Street TV and you can message us on Facebook. In fact, I haven't got I'll get the iPad and then I'll be able to see your messages. But please do message me. And if you've got torrential rain, can you let me know? Because I need some prior warning of this. Really, how can you have 2 weeks worth of rain in 24 hours? I think they lie on the weather, don't you? Because I just can't understand how that can happen. Don't know. Anyway, right, website. Let's see how you buy. So we've done what you can buy. We've done how to message me, most important. And let's do the next one, which is how to buy. So there are 2 ways to buy. You can either do it by phone. The number's there on the bottom of the screen, 0800 001 4433. That's where you can ask questions, where you can actually purchase, or if you think you've put the wrong code in or not sure what you've done and you've got an issue, just call that number. It's free, it's UK, it's upstairs, and it's really helpful. The easiest way to buy is on the website, just because you can see the pictures and you can compare and contrast and go, oh, I want that one and that one and that one. So what you need to do is click on Watch Live, which is at the top of the page. Quite little, but it's at the top. That's where you can send your messages in. Say, hello, it's beautifully sunny here in northern Scotland, or whatever you're going to tell me. And then if you scroll down, it's divided into 2 columns. Today's show deals with the things I've talked about, which is like the adhesive grips. And coming up on today's show is all the things that are coming up on today's show that we haven't talked about yet. But this is where you shop ahead. So if you don't want to miss out on things, then you can add it to your basket. But remember, it's not yours till you've checked out. So you've got to add to basket and then check out. You can check out as many times as you want between now and midnight. You will only be charged 1 P&P. So don't think, oh, well, I'll wait because there might be something like you do with other websites and think, well, I might want to buy something else. Get it checked out, then you can guarantee it's yours because we do sell out very often of things. And then you can relax for the rest of the day. But it's always worth, I think, having a little scroll full. Here is the block of the month. There's Sailboat, Country Garden. They're all there. I would get that in your basket. There's the quilt block keeper instructions that I've managed to get reprinted. So all of the previous block of the months are here. So we always get them all back for the beginning of the show, but then they sell out again. So do get ahead. Or if you haven't joined in yet, then do. I've got the quilts. God, I've just realised the quilt's still in the cupboard. I do have the quilts, and I will show them to you at 10 o'clock. I knew there was one other thing I had to do. I'll do that in the break. And then you'll be able to see what they're going to look like. And then here are all of the quilt kits you'll love. There's the attic window, triangles. Oh, that nice cave one. Love that one. And then the one that's behind me, the Rachel Countryside Night Blue. That one there. That's the one that's hanging behind me. Because I know a few of you have asked, what is that one? This is the one. It's available to buy now. Oh, I love this. How stunning is that? And all the fabrics include little animals and creatures, which you can't see. You'll see it later when I show you close up. But it's a stunner, isn't it? Anyway, that's the show. Right, we're all done. All done. All done. Not now. There we go. I've actually got the Facebook up now. Oh, it's asking for... Oh, I don't understand that. Passwords. Right, let's talk about the new products. So a couple of months ago, Paul from Buying sent me this. He said, I want to buy this. What do you think? So I checked it out first. It's a nylon invisible thread. And I checked out the brand because I think when you buy something like this, brand is important. The brand is a really good brand, and actually a lot of the websites who give you tutorials on people who use this thread recommended the Wiley brand. So I thought, well, I'm good so far. The brand is good. Yeah, so this is the packaging. Anyway, that's the one that you buy. So I took it out, and then I thought, well, I wonder what you do with it. First of all, I read that you are supposed to put it in the top thread, not the spool. Okay, so I put it in my top thread, wound up my spool thread in. Oh, it's amazing. It whooshes through the fabric like nothing on earth. It's invisible. So it's absolutely perfect for quilting. I tried short stitch length, long stitch length, absolutely fine. What it does, it means that if you are quilting on various colours and you don't know what colour thread to use this monofilament thread. It's absolutely brilliant. Also, if you want the effect, the quilted effect, so where you get it, so it's obviously quilted where, it pulls it in, it's a bit tighter, you can outline things, but you don't want the stitches showing. Or, if you're not absolutely confident it's all going to be straight, use this. It's so fine, you can't see it. I did find that sometimes the needle threader on my machine would take it, sometimes not, but because it's a nylon thread, it's actually really easy to thread through the machine. My machine would let it go through the needle threader, but I don't know whether that's the same with all of them. But because it's not a cotton thread, you can't even see it, can you? Then it's absolutely fine. It's really good for applique when you don't want the stitches to show up. Brilliant for mending things, so invisible mending. The other thing it's great for is if you're sewing very fine and sheer fabrics, so maybe you're hemming a chiffon or something like that, or a very fine cotton lawn, and you don't want the thread to add the weight and to show up, use invisible thread. A lot of people use it for things like sewing on labels where they don't want the sewn to show. If you're not the neatest hand sewer, use invisible thread. A lot of people use it for EPP as well because it is super strong. Used for craft products, it's really good, and I have used it for this, for Christmas decoration. So when you want to hang up baubles or bunting and things, but you don't want the strings to show, it's brilliant for that. So it'd be anything like any kind of quilting, anything where you don't want it to show, and it really, really does work. Now, it said don't use it in the bottom spool, only use it in the top. So I thought, well, I'll have a go with it in the bottom spool, not to be deterred. It worked absolutely fine, so I don't know what they were talking about. But actually, so if your machine, I wouldn't say that that's a definite, because it does say only use it in the top. But it worked. I tried winding on the bobbin, it worked, and I used a different colour in the top. I tried it with this in the top and the bobbin, worked absolutely fine. But you don't need to put it in the bobbin. You can just use a plain colour. and it works absolutely fine. It's only £10.99 and you are getting 2,000 yards. It will go on forever and ever. It really is. It's a miracle, absolutely miracle. Oh, quick question. Morning, Rebecca. Would this invisible thread be okay for sewing up turning gaps in bags? Honestly, yes. Yes, it'd be brilliant for that. I used it, I tried hemming with it, I tried normal sewing seams with it, it's absolutely fine. Obviously they say to you, the recommendations and the suggestions are use it where you don't want it to show, but it works, it's very strong, it will work for seams. I used it where I wanted to do outline, some applique, but I really didn't want the stitching to show because I couldn't decide the colour, so it's perfect for that. If you haven't got the right colour, then use this. It's fabulous, absolutely fabulous. Also, there are different threads. So when I first read about it, it said, be careful, check the thread, some of them melt. This is one that doesn't, which was why when I said to Paul, I would recommend this, is because of the make, the brand, the YLI. Some monofilament nylon threads do melt, this doesn't. You can wash it, you can iron it, it's absolutely fine. Well, you can't see it, it is so thin. I would say it does suggest that you might have to fiddle about with the tension on your machine because it's obviously a bouncy thread. I didn't have any problems in my machine, but I guess you might do depending on your machine. If you've got a computerized sewing machine, then the tension will be sorted out for you. You might need to, and mine was absolutely fine because it is bouncy. Right. Price comparison from Amazon? No way, I love a price comparison from Amazon. This is where we go, isn't it? Well, this is where I go to check prices out. If I can get it cheaper than on Amazon, it's a good price. £14.59. £14.59. I love that it arrives 2 days before Father's Day. All fathers would love this thread for their Father's Day present. I wonder if it says that on every product, because I don't know, maybe this is the ideal, because a lot of people do use it for other things than sewing. Like I say, you can hang things up with it. So maybe you could use it for gardening, to tie your plants up, I don't know. I love the arrives before Father's Day, that's brilliant. Can you use this for hand stitching? Yes, absolutely. You can use it for EPP. As I said, it is bouncy, but don't think of it like, you know, you can get very fine fishing line, which is what I normally use to hang up my Christmas baubles. This is much finer. You just can't see. You just can't see it. Somebody's asked us about shrinkage. I don't think so. It's nylon. Nylon doesn't shrink, does it? I just don't. I can't say for certain because I haven't washed it, but I don't think it will shrink. It is super fine, and yes, it is a little bit more bouncy than cotton thread, but it's not, because it's so fine, it's not super bouncy. What I would say I found in my machine, that if I push my thread spool end on too tightly on any thread, particularly Orifil, because I find that quite a bouncy thread, sometimes the needle comes unthread because the tension is too tight between the spool and the needle. So I would just experiment, you know, with the thread spool end. Just don't push it super tight on it. It just gives, don't have it too loose so that it's bouncing around. But if you have it on super tight, it will just inhibit the flow. So that's something, if you find when you're sewing, and this is with any thread, that every time you cut the thread, the needle keeps coming unthreaded, just loosen off that thread spool end a tad, just to give it more so it can free flow. Right, hi, I've tried this type of thread before, but I've had trouble securing off. How did you manage this? Well, I reverse stitched on my machine. If you were hand stitching, I would do 3 or 4 stitches on top of each other, and then I would thread the needle through the fabric, pull it out, snip it off, and let it go back in so you don't cut it off at the thread end. But I did try all sorts. I even tried the blanket stitch on my machine, which is my favourite applique stitch. Looked lovely. But it just gave the, although obviously you couldn't see it, looked lovely, but you couldn't see it. It gave the impression of it without it being there. So I am going to show you the other one, because this is the one thing. Right, we've only got 13 of this left. So if you want it, you need to check out. I want to show you the other one because this is important. So when I said to Paul, yep, go ahead, love this, buy this, I said, but we really need the smoke. So because having done all of my massive research on this, I found out that invisible threads comes in clear, which you will find you will use mostly, but it also comes in smoke. Now, it's the same make, it's still wire light. It's different because the real size is shorter. It's only 1,500 yards rather than 2,000. But it's exactly the same thread. It does exactly the same thing. But if you are using a dark fabric, particularly a black fabric, you may find that the clearness, is that a word, shows up. Because, again, it's the transparency of it. So let me unwrap this one, because then I'll be able to keep it. Because I said to him, as long as you can get the same brand, can you get the smoke? Right, oh, here's a fallen out. Now, we are limited on this one. We didn't buy as many of these because we know that most people will buy the clear. But I would say that, because what I did do is I did try it, because I did promise I'd test it properly. I did try it on all sorts of fabric, and that's when I discovered that on a black fabric, you can see the clear. We don't have a price comparison for this. Let me see, is that, can you see? Yeah, you can see. Actually, this is the best way for you to see, isn't it? On there, you can see the thread. So it's a dark grey, that's why it's called smoke. So that you can see now how fine it is. It's like a hair. It is hair fine. Oh, that's 2 strands. Got myself all in a tangle. Look how fine it is. Can you see that? 0.004 millimetres. So can you, I don't know whether you can see on your telly, if I move it around a bit, that is the smoke. Obviously, if I show the clear, it won't show up at all. But you can see how fine it is. Now, this one is £8.49, the smoke, because there's less on the reel, because that's how they do it. But it's exactly the same brand. And I would say, if you're going to get one, I've got to somehow wind this back up now, get both. Because on a dark fabric, the clear will shine a little bit. But for the majority, which is why obviously they do the longer length in the clear, for the majority, you will find that the clear is perfect. Is it okay to use the automatic thread cutter with the invisible thread? Well, I did. I don't know whether it's okay or not. I couldn't, because I tried it all out first, and I did my research, and luckily there's only 10 of the smoke left and 24 in baskets. I did read all of the information first, because obviously there are other people who tried it out and used it loads more than I have. Nobody mentioned thread cutter. I use the thread cutter in my machine, absolutely fine. Obviously, different machines, different things. You may find your automatic needle threader doesn't like it. Mine was fine. But as I say, because it's a nylon thread, so it doesn't bend, it will just poke through quite, because I did try that as well. But the thread cutter worked fine. It is so fine. I think you sort of have to get over the fact. I know it's nylon, but it is so strong. But it's very, very fine, so it isn't going to affect things. Now, as far as needles go, what they suggest is to use a Sharps or a Microtex. And it's very fine thread. Obviously, the needle you choose depends on the thread thickness and the fabric. So a 70 Microtex is perfect, 70 to 80, because but if you're obviously using a heavyweight fabric, you might need a bigger needle. But as far as eye size, a 70 to 100. Oh, so yes, on the description they recommend loosening the top tension. So that's what I found. Now, that might mean that you need to manually do that on your machine. I didn't, but I've got a computerized sewing machine, so it kind of sorts that out anyway. But what I did find was, I said, just release that thread spool end to let it flow more freely, because it's a bouncy thread. But I find the same with any bouncy thread, like Orifil I find is bouncier than other threads. So I just reduce, and then it just stops it. When you cut the thread, it stops it bouncing out again. But you experiment a bit. As I tried all sorts of decorative stitches. It works beautifully for seaming. If you've got to do something like top stitching around the top of a bag, and you think, oh, I need to do that because I want to hold the lining inside, but I don't want the stitches to show, this is your go-to. Hi, Rebecca. I use the invisible thread for adding some embellishment with beads and sequins. Brilliant idea. And in fact, that was another thing that I'd forgotten that you can do it a lot. They do recommend adding things like lace embellishments, where how do you choose the thread? Because you know it's going to show. Use this. Brilliant. Right, we've got, of which one? The smoke. Right, there are 2 No, the smoker's gone. Yeah, the smoker's sold out. How are we doing? Well, I'm not surprised. In fact, now I've opened that one, I think that one will have to be mine. Because we can't, you know, it's mine. Right, the clear, we've got 14 reels left. 14 reels. Amazing. We've got over double that in baskets. I mean, I know £10.99, you think, oh, is that a lot? It's not. It's £4 cheaper than Amazon. And you get 2,000 yards. And honestly, since I had it, I've kept it in my sewn box. And every time I think, oh, God, I wish I had the right shade of teal. Haven't got the right shade of orange. I just take my nylon thread and it's brilliant. Yeah, sewing, I mean, hand sewing. I've tried it. A lot of people I've read used it for EPP. I've obviously hand sewn with it and it's lovely. But I'll leave that one with you. We've got some more messages. Oh, thank you for your messages. I do need them. So good morning, or I'm looking forward to a great morning watching Sewing Street. Just having coffee in my Sewing Amber Makes mug. Oh, that's nice. Thank you very much, Carol. Brilliant. Well, is it sunny? Is it sunny? Oh, have we got a weather message? I'm very worried about this weather because I've got to drive home afterwards. Can you really have that much rain? Oh, here's a weather message. Morning, Bex. Heaven, rain. Oh, last night. And this morning down here, very southwest, sending it up to you. Oh, that means good. And that's in Cornwall here. And North East Scotland, it's not raining here in North East Scotland. The sun is vaguely out, but there's a bit of a jet gale blowing. The best option is to stay inside. I know, but I've got to drive home. So a bit of a gale. Does that mean, though, that if we get like 2 weeks worth of rain in 24 hours, then that's going to be it? Then the next 2 weeks will be dry? Because I'll take that. I'll take that. Question. Good morning, Rebecca. Is that William Morris extra wide fabric quilting weight? Yes, it is. Love your dress, very groovy. Thank you very much. It's actually a blouse. See, it's a blouse, but quite a long one. Right, the seven of those left. And 41 in baskets. I will have a word with Paul. Well, at least he'll buy some more, because I said, oh, go on, buy it, because I love it. So hopefully he'll get some more of this and we'll get it back in, but those are mine. Fantastic. Well, do send us your messages, let us know, because all of you will use this for different things, and the more people that tell us what they use it for, that's great, because then everyone who's bought it can try it for lots of different things. We love inspiration. There we go. Yes, the William Morris is all quilting weight fabric. It's all extra wide. It's exactly the same as any of the other William Morris that they make. So although you think extra wide it's quilt backing, it doesn't have to be. You can use it for borders, sashing. You know when you've got to put a whole border, like a quilt here, where you have to put a whole border across the top. No need to piece. It's brilliant for home sewing, bags, cushions, all that stuff. Dressmaking. It's extremely inexpensive for dressmaking because of the width of it. You see, the thing is, you'd probably only need a metre if you're making a dress, but what you've got to do is, obviously, when you get your dress pattern, it's not going to give you a layout on extra wide fabric, so you'll have to get out all of your pieces and lay them side by side. Remember, it's 274 centimetres wide, which is 108 inches. It's unlikely they'll be wider than all laid out. So all you're going to need to do is measure the length of the longest piece, and that's how much fabric you need to be. So if you're making a standard dress, it's only going to be like a metre. You only need a metre. Bargain. So this is the Larkspur in silver, and all of these William Morrises have previously sold out. Now I've got Larkspur in a whole variety of colours, and I'm going to show you them all. I'm thinking if you wanted to make matching items, if you wanted to make gift bags, or maybe you were making things to sell, like tote bags, cushions and things, this is perfect. Posh cushions for your outdoor furniture. I mean, obviously, it's brilliant. You can mix and match it with other quilting fabrics, plains, but it's a very inexpensive way of buying fabric because it's more than double the width and less than half the price, which makes it great value. So that's the silver one. £12.99. It's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. I like the silver one. Right, I'm going to show you all the colours because I'm thinking if you wanted to make a William Morris quilt, get your fabrics in this way because it's a lot more inexpensive to do that. Hi, could you tell me how much I'd need for back and a king size throw? Yes, I can. 2.5 metres. I spend a lot of time working out quilt things. So what you need to do is when you've got your quilt, add 8 inches minimum all the way around. And then that's the length you'll need. The width you'll have more than enough so you can cut a bit off, but it's the length that you need. So normally for a double bed, 2 metres is okay, but again measure, because when I say double bed, there are different sizes, aren't there? So just measure it. So if you think if you bought 2.5 metres, so that's 5 units, then you just work out, is that going to be enough with at least 8 inches? Because your king size bed quilt might be different to somebody else's, but I would always say 2.5 metres, you'll be fine. You might get away with 2 if it's a bit shorter. But even for my king size, super king size bed quilt, which I've just got back from the long arm. So the wonderful Amanda Little has just long armed my super king size bed quilt, which has taken me 3 years to make. It's just, she's done the most fantastic job. Cannot tell you how beautiful it is. 3 years, I'm going to call it the forever quilt because it's taken me forever. Anyway, I use 2.5 metres for that. So go for 5 units and you'll have loads left down the edge, which is great for matching cushions. Right, the next one, navy. So if you wanted to make a quilt, then this is a really inexpensive way of doing it, isn't it? Because you can have all of these colours. I'll put them all together at the end so you can see what they look like. Now, this is when shopping on the website is really good. Because as I go through to them, you might think, oh, I can't remember. Was that silver better than this one? The pictures of these are all on the website and you can see them all next to each other so you can compare. Now, that is a beautiful dress, isn't it? Angel policy, what for? Oh, there's a message about the angel policy. For whom? Oh, for using this fabric. Jess has lost her angel policy message. For using this fabric, it's absolutely fine. Yes, right. Jess has found the answer. Customers are permitted to... Woo, the question's there. Mon Rebecca was an angel policy with William Morris fabrics. Thanks from Sandra. Jess is reading out. Customers are permitted to make and sell for commercial and non-commercial use. However, right, you must state that the product has been made with licensed fabric. So there you go. So somewhere, if you make it... it's not licensed, though. Right. Okay, so you have to state that it's a licensed fabric, but what you're making isn't a licensed product. So yes, you can, as long as somewhere you state that it's a licensed fabric, but this isn't a licensed product. Somewhere. But yes, you can. Yes, you can. Right, sage. I think you have to be very careful with some fabrics, like the Disney fabrics, what you do. There are issues with that. But things like William Morris fabric, you're fine with. Now, this is very William Morris colour, isn't it? I like that. It looks like wallpaper, doesn't it? That's beautiful. Yeah, from those people on Gogglebox who sit there on their William Morris sofas. I've got a William Morris rug now. Absolutely love it. Yeah, it's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. It's really nice because it's just the right colours. Sorry, my ears are falling out and going echoey. There we go. That's even worse. That's sage. That's beautiful, isn't it? Isn't that really lovely? I love that colour. Again, dressmaking in that. That would be nice for a jacket, wouldn't it? Or a lining. And that's what I'm thinking, you see, lining. Great price for lining, isn't it? Gorgeous. We've got white. Well, can I just check the code then? Yeah, well, maybe it is white because I've got another one that looks white. Yes. Right, okay, so this one's called white, which I would question because they might call it white. And yes, the leaves are white, but the background is kind of a very pale tan. Oh, it's called natural. It's not called white. That I was just going to question, because we have whites on whites. No, it's like a natural colour background with with white leaves. That's lovely, isn't it? Beautiful. I'm going to put them all together for you at the end so you can see what they all look like together, and then you can choose. Right, I'm going to have to put them back. I had them in a nice little order. Right, the next one is charcoal. Now, that's lovely, isn't it? Now, although I did say I'd put them together at the end, I will bring in the silver, because how nice are they together? So I'm thinking like a tote bag. You could have one on one side and one on the other side, or you could have one as a little strip across the top. It is a different print. That is willow bough. Irrelevant, though, I think. I feel like, look, pillowcases. Now, that's the other thing that extra wide fabric's brilliant for, is bed linen. You can use it to make sheets, duvet covers, tablecloths. I mean, well, the next one I'll show you, but isn't that lovely? You know, if you wanted pillowcases, those two look beautiful together, don't they? Love that. It looks expensive. We love it looks expensive, but isn't. Right, next one, Christmas tablecloth. What I would do is buy this and either just have that as my tablecloth because it's lovely as it is, or I would get a bit of green and I would bind the edges. So look at that. How nice is that as a tablecloth? So what I do is I measure my table, add 12 inches all around, and then cut it to exactly that size. And because it's extra wide, it goes further because you can sometimes put it the other way. If you've got a oval or a round table or whatever, then do cut the curves off. Don't put right-angled edges on curved tables because they don't drop properly. So round it off and then bind it in that colour. You could then make napkins in alternates, so you could have green and red and green. That's nice. Yeah, you could even do scallops. Be nice, wouldn't it? That's gorgeous, though. That is lovely. I'm just going to open this one up as a tablecloth. I'm now going to become a tablecloth. Really good as well for table runners. See how nice that is. Lovely for table runners. And also, yeah, you can spill red wine, gravy, Christmas pudding, all of that. It's the perfect Christmas food colour, isn't it? Turquoise. This isn't like your bright blue turquoise. It's more a deep teal, I'd say, like an ocean colour. So you know how turquoise I think of as a very blue. This is more of a green. So I'd go ocean teal is a better description. They call it turquoise. But to me, turquoise is like quite a bright bluey green. Oh, okay, so the picture looks more turquoise. I mean, it might be the William Morris people called it that. But it is more of an oceany teal colour. It's glorious, isn't it? Actually looks very nice with the navy. Do I need to wash the fabric before cutting and sewing? Love the show so far, really informative. Joe. Thank you, Joe. How's Carmarthenshire this morning? Oh, Joe in Carmarthenshire. Do you need to wash it? Well, Joanne, it depends what you're doing with it. So if you're quilting, then no. If you're quilting with it, then no. Do all your quilting and everything. Make your quilt, wad it, quilt it, back it, bind it, then chuck it in the washing machine and let everything shrink at exactly the same time. The only caveat I'd put on that is if you are using a very dark fabric and a very light fabric. So maybe you were using like a navy and this white. I might wash the dark one just to see if the colour runs. But other than that, never. If you're dressmaking with it, then definitely, because what you don't want to do is make your whole dress and then it shrink and then it not fit. So if you're dressmaking, wash it first, get all that shrinking out of the way, and then do it. But if you're quilting, then don't. Quilt quilt it and then wash the whole thing, and then it will all shrink just a tad and it pulls in the quilting very nicely. Unless it's very dark, because sometimes fabrics do run. And then in which case, you will have to wash all of your fabrics. So you either shrink, they've all got to be shrunk at all the same time, either before or afterwards, unless you're dressmaking. Ivory. Now, ivory is going to go with everything. Very, very popular. Oh, this one's going to sell. They've got loads. I'm thinking, how about that for log cabin? Nice. Nice. I've seen a lot of really nice log cabins where they use like neutrals on one side, so you could use like the white and the neutral, and then they use darks on the other side, so you could have the navy. Look at that. So you could have alternate log cabins in that one, and then in that one, amazing. One day I'm going to make one of those because they are stunning. Right, that's forest next. Oh, now forest would be good for Christmas as well. Not just for Christmas, obviously. I quite like this one because it's got like, is it black? Yeah, it's got a black background and then the leaves are all in green. So, it's very Christmas. Tricky. Now you've got, see, look, oh, they look lovely together, don't they? Christmas tree skirt, Christmas quilt. Doesn't have to be Christmas, obviously, but I've just shown you those nice. If I had all these at home, I'd be doing this and laying them all out to see how they work together. And they look lovely, but that's quite a different, that's more traditional. That brings the darkness out of the red, doesn't it? And then that makes the red lighter. One last colour. Blush. Blush is very pretty. It's not sickly, it's just subtle, like a, what's it called? Dusky pink. Now, I think that it looks very nice with natural. Doesn't that look lovely? If you were making a baby quilt, very pretty. But then bedding, wouldn't that be beautiful? If you were going to do it for bedding, I would do pillowcases with that. You could have the under pillowcases in this colour and the ones on top, or you could do that nice Oxford border all the way around the edge. But very nice for baby, but also very pretty classic bedroom. There we go. That is all the William Morris back in stock. Remember, all of them are on the website, so if you want to have a look at them next to each other, then go on the website, you can see, or if you message me and I'll show them to you. Right, let me put those all in one big pile. All these stickers are coming off. Oh, I went out last week after I'd come off what day was it? I can't remember, Monday, for coffee with Ian and Hayley. And when I got there, I had one of these stickers on my arm. I went, well, out the warehouse are never going to know what that one is, are they? Because they'd come off the fabric. Because when these go back to the warehouse, they obviously use the stickers to put it back into stock. So that one of the stickers was living with me. Right, we've now got more. This is beautiful. So this is William Morris, but coloured by Cave. Half of the stock of this is gone. Now this, you see this colour here? That is turquoise, I think. Look at this. Now, this feels absolutely beautiful. It's pure cotton. Oh, Adam Brooks has just done a dress using the lawn print of that. Oh, I bet it's gorgeous. It's cotton, but it has a real silky, smooth finish to it. I don't know what they do to finish it. It's not mercerised, is it? It's just got a beautiful drape. It's quilting weight fabric, but because of the finish on it, it's silky soft. I mean, that is absolutely gorgeous for dressmaking, isn't it? And, you know, look, $15.99. Right, I've only got 11.5 metres left. So that's only 5.5 metres, isn't it? Not much, but see, I think and 5 people have got it in their basket, but I don't know, they might all be multi-buying. I think a metre for this for a nice little tea dress would be gorgeous, wouldn't it? Right. Where's the time gone this morning? Which one would you like me to do? This one. Now, we might not get through all of them, but that's fine because they're still on the website, so you can purchase them. This is lovely. This is, what's what's it called? Lush parchment, yeah. Isn't that lovely? And again, this has got a slight sheen to it. So you've got, these are all actual leaves on here. All leaves and... Oh, that's lovely. Really like that. It's parchment. It's brilliant for quilt backing. Do you know what? It's multi-directional. It's neutral. It will go with most things. It's really good for lining and for using for backing cushions and things, but much more affordable. Oh, I love this Tim Holtz. So this quilt that I was telling you about, my Forever quilt, I used a Tim Holtz backing fabric. You know, the one that's got all the words on it, the sort of from the dictionary. Love it. This was only launched on Friday, so this is a map. I mean, it's antique maps, but this is lovely. I always think for a quilt backing, I think that's a really nice... I'm sure I've seen a quilt. Oh, is it this one? Look. Look at that. I said, I'm sure I've seen a quilt with this on it. Look. That's the same fabric. And how effective is that? I can tell you my Tim Holtz one on the back of my quilt looks amazing. Look at that. You can then turn it around, can't you? That's amazing. That is exactly the same fabric. Well, weekend bag, travel bag, travel wallets. Maybe even if you like, maybe you're making like passport covers, things like that. Or you're going on holiday and you want a special bag for going on the plane, for going on the boat, on the train. This is it. Man bag. Lampshade covers. I like a lampshade cover in maps. I've got an olive one. This is a lovely shade of green. Meadows Collection Floral Olive. It's got lots of little leaves and spriggy flowers and a really nice dark olive, I'd say, not a greeny olive, more of a dark olive. So I wouldn't say it's a queen olive. They're quite light, the queen olives. I would say it's one of your sort of darker olives. Meadows Collection. Bees next. This is lovely. This reminds me of lots of interior things you see in garden centres, you know, where you get kneelers and aprons and all of that stuff. That's what it looks like. But it's $11.99 and it's full of bees. Make yourself a new apron, oven gloves. It's sort of kitcheny, isn't it? But gardeny as well. That's gorgeous. Lewis and Irene bees, and it's only $11.99 backing fabric. Really nice, pale, like natural linen, neutral background to it as well. $11.99 is a great price, isn't it? When you think it's 2.5 times a normal fabric width. We've got one that's got all sewing things on. Happy Quilting in grey. So this is perfect for your quilt backing or things like sewing machine covers because they take up loads of fabric, don't they? You've got a sewing machine, you've got thread, scissors, unpicker, pins. So any items for your sewing table. You could even make yourself an ironing board covering that. Be quite cool, wouldn't it? Because you know what it's like, well, if you're like me, constantly get scorch marks on my ironing board cover, make your own. I mean, that's a great price, isn't it? And for something where you need a lot of fabric, it's well worth it. Got a really nice paisley one here. Rosemont Collection Malabar Dove. I would go, it's kind of a bit of a scrolly paisley design, and it's in a very grey, pink, neutral shade. So again, really good for backing. Right, Daisy, love Daisy. Daisy is a brilliant bag lining. It's brilliant for a bucket hat, and it's beautiful for a pretty summer blouse and jeans, little jean shorts. Just cut your old jeans off, just below the knee, don't like showing my knees. Little blouse in this Daisy, gorgeous. And one more we've got, and it's on split pay. Why would this one be on split pay? Look at that, Oxford Collection Boutonniere linen. It is on split pay, this one. Don't know why, it must have been some deal it was on at some point. It's very, very neutral, classic flowers. And that is that. Congratulations to everyone who got hold of the nylon thread. And when you get yours home, if you do anything with it and try it out, do let us know, even if you put it on the fans page, because then we can just pass that on to everyone else. Right, I will be back with you in a few minutes' time with Sandra and her amazing block 2 of her beautiful designs. And this one's going to be a book cover, but we've got the block 1 as well, and we've got all of her gorgeous fabrics. So I'll see you back here in just a couple of minutes' time.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Ah, the sweet taste of relaxation and indulgence. Nothing can ruin this perfect moment.
John, we're ready for you.
Just one more minute. Why don't you join me for my birthday this weekend? The weekend is full-on celebration. Don't miss out.
Now, where were we? Oh, yes. Oh, that's better.
Hello. Don't you love that advert, John? I've not seen that before. It's brilliant, isn't it? I can just imagine him there with cucumbers on his eyes. I bet that's what went on his cruise, don't you? Bet he was just lying there eating grapes, being fed by all his cruise passengers. But it's the best. It's the best advert. Right, anyway, it's a great advert. Morning, Sandra.
Hello again, morning.
It's so funny, isn't it?
I know, hat trick today, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So Sandra and I had never, ever worked before. She'd worked with everybody all the time and never me. And then eventually they let us work together. And this is 3 times in a row.
So, yeah, they lost the memo.
Yeah, they've worked it out now, haven't
they? Have, absolutely.
Yeah,
yes.
they've said,
team.
we'll put those two together. Oh, Jess has just checked you with John next time.
Oh, OK. We need to make Dobby a shirt then, because he's got a shirt with some of my fabrics. And he wants to match.
Oh, really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, they're splitting us up.
I know.
So good, 3 in a row. It's funny, isn't it? And there's quite a lot of guests that sometimes I have never worked with or haven't seen for a long time. It's just how it collides.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody's got different schedules, haven't they?
Yeah, it's just anyway.
It's nothing personal.
But it is kind of useful because you see, I launched Sandra's Block 1 last month, so I know all about it.
Yeah.
So the whole point of these blocks is each block you can collect to make a quilt should you want to, or you can just buy them independently and they make a whole project. So Block 2 is the book cover. So this is Block 2, really popular on pre-order. And the blocks, when joined together, make this gorgeous A4 book cover. Aren't they lovely? Now, all the fabrics are designed by Sandra, printed by Sandra, and therefore she can choose the colours she wants.
Absolutely.
Brilliant. You're not limited to what's available.
I'm not limited at all. I can literally print a little bit and think, do you know what needs tweaking? And I can go back and tweak it.
Amazing.
All happens within one room,
And you're then also designing for the design as well. So
I do,
yes.
Is right. Absolutely, I do, yes. And of course, recently, because of course I work on papercraft as well, it's nice to sort of integrate the two. So recently we have done some sort of lace drawings on how to make it.
Right.
So it's kind of filtered its way, because obviously that's where my mind was working, into fabric. So you've got these lovely lace kind of designs, sort of that feel going into these fabrics.
It's beautiful.
Thank you.
So this is what the design looks like. So you've got all of these blocks that are put together to make this, and then you just cover any A4 book. We've all got these A4 books, haven't we? Whether they're plain because you're going to be drawing on, you might have a lined one for notes, you might have one for work, school, the office, and rather than having that boring cover that it comes with, why not cover it? Also, you get everything to make the little pencil pouch.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? So it's just all, I like things to match.
I love a matching, so do I. I love a bag and a purse that matches.
Yeah, it's got a match, and that does, and that red fabric's just beautiful, and it's on the inside of the cover as well.
So it's all very matchy.
Absolutely,
and it's on the inside of the cover. So let me show you what you get in your kit. But only $29.99. This is everything you get in it. So you get full instructions for start, lots and lots of information. It's got your pictures of the fabrics, so you know which is which, loads and loads of step-by-step pictures. So if you are a visual learner, this is ideal. So you can read the words, but you can also go, okay, yeah, that's much easier to see it in pictures. And loads of them as well. It's really clear, really easy to understand. So even if you're a beginner, you can make this. Then you get all of the fabrics required. So how much of each fabric do you
Now
get?
it varies slightly. So the red one you're going to get just over half a metre, about 600 mil. Then you're going to get 300 of 3 of them, which is 3 colours. The lace, you're going to get a half a metre.
Okay, loads.
Oh, I remembered.
Well done. I should be measuring
Yeah,
these later.
of course, if you want to, it's in the instructions. So if you want to make it again and change the
Right,
fabrics,
so all of that
it does-
detail.
it
So
does tell you what's
when you get the kit, you will get obviously all the fabric and the instructions. And it's lovely because this isn't just fabric cover, this is piece, it's patchwork as well. So it's really beautiful nod to your hobby. But in the instructions, there's all the measurements. So you can make more and more and more of them. Brilliant for making to sell or making for charity.
It certainly is, of course, and if you wanted to, and you like the idea of the cushions, and you've got block 1,
yes,
you could make block 1 cushions using those instructions with these fabrics because they all match together.
Oh, because they all go together.
They are. They're slightly different. The colours are slightly different, but they match.
But it all goes together. How many blocks are there going to be in total?
I'm thinking 10 to 12.
Okay.
It depends how I feel. But
Yes,
of course,
yeah, it's a lot.
You know what I mean? Because I'm designing it. But in the cushion one, you've got 2 blocks, and in this one, you've got 1 block. So that gives you 3 designs already. So if you wanted to, you could make a quilt out of that.
Oh, that's
and mix
true.
and match them.
So we have got some of the we've got the fabric also available to buy on its own. So if you wanted to make more, but this is it for the book cover, or you can make the blocks and save them and put them all together. But you know, very inexpensive way of doing it, and getting the instructions as well means if you're making for charity, you're making to sell, you're making for funds. This is a brilliant product. The A4 books can be bought really inexpensively, especially online, and then you could make all book covers. I mean, great, get ahead with your Christmas presents.
Absolutely, yes. And of course, the nice thing about books is a new Sanntangle sketchbook that's A4 coming out.
Is there?
There is!
When is that coming out?
Don't tell anybody. Soon.
Soon. It's coming out soon.
But you've seen it first.
Will it be available on Sewing Street?
Yeah, you have to make a book cover to go with it, don't you?
Absolutely.
And then you could sort of, every time you finish your sketch pad, you can then, give your
Well, this
cover a
is
bit
the
of a
best
wash
thing,
and
is that
put
you
it
just
back
slip
in.
it off, then you can
Yeah,
put it on the next
absolutely.
one, can't you?
That's the idea, yeah.
Lovely. Right, now, if you love that, you want to make more, or you want to make more, or you just love the fabrics, we've actually got a bundle of the fabrics that are used in the kit, without the instructions, but they're just a bundle of the fabrics. Slightly different ones, some are the same. So this one has got the green in it. Gorgeous red, look at that, with the roses, it's beautiful, like it's got an ombre finish to it. Love the peach.
It's just really pretty, isn't it?
It's just pretty, yeah,
And
it's just
the
pretty.
The designs aren't too big.
No,
So
no,
when
it's
you're
just-
actually piecing it, you're going to get elements of it. You're not going to get something that's completely blank.
Yeah, and that
compared to
works
something
really
that's
well. You're
not.
always
So
going to get...
They've been designed that way.
You're going to get that kind of the peach and the white, aren't you?
You are, yes, everyone.
And you get half a metre free in this bundle. You also get the mauve, lavender, and then you get the lace. I'm going to open out the
Yeah,
lace so you
look
can
at
see it
this.
properly.
It's just, you've got strips of it. It was planned.
Look at that. I mean, it is beautiful
Yeah.
for borders, isn't it? You could colour it in as well, couldn't you?
You could if you wanted to, yeah. Anything that you want to do with it, really. You've got 2 sides to it as well. So I know in the block here, I've used one side of it for the actual
okay.
block. And then you've got the other side that you can use for something else. So there is plenty in there.
Yeah, so you can use it for like a lace edge. You can use it, cut it.
Absolutely,
I mean, if you were cutting it diagonally, you would still get all the pattern. It's brilliant,
would,
isn't it?
yeah.
Or use it for borders. And that's in this pack. And so in this bundle for $33.96, you're getting 2.5 metres, but half a metre of that's free. So this is a really, really cost-effective way of doing it.
Just works, doesn't it? Lovely colours.
Now, what we've done, we've also got them available individually. So should we start with the lace one? Because I know there's a lot of you that will just...
Yeah.
that will be wanting to get them, to get just the lace one. Lots of interest in this one because it is very specific. So it's the lace borders fabric, £8.49 for half a metre. That's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the sort of fabric that is really good to just add to your stash because there's lots of projects you'll then use it in.
And what you'll find is it's not kind of reproduced, it's been hand drawn. So you'll look at some of the elements and you can see the hand drawn aspect to it. So the curves might not be a perfect sort of symmetrical curve, that kind of thing. But I think that looks lovely because it looks like traditional handmade lace in pencil.
Yeah, it really does. I think it's gorgeous. Beautiful. What's the width of the fabric? Is it 44?
It is, yes.
44 inch, 112 centimetres. Standard quilting width, which is really useful, isn't it? 100% cotton. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, it is.
Loads and loads of these are going in baskets, so that's what your half metre is going to look like.
It's all quilting weight as well. I use it for all my quilts.
All quilting weight, all beautiful.
All works together.
And all printed by hand by you.
I know. I know it sounds really daft, and you think, well, what's the big thing with that? Printing fabrics is not the easiest thing in the world because you've got to think of getting the tension, making sure it's on. It sounds really daft. Making
It's
sure
not a
it's on the roll
photocopier.
straight. No, you can't just like throw it in and it'll sort itself out. You really have to be there just to make sure that everything's going as it's supposed to do. Now, the head cleaning is a bit of a nightmare because you're literally on your knees underneath to clean all the heads, and that's done a lot. So there's so much work goes into it. So
Yeah,
it
it's
sounds
not
really
just
easy, just print it.
Yeah, but it's
you
not
know,
like a photocopier.
No,
It's
not
an
at all.
industrial piece of
It
machinery.
is, and it's just nice to sort of, when you look at it, the amount of, I'm sure the same with all fabrics, but the amount of work's gone into it, because we hand do it, we even, when it comes off the roll, we then have to put it through the heat press.
Yeah.
And then have to roll it off, and we hand cut each separate section.
Oh, wow.
So you will find with your quilt blocks, you won't look at it, don't think we've missed anything out, because some of the pieces will actually leave together, so we don't have to cut every single one.
Oh,
so you've got it all there, so you can like open it all out and see it all as a big roll, and then cut it when you're ready, kind of thing. But yeah, we do. It's all by hand still.
Well, it's just nice having, knowing that it's all done by you.
Yeah.
And it's all designed and the colours choice. The next one is the red one.
Oh, look at this.
That's beautiful. Now you can see, now I open it up, you can see the kind of ombre.
Yeah, well, you are getting that slightly sort of different shade going off in there, but the red is just divine.
It really is. It's a beautiful red, and I love the darker sections on it, because it means that when you're using it, if you're cutting it across, it changes colour slightly. If you're using it for borders,
this is the thing. So you've just got that little bit of depth to it, and that's what I like in the drawings. And you've got that wonderful, then like lacy sort of rose print over the top.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Next. Should we have the green one?
This is lovely.
I like that. Again, you've got that ombre. I don't know whether that's the right word. Is that the right word?
Kind of, yeah, absolutely, yes, because it's going from dark to light.
Well, it just gives it a bit more depth, doesn't it? Where
It does,
keeps changing colour like that.
You've got that wonderful sort of shape to it. They're very leafy, come sort of feathers type of design, and that's the things that, when you do look at lace, that's what you'll see within it.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot of that sort of design. But it's a really beautiful, soft colour.
Yes.
Love that one. So that's the green one. Again, 1/2 metre. If you buy more than 1/2 metre, it will be sent to you as a whole piece.
It will, yes.
So if you want 3 metres of it, put 6 units in your basket, and Sandra will personally print it.
Do you know, I know it sounds daft. That's
Yes,
exactly
that
what
is
we
exactly
do.
what happens. I'm not
Yeah,
joking.
yeah, we will take your order, and the orders come through, and we go, right, okay, this person's ordered 6 units. We will print that 6 units all as one, especially for that order. That order then goes to one side. We know it's on the roll.
But it's lovely
And
because
the
it's
next
printed in the UK. There's no waste,
All
there's
that.
no overs then, is it? It's
No,
just
not at
printed
all.
to order.
Absolutely.
So it will,
Especially for you.
and it won't be printed in like bits. It'll be the whole thing. Sandra, the fabric is beautiful, from Chris in Greater Manchester.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that, because we talk about it, and you can't touch and feel it here, but
No, exactly. You
so
don't see
I
how
really
lovely
appreciate
it is.
when people message in and say that they like it. Thank you so much.
It is glorious.
That's lovely, isn't it?
Then we've got the peachy one. Again, it's got that. They've all got this lace effect on them. Orange, this one's called.
Yeah, really technical.
Yeah, really technical. I'd go peach.
Peach, yeah.
Peachy one. Yeah, because we do orange. It's not bright. It's not orange peel.
No, it's the flesh inside the orange, isn't it?
Yeah, that's weird, because the outside of an orange is very different.
Exactly.
The inside.
Yeah. So you taste it now, look.
It is like a peachy apricot-y colour.
Yeah, and those wonderful swirls, and you've got some sort of like little flowers and things going on in there as well.
Well, it's lovely. So if you're, you know, piecing with this, you're getting lots of the background and the white, whichever way you cut it.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's lovely.
Absolutely.
Now, that's everything from the ½ metre. Now, if you love this colourway and you want to make your designer fabric go a bit further, we do have a complementary fabric bundle which goes with it, which I think is this. Yeah, must be that one. Now, in this one, this is your Rose and Hubble quilting weight cotton, so it's exactly the same weight as the print fabric, ½ metre each of peach. They've probably got a different name for that. It's probably called...
Orange.
Oh, it is peach. Amazing. Sort of a green. Misty blue.
Yeah.
I don't know why they call it...
Blue, it's definitely, it's very sagey,
I'd call it sage,
Yeah.
actually. I remember that really confused me, but that's the Rose and Hubble name for it, is Misty blue.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But it
Where
is...
are we to complain?
It's definitely the sage from my garden.
Yeah, it's
colour.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the
they
only
go
herb
well
that survives.
together.
They look lovely
do.
together.
Jess is really good at matching colours to my fabrics, actually.
That is very good.
I do say that on air, not just because
not just because Jess is producing today.
I do.
Then we've got light lilac.
Yeah.
And then crimson.
Yeah.
Some of them I know, but not all of them.
And that matches that dark red with
And that,
fabric.
you see, let me show you how this works. Just to,
Yeah,
we're just testing
look
Jess
at
now.
that.
Look.
Yeah.
Jess is actually surprised
I know.
herself. Look. There we go.
Look at that. See that dark
Look at
red
that.
in there. Look at that.
And you obviously, that's the one that comes in the bundle, but you don't need to
That's
match
going to
them.
go with every. Yeah, absolutely.
That is good though, isn't it? So $14.99,
Yeah.
2 metres. So if you've bought the bundle, or maybe you've bought the block of the month and you've bought the book cover and you would like to make more of them, but you want it to go further. Something wrong with my ears too. Yeah, it's just something wrong with my ears. They keep falling off. Not my personal ears, obviously. If you want to make it go further, so maybe you wanted to make more book covers. If you bought the complimentary fabric bundle, you could then use some of the designer fabric. You could use some of this, but it's just nice to have those colours. Or maybe it's just you love that colour palette and you want them in plains.
Yeah.
We cover every option, you know.
Do.
However, the best value for money is to buy the whole kit, because obviously in the whole kit, which I've not lost, because I've just found it. Again, it can't have gone far, because it's definitely on this desk. It can't have gone far. There we go. But the best value is to buy it in the whole kit. $29.99. You get all of the fabrics, you're getting all of those colours, and you get full instructions. And the best thing about having the full instructions is you can use them again. Right, before we go to demo, which we will do in a squidge, we've got to go on to block 1. Now, block 1 was last month. This was the cushion. Now, this is the kit for it. So in the kit, you get full instructions for making the cushion, and you get all of the fabrics as well. They're slightly different, but they're complementary.
Yeah,
colours.
absolutely. I've actually done them with the same colour palette, but slightly different, so they match. So if
So
you're
same
gonna mix
colour
everything-
palette, but
yeah,
matching.
absolutely.
Oh, we are crashing this price as well. Why not? Because we want to keep the prices for each of the blocks the same. So $29.99, so you get 1.5 metres of fabric. Let me just show you. So the good thing about this is that the designs are different, but the colours complement each other. So that if you do want to use them to make the blocks, don't make them into the items, then they will all go together. So let me show you what you get. So obviously full instructions for making the cushion. And then these are all the fabrics that you will get in it.
Yeah, and that's a good one to sort of show you how it will come. You see, we haven't cut every single thing.
So it will all
separately.
come. In fact, I'll hold it up and then I'll
Shall I
get
help?
Sandra to
Shall I come
refold it later.
Here we go. There we are.
So you look at this, $29.99, and you are getting this massive panel. Look at the size of that. I mean, that's amazing value for money. So you're getting all of the fabrics, and you're getting those colours of the peach and the green and the red and the lace and the lavender all together, plus full instructions for only $29.99. I mean, that's fantastic value, isn't it?
you.
Amazing.
Leave it with me.
All of that. And obviously, it matches the colours that are used in block 1 as well. We do have a complimentary fabric bundle for that one.
We do.
Oh, yes. So we also have that fabric on its own. Do you want me to do that first? Right. So we do have the fabric where you can get them or just the fabrics. 2.5 metres, you get half a metre free. $49.95. That's this one here. And we're going to reduce the price of that one. Only because we want to match the prices. We love a bit of price match. So half a metre of each of those fabrics. So if you just love the fabrics, you don't want to buy the kit, or if you love the kit and you want to make more cushions, this is where it's not all together, like with the kit, but half a metre of each, but you're getting half a metre free. All of those fabrics. And obviously, they complement the fabrics that we used in Block 2 as well. Now, we also have a complementary... that one goes to that one. Fabric bundle to go with this one. So we have purple.
Yeah, look at that match.
Oh, right, we didn't have this one this time. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we only had these individual. We didn't have the bundles. So we've got the purple, pink, green and grey as the complementary fabric bundle. $14.99 for 2 metres of Rose and Hubble fabric. Amazing, amazing value. Right, that's all of the products. Now, I know I went through them quite quickly and I did Block 2 and Block 1, but if you want any explaining or to go back, I will go back through them because there are various different bundles available. But we'll let Sandra get on with the demo. Right, okay. Show us how we do it.
I forgot what I was doing now. Now, I want to show you, first of all, in the instructions, it does give you all the information on how much fabric and all the rest of it. I've also, Sarah in the office did say, actually, you're mentioning something about 3/8, what on earth's that? So we've put you a little sort of like picture in there so you can see, if you've not done this before, exactly what 3/8 is.
Oh, okay.
Ruler there. So it gives you your block requirements for the cover and for the pouch, so it gives them separate. So if you want to only just do one or the other, at least then you've got your measurements and everything you need there. So first things first, I want to just sort of give you a little bit of a hint into this lace and how we do it. Because, of course, you're not going to need the whole piece. It's a 6-inch block when you've finished. So when you get your piece, the first thing you're going to do is you need to make sure that you've got the fluffy edges, the salve edge to salve edge, and just sort of line it up. I'm not saying pattern match, but line it up to make sure that, you know, your curves are going to sort of go with your curves. Because if you're cutting two together, you want to be sure that it's going to be okay.
Got it.
So when I've got that, I'm going to do the same with this look, but I'm not going to take it right to the edge. I'm going to take it to here, so look, I can see exactly, there you go, look, that it's matching all the way down. See that? Okay. So once that's done, in the instructions, it does say to you that I'm measuring, I'm going to use a pen so you can see, I'm going to measure from here. So I've got sort of a point that I can work to. I'm using a friction pen so you can iron this off. And then what I want to do is I'll just bring you this in here. Look, it says there, that's sort of a 1/2 inch. So from here to here's 1/2 inch. But if you've got your point, you're good to go. And then from there, I'm going to measure and I would cut. Just going to bring my ruler in.
Well, it's good that in the instructions you've got photos of all of this. It's really easy to understand.
I mean, everything else, you could just cut it as is, but because it's sort of a pattern match and you want it the same on your block, you want to make sure that you've got the same piece of lace every time.
Yes.
If you just cut 1.5 inches and 1.5 inches and 1.5 inches, you're going to get different and you don't want that. You want to match it. So this is the only one. So what I would do then is from that bit there, and this is exactly the same as a ruler I've got at home. So I'm going to measure, look, I'm going to make sure it's lined up here. I've got those points there. There we go. I'm not going to cut it because I don't need to, but you can kind of see there. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have this bit here. So from this sort of curved edge, the scalloped edge, that's the bit I'm going to be working with, 1.5 inches from there to there.
Oh, got it. Got it.
You're like, well, what on earth do you do with the other bits? I've actually saved the other bits because you've got strips that you can use that, again, they're going to match. So you've got lace matching. So you've got double the amount of what you actually need.
Okay, so keep those other bits.
Oh gosh, yeah, keep them because if you want to make something a bit bigger, you can do the first few with this section, which is this one here, look. And then you've got the other section, you can do double the amount.
Oh, yeah,
so please don't get rid of it. It took me ages to get that right and to print it. Don't get rid of it, use it. So that's really important that you sort of do that. Once you've done it, of course, you're then cutting it into your little rectangles. So I've got the same kind of pattern, you see? So that gives me that. So what do we need? we need a range of pieces. We need a little square, and it tells you all the measurements in the instructions. I've got some little triangles, and then of course I've got the rectangles. Here we go. So I've got loads of them. Now, what I do, I'm a bit of a production line sewer, so I would cut everything out first, then I would actually start to sew it together, and I wouldn't just do like one block, I would do all of them at once. So I've got like I say, production line going. But if you're not sure, what I would suggest you do first is just do one, or even cut it out as something you've got that out your scraps, so you've got a block you can use, just to make sure. So I show you again from the word go. You've got your picture here showing you all the different pieces that you need, and then each time how you're actually going to put this together. So let's put one together. So I've got my little centerpiece here. And the first thing I'm going to do here is I want to go to center. So I'm going to put a little mark there. What I have done is I have actually best pressed all these, because if you're working with triangles and little sort of shapes, you could find it sort of comes out of shape a bit. So let's put a little mark on there with my friction pen so you can see what I'm doing. You see, I've found the middle of each of those. There to there, there to there. And then in the picture, it's showing me the green triangles first. I say, because I've best pressed it, it's going to help, but you've still got a bit of a bias edge here, because I've cut my squares, and I've cut squares into triangles. So just don't overdo it, don't stretch it. I'm going to give that a bit of a press there, look, finger press, and I'm going to put a mark on there. So if I do all of those at the same time, a little bit of a press. See, so I'm not pulling it or anything, I'm just pressing it. I'm putting a mark. Same with this one. There we go. Press and put a mark. We could measure it, but life's too short.
Well, yeah, I know.
Honestly, if you've cut it right,
then it will be fine.
It'll be fine.
The thing is, it's quite hard to measure from
point
to point as well, isn't it?
It is, and you're never going to know.
So folding's good.
Yeah. So see, now I'm going to put point to point, so I know exactly where my centre is, and that's what I'm going to stitch on. Another good point as well, go down so you've got a smaller stitch. I'm going to go to about 1.8.
Why is that?
Because it's a lot of bits and pieces, and if you're trimming, things like that, you find that it's going to come undone.
Oh, okay.
Use a bigger stitch, so I'm going to sort of use a smaller one. And what I would always do, well, at home, is I'd do a bit of a practice stitch, and I'd check it's 1/4 of an inch first, because if you're going to put the blocks together for them to be 6 inches when you're finished, it does need to be 1/4 inch seam. So that's something. Oh, it says E. What we're doing here? It's typical, isn't it, when you come onto it?
We have that brilliant. Have you used this seam tape that we have?
I'll try something.
That's you put on your sewing machine, and you stick it on, and then it's an exact 1/4 of an inch.
Yeah, that's it.
That's fab. Have you seen that?
Yes, absolutely.
Revolutionary.
And do you know, it seems when you're first sewing, you think, oh my goodness me, it's really tricky. What's on? How small's 1/4 of an inch? But you know, it means you're not wasting your fabrics, are you? If you've got suddenly like 1.5 centimetres. I know we do that if we're doing dressmaking, but it's such a lot of seam, isn't it?
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Because I always used to use like 1 centimetre seam allowance. When I worked on the Simply Sewing magazine, we were a metric magazine, so I always used 1 centimetre. And then when I started going to 1/4 of an inch, I thought, oh, this is tiny.
I know.
But now it just feels quite normal.
Yeah.
And you then don't get loads.
No.
I guess with dressmaking, it's fine, isn't it? Because
well, it is. Yeah. I mean,
you haven't got that many seam allowances. Not like in patchwork, where there's loads and loads of seam allowances.
Yeah.
And sometimes too much fabric. You think, oh, there's loads and loads of.
Factory floor, it used to be 6 mil, and we used to have somebody coming around and checking with their little ruler, and if it was wrong, you'd oh my God, they'd give it you back, and you'd have to unpick it and do it again. 6 mil.
Was that marked on the needle plate, the 6 mil?
No.
Just had to know.
You just had to know. You just had to know. I think, yeah. I mean, it's getting on a little bit since I've been on a factory floor, but.
Well, how did you know it was 6 mil though? There was nothing marked.
Well, we used to, in the first instance when we were kind of training, they sort of give you that option to sort of put a little mark or a little nick on your machine or a bit of tape or something. But by the time you've done a few, a few hundred seams and things like that.
How wide was the foot? Was the foot?
They were thinner than these. They were a lot thinner than these.
So was it the foot narrower than 6 mil?
No, it wasn't. They were quite small. Imagine sort of maybe a part of a foot.
So you couldn't just line the foot up to the edge of the
No,
fabric then?
no, that would have been
dear.
too easy, wouldn't it?
Glad I didn't go on the factory floor.
Luckily, I did a lot of darts in trousers.
Okay.
So that you don't really need the 6mm, do you? But yeah. Right, so I've done that. See, I've got these little dog ears. I'm not going to worry about them too much. But again, when you're pressing it, just be gentle with it. You don't want to overdo it. And I can see there I have got a nice square-ish. You know, it's not sort of sticking out all over the place. That's because we've literally halved everything. So if I just sort of trim those little dog ears away. You don't have to, but I think it just reduces the bulk. There we go, as we're going around. So we've got our first little bit. Then we can sort of look in pictures. That everything there is in picture form. So we've then got the larger triangles, and you can see that that one's going to sit there. This one's going to go all the way around. So how do we match this? Because again, I'm going to come on in here, and I'm going to put a little mark, and I'm going to press it. Little mark. Press it, a little mark. There we go. That really helps, doesn't it? Because you don't have to sort of get all your other equipment out. You just know that it's there. There we go. And this one.
Yeah, that speeds up the process, doesn't it?
It certainly does, yeah. And I say I'm a bit of a production line person. So on the back, let's have a look now here, because how do you match this? So what we're going to do, you see we've got this like little triangle shape here. So if I just draw that in, we've got that on the edge of each sort of bit, like that. So what I'm going to do is you could get a ruler and sort of mark it in, but that's my centre, which is kind of diagonally across that little square, isn't it? So now I've got something again I can match to. So if I match that one to that one there, like so, you see I've got little bits sticking out both sides. That's what you want to see, because we want to get it symmetrical as best we can. Sorry, come in the other room. I didn't have the foot, that's what it is. Just make sure that you're lined up each time. There we go. That's one done. So I'm doing diagonally each time. So I'm not doing each side. I'm doing one, then I'm going the other side of it and doing the other one. So if I match that up again with my little pen marks, there we go. Now, you'll notice this is what I'm not using clips for this. They're quite small, but if you feel that you need to, that's absolutely fine. You can do so. Okay. Straight down. And off. So I'm just going to kind of finger press that a little bit first so I can see that looks all right. A little bit of a press. Sometimes, you know, I know pressing it, you just think, oh, it takes forever. Why do we bother to do that? But it really does help when you're matching things up. So it's, you know, for the time it takes to do, you just think, well, do you know what? I'm just going to do it, because it will save you loads of time later on if it's not been sort of stitched correctly and things like that. We just want to make sure it's square as best as we can get it. There we go. That's another one.
You want me to press that when I come over now?
Yeah, you can do that one. Actually, shall I just do the other one? And
then go on then, and I'll do it all together.
So I'm just matching.
So you've cut out everything, haven't you?
I have,
all
yes. I'm all good that way, yeah. But everybody works differently, don't they?
Yeah, no, and I think that's lovely, because I think if we, you know, if everyone did it the same, because some people are a production line people, other people like do one at a time, and
yeah, it drives me nuts.
I know, but then I can't remember who I was on with the other week, and they went, no, I always just do one at a time, because you know, and I cut out one at a time, and I think, well, I don't.
Oh no.
But then, you know, everybody does it. There isn't any right or wrong way.
No,
so
there isn't.
It's quite nice to see people doing it differently, because then there's always one that you can relate to.
There is. Right, this is the one that you've got to get the right way round, because you see I've got a piece of lace and it's different both sides. So what I want to do is I want to have this piece joining my orange. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do the same again. I'm going to line it, I'm going to press it both sides, look. I'm going to put a little mark. Oh, if I can, there and there, because I'm going to need both sides. I'll just do another one, you see what I mean. There we go. Both sides, one there, one there. And then I'm going to take my red triangles. Now you can see they're going to get slightly different colours because of the ombre.
Yeah, and I like that.
I like that. I'm not worried about that at all. But again, look, find the middle, put a mark. Find the middle. There we go. put a mark. So my triangle needs to be at this bit here. You see where you've got the scallop? So what I tend to do, and again, you sort of think, well, it takes longer what you're doing. I always line them up. So I know when I'm stitching them, I just sort of pick this up and that one goes with that.
Oh, okay.
I don't want that one there.
Yes.
Yeah, it's got to be there.
It's got to be on that bit. But photos of this are all in the instructions.
They are, absolutely they are.
You don't have to think, oh, which side was it? Just look at the photo.
Yeah, I mean, say that. You could use the other side if you want. Just make sure that whichever side you pick,
you always use
that's
the same
the
one.
side you stay with, because...
Do I need to cut these little ears off?
You can trim them off if you like.
Go on then.
You can come again.
Yeah, I like a bit of ear trimming.
Right, matching that one. So I'd have these sort of at the side of my machine, you know, ready at the front of my machine, ready to go. And it wouldn't take long at all to sort of get these going. I see the end result, and I want to see it really without just imagining it. Right, if you would be so kind, you could press those.
Open or to one side?
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'm going to do the same with all of these as well. Again, just checking that I've got it right. See, I'm not going to worry about using pen for that now because I can see it. It's fine. You're like, well, how is this going to end up on the block here? What's going on? But this is the easiest way I've found of doing this. Less cutting, less hassle. Yeah, there's a bit of a pattern forming here, isn't there, with me?
Yeah, it's good, this, isn't it? Yeah. I could work in a factory now, except for the 6mm seam allowance, be absolutely fine. Yeah. I could just be the presser.
Yeah. That's, you know, everybody's
I
got
like the
their
sound
job,
of
you know?
industrial machines, you know, when you hear in the factory, because it's kind of like a whooshing noise, isn't it?
Yeah.
It goes whoosh, whoosh.
It is.
It's not like a normal sewing machine where it goes chug, chug, chug.
No,
chug.
well, it's because normally you've got 2 feet on the presser foot. But what you've got to be careful is, and there's one lady I did see do this once, she had a foot on the presser foot as she was changing a twin needle. Don't do that because you stitch your fingers.
Why do you put both feet on the presser foot?
Because it just means that you've got more control. It's a bigger presser foot.
Really? Well, how big is it?
It's double, well...
Yeah, so like, because my machine's got a big
they were
one.
really,
And you put 2
both
feet on?
Yeah.
Oh, I've never tried that.
Ooh.
And you get more control?
Yeah. Now be careful.
Okay.
No, I've told you that. I don't want you coming in going, you know what, Sandra said.
Because actually, like the big Elners, they have big presser feet. Yeah. I never thought to put both feet on.
But if you're ever changing a needle, never, ever, ever keep your foot on the presser foot.
And you get more control, do you? Never thought of that. Has anyone ever done that?
Yeah.
2 feet.
It's all for speed, isn't it? More control, more speed. Right, anyway, I've done one of these. I've put it in the middle again. So you can see, look, I've got a little bit sticking out both sides. So I'm going to do the same, do this one. Now, it doesn't matter which one I've got here because I've got different colours of everything. But here we go. And this is a good point to check, again, that you've got the same
Yeah, no, this
length.
is really good. It's a brilliant way to match up because you're doing those centre marks all the time.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, who wants to measure? Who wants to say, leave this gap here? We do if we have to, but we don't want to worry about that. There we go. Oh, just want to make sure I get that corner in. So here we go. So I'll just do a quick finger press because you see that's sticking up there, but that's fine. That's what we need. Okay. So same again. This is where this folding business comes into its own because you don't really know where the edge is anymore. So
yeah, and it's
making
designed
sure
so that it runs over the edge.
Yes, that's what we want. Doesn't look much like a square block yet, does it? I'm just matching that up, look at that, with that point there. You see it comes over a little bit, so it's not going, don't expect it to go to the end, it doesn't need to.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm still going to stitch all that down though. Start that off. So that bit there. Got a cutter on mine at home and you sort of keep thinking,
oh yeah. Yeah, I couldn't cope with that thread cutter now.
Yeah.
That would really confuse
Just
me.
feels a bit weird, but that's okay. Right,
I know, but then but it's like that you just get used to things, don't you?
You do, yeah. Right, where's my middle? There's my middle. That's why, you know, drawing it on probably works, but, you know, we're on fast time here. Okay, last one. Also like that. Okay, so last one done. So we've got that. So again, it still doesn't look much like a block.
No.
Okay.
I'm going to give that a press so that we can see
Absolutely.
it. I know it looks, yeah, not like a square.
No, it doesn't, does it?
It looks like
Do I need?
there's a lot of bits hanging out at the moment.
But this is the nice way, because if you cut it before this point, you could find that you're not going to get a right shape.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, see, now it's lovely because the lace now all is in the right place.
That's it. You've got them all matching, see, and that's the only one really that needs to match.
It's like a little hanky.
It is. So next job then, you're going to take your little ruler and we're going to line it up, because what I want to do is line this with this.
Oh, right, got it now. Do you know, I didn't think that you were going to do that.
Yeah,
I thought you were going to sew something.
No, not at all.
Somewhere.
So I'm looking for something that's as square as I can possibly get it. So here we go. Because I'm not convinced that they're going to be square, so I'm looking for something in the middle, and I'm going to cut as little off as I can on this edge.
Okay.
Okay.
You need some of those silicone things on that ruler.
I do, yeah, absolutely.
There still are
do.
some of the
I
silicone
better get some ordered, hadn't I?
Yeah, you should.
Better get some ordered.
The little silicone things, because that's got no grip on it, that ruler.
No, it's not good, is it? I'm going to use the big one.
Yeah, I would.
Just
Until you
to
get
be
your
sure.
silicones on.
See,
Yeah.
look at the difference.
Safe.
Yeah.
But you put the little thingies on.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Okay, let's have a look at this one then. So again, I can line this up now. You can see where everything's sort of going. I've got another line there, so I'm happy with that. Line there, happy with that. Let's take that into there.
That's confused me, left-handed. I was like, why are you cutting that side? And then
Yes.
I just worked that out.
That's all right. It's nothing.
So
new
if you're
to me.
right-handed, just line it up the other side.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Do it mirror imaged. Okay.
Oh, this is great. I love the, because I like, you know, when you square past square triangles, I know it takes ages, but it's really nice being able to sort of sew slightly and accurately.
Yeah,
and then
do it after.
sort it all out by
you've-
cutting.
Yeah, you've got me down to a T there, haven't you? Absolutely. So what I would do after that, I'm not going to do it now, but you just measure to make sure that it was a 6 by 6. It matches all the
That's
others.
such a lovely block.
If it doesn't...
But I think you're right. It's this,
Yeah.
it's this lace fabric, isn't it, that
Absolutely,
does it?
yes, it is that lace fabric that makes the difference. So, you know, when you think you've got a few more...
Oh, that's so pretty.
It's a bit small. It's because how I've cut it.
Question. Morning, stunning fabric again, Sandra.
Thank
Could
you.
we make tops with this fabric? Would the fabric soften up and drape? I just love your fabric from Sandra in Berkshire.
Yes, it would, absolutely it would. And I did sort of mention that John Scott's got 2 shirts using my
Right.
fabric. So he wears it on air, it's fine. It washes lovely, it sits nice, it's just really nice. It's a nice
Okay.
weight as well for, you know, shirts and things like that. But
Yeah, because I guess this is nice. It's nice and crisp for sewing, but I guess it softens.
It will soften up, absolutely, yes. Of course, I've best pressed this
Right.
as well, remember. So
Right, I need to
yeah.
go through your bag pattern before we do
Absolutely,
anything
but that's,
else.
I mean, that's how you do the block, so...
Yeah, that is
straightforward
the
in a
block.
sense, yeah.
Right, so in the graphics at the moment is the kit for block 2. So that's how you make the block, and obviously all the instructions and all the photos are in the instructions that you will get with your kit. The book cover and pencil case kit, and this is the kit here. So you get $29.99 full instructions and all of the fabric, and then you will learn how to make all these blocks, and then you join them all together to make the A4 book cover with matching pencil pouch, which is
Absolutely.
amazing. And then you can use those instructions over and over again, or you can just make the blocks and keep them and join them all together at the end. But it's just a lovely way of having all the fabrics all in one place, only $29.99, absolute bargain. Now, the fabric that is in the kit, if you want just the fabrics, we do have those on their own, and you get half a metre for free. So these are all the fabrics. So you get that gorgeous lace fabric, you get that red fabric with the roses on, you get that lovely lavender and the sage green and the peach. All of those fabrics for $33.96, and half a metre of that is for free. So that's more fabric than you actually get in the kit, because in the kit there is less than of some of them. We won't go through them all again, but they are all available in the website. So if you could buy the kit with all the instructions and exactly the right fabric, or a bundle of the fabric where you get half a metre each, but half a metre is free. Right, now we're going to do the everyday bag kit, which is here. Let me show you the bag. We've got the kit in a different colourway. We've got the sage version.
Yeah, and that's the one I'm using, so it's got all my stuff in it.
Yeah, this is Sandra's. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got all of her
Yes.
sweets.
Yeah.
Little bottle of gin.
Yeah. Yeah. Shh. Don't tell
No,
anybody.
this is actually Sandra's handbag. Right, so this is the everyday bag kit. It really is to be used. It's capacious. It's got gorgeous handles, really nice lining. It's even got that lovely checkered lining.
Yeah.
Isn't it beautiful? It's got nice big outside pocket.
Sliders on the handles as well, because I like to sort of change it up.
And all the hardware comes in the kit
does,
as well. So let me show you the kit. $54.95.
Yeah,
And we do.
Here we are. That one there. So that's
There it
it
is.
with the orange. And
This is it with the
and
orange.
That's everything in with the.
So for the orange one, you've got the fabric, that lovely checked that's for the lining. You get this gorgeous orange that's for the outside. You get full instructions and you get the hardware as well. And you get, and in the instructions, not only do you get the instructions with loads and loads of photos, you also get full-size templates that are printed onto the large piece of paper, so you can cut them out, pop them back in the envelope, you can use it over and over again. But we are going to crash the price, because why not? $34.99. Amazing. That was a special price that we did last time, and we're keeping it the same for this time. $34.99 for this one. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, we've also got another colourway. So if you fancy sage rather than orange, here it is.
We spoke about this one last time. It's a bit. We talked about classy in an office.
Yeah, yeah.
You can't do quite the bright.
No, if you're not into the bright.
Yeah, if you want something slightly classier,
then let's go classy.
I mean, I have
instead.
got one on the go that I'm making, so it depends what mood I'm in as to which one I use.
Oh, okay. So obviously you get the instructions with the templates. You get all the hardware, so you get the D-rings, the slide buckles, and the little zip that's used for the internal pocket. So you haven't got to buy anything extra. And then with the fabric, there's the templates, you get this green, beautiful sage green for the outside, and then you get this lovely silver grey, all featuring Sandra's original illustrations as well. And we're going to match the price on that one as well. $34.99. That's an amazing price for everything. So all of the fabric, which is exclusively illustrated by Sandra, full templates, all the hardware, so all the little D-rings and slide buckles and everything, because you'll need that for the handles, and the little zip for the pocket inside, and the instructions. So $34.99 is amazing value. So all you need to decide is, do you want to go green or do you want to go orange?
I know.
It's a tricky one. However, if you would rather use your own fabrics, which I know some of you do, we've got the pattern on its own, which is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So here's the pattern on its own, $14.99. So that's just the pattern. Obviously, it doesn't come with the fabric or the hardware. $14.99 for just the pattern, which is a really good price. Now, we did a special offer on this last time at $12.99, so we are going to match that. So if you want just the pattern on its own, if you've got fabric in your stash at home and you'd love to make this bag, it's a really useful bag. Great for every day, great for taking on holiday. You get absolutely loads in it. For the carry bag, yes. Right, we've got another bag pattern.
I know.
We love a bag pattern.
I've got two here that I've I've got three actually that I've
So
made,
this
but I've
is
got
all
two
you
with me.
need carry bag. So let me show you the all you need carry bag. This is what it does. So you've got, it's just beautiful. I'd put my lunch in this.
It's just a lovely little size.
Or my knitting.
Again, it's just for all you need. So your phone, your keys, your purse.
Yeah.
Job done.
Everything that you need in it. So it's got a drawstring insert,
It is.
which is attached into the bottom. So you've got everything you need in there. But
it's got poppers on, so you could take it out.
Oh,
So if
wow,
you
it's
don't want
poppers.
to have the drawstring bag in, you
Right.
can take it out. So it gives you that little bit of an option.
Oh, I see.
I know, look at that.
I like that. So you've then got two bags.
Yeah, you've got two bags, so you've got something that's a bit more secure if you want it, or you can swap things around. You could even make them reversible.
There's pockets on the inside of here. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful little bag. Now, we have rushed this a bit. I will go through it properly at 11, but I wanted you to see it now. I think that's brilliant because you've got two bags.
Yeah.
But I quite like the idea of having that bag in there.
Yeah, it's you've got that little bit of security because the bag on its own is a bit open, and if you don't want anybody to see what's inside it, you can actually have that. And you can even roll it up and pop it inside so nobody sees it.
And this is brilliant for your kind of latest project as well, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
If you're hand sewing or you're knitting or you're crocheting.
Extends, you know, it's just a lovely little.
Because there's lots, yeah. And it's nice, particularly if if you're doing a project, you can put it all in there at the end of the evening when you finish stitching.
Yeah.
Or it's great for taking to work, for putting your lunch in. Be really useful for travelling.
Yes.
Because you could just have it over, hold it. You've got all of these little pockets,
That's
and it's all
everything
very
you need in
safe.
there. It's just a lovely little size.
It is a really cute
I'm
bag.
using my big one at the minute, but you know that's a lovely size if you're just going to the cinema or you're going out for a meal.
Yeah.
You just take everything that you need.
Everything, and it's nice and secure, and it just, and because it's got a nice big base,
Yeah.
it just sits nicely.
You can get stuff in it if you really want to.
So we've got the kit for it, which has got all of this fabric on it. It's brilliant, isn't it? So, because I'll show it to you in more detail, but it's really nice to see because, you know, often you see these bags, you think, oh, I like that fabric. Well, the kit's got the fabric. $33.95 for that. We've also got the pattern on its own. So if you want to make one of these, because look, here is it in a different colourway.
I know, that's pattern matched and everything. There's pockets on the outside of that.
Oh, what? Look, there's pocket box. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's really lovely. I think it's just a really nice size, and it's really cute. I like the little drawstring bit. There we go. $9.99 if you want just the pattern on its own, if you've got your own fabric. That was brilliant. We actually got through loads.
We did get through loads.
Did a
today,
whole
absolutely.
block.
There's quite a lot of things going on.
Yeah, I
We
know.
did a whole block. So yeah, it's all good.
Brilliant. So we'll see you back here at 11
You
with
will.
that amazing quilt. So the quilt that's hanging behind Sandra, it's fabulous.
Yeah, yeah.
We're putting a massive introductory discount because it is brand new today. The kit comes with full instructions, all of the fabric you need, including the backing fabric, which we don't normally do, and acrylic templates. Amazing. If you've never quilted before, this is fantastic. Sandra's going to teach you in the instructions and on air how to piece, how to cut, how to layer, how to quilt, how to bind. So if this is your first quilting project, this covers you from start to finish, and it includes all the templates. Anyway, so shop ahead in the break. We'll see you at 11.
Yes.
I will see you back here in a couple of minutes' time. It's time for Amber Makes Block 5, the Sailboats block of the month. Just to warn you, over half of the stock of both the China Blues and the Country Garden has gone. So if you want to get ahead with that, shop in the break, and I'll see you back in a couple of minutes.
The sweet taste of relaxation and indulgence. Nothing can ruin this perfect moment.
John, we're ready for you.
Just one more minute. Why don't you join me for my birthday this weekend? The weekend is full-on celebration. Don't miss out.
Now, where were we? Oh, yes. Oh, that's better.
Now, normally when you sew two pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So, we don't do it the normal way. This is how we do it. So, instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it, and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here, you've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture, and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
so many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw around your motif with your pen. Then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left-hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. Although, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. It is time for the block of the month, number 5. Now, if you've seen it before, you know what I'm talking about. So, but if you haven't, the block of the month has been designed. Oh, let me put that's better. We've designed it so that you make 3 blocks every month. So, the end of the year, there are 36 blocks in total, and you make this whole quilt. Now, I love a sampler quilt because originally they were made so that quilters could practice and perfect their quilting skills using a variety of techniques and blocks. But the issue sometimes with sampler quilts is you make the blocks as they go along, and unless you're using the same colour palette all the way through, it doesn't always match. So I designed, well, a lot of the blocks obviously traditional. I just chose them and put little twists on them, and then Amy came up with a whole colour palette based on the blocks that would work with them. And there are 13 fabrics across the whole thing. You won't get all of them every time, but you'll see a lot of repeats. And what she's done is chosen, so this is the 2 colourways. This is China Blue. She's chosen shades of blues, whites, greys, the little bit of green, so that it works with all of the blocks. And every month you make 3. So in the first month, we made 3 flower blocks. The second month, we made 3, I've got to get this right, Carpenter Star blocks. The third month, we made 3 thread spool blocks. Month 4, last month, we made 3 Dresden plate blocks. And this month, we're going to make 3 sailboat blocks. So you can see them on the quilt. Here's one of them. And so you can see how like the sea is in the grey, the boat is in the blue. So there's one. So I love the sailboat block. The traditional sailboat, trying to find it, is over here with the triangles. So you start with that one because that's the easiest one. Then I thought we'd just put another twist on it. So one's got a pinwheel in it and one's got striped sails. I'll show you those in a minute. So this is how it works. Now, every month you collect them. So if you've been collecting them, that's fine. Get number 5 and you've done it. If you haven't, we do have blocks 1 to 4. The finished quilt is 84 inches, she says, guessing. Yes, I think it is, 84 inches square. At the very end, we will have a panel that will include all of the sashing and the little corner squares and enough fabric as well, pre-printed to make a scrappy binding. So you will make the whole thing, and we'll do that at the very end. So let me show you this month's blocks. Now, you need to choose the 2 colourways. So this is China Blues. So it's all blues, $22.99. Over half the stock has gone of this on pre-order already. So let me find it. Where is it? It's going to be the last one, isn't it? Yes. So in your kit for $22.99, this is what you'll get. You will get a panel of fabric. Now, this is the joy of all of these fabric being designed in advance, is that you'll see a lot of them repeating themselves. You will be given, what I do is I work out how much fabric you need and I add extra all the way around, and then Amy adds extra if it all needs to tessellate properly. So you will have enough fabric. They're just labelled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you get all of this panel with enough fabric to make all the bits you need. In the China Blues, you will also receive a 1/2 metre. You will always get white with the China Blues. 1/2 metre of Rose and Hubble quilting weight cotton, which is way more than enough. And I know a lot of you have been able to reuse fabric from the previous ones, but you always get 1/2 metre, so you've got more than enough. And you get full instructions. So in the instructions, it goes all the way through all the cutting out, how to do it. With our quilts, I decided, with most of our Amber Makes instructions, I do walkthrough photos, but I think diagrams for quilt making is easier. So I persuaded Amy to do it, because what I love about when you do diagrams is you can put the prints in. Now, whether you use China Blues or Country Garden, the prints are the same, it's just the colours that are different. So you can just follow the prints, but we've put the finished blocks in both colourways. And we've done it so that's the triangle cells, here's the pinwheel cells. So each bit has got diagrams and pictures. But not only that, if you love to be able to watch, you're a visual learner, there's a full video tutorial that I've filmed for every single one. If you go to the Amber Makes website, if you take a photo of the QR code on your instructions, or just go to the Amber Makes website, you can follow the whole thing. So maybe you know how to do one bit, but you're not sure on another. You can skip forward to the bit, but I have filmed a tutorial for making all 3 blocks. So even if you're new to quilting, you'll be fine. So that's the China Blues colourway. Now, if you prefer the Country Garden colourway, which I haven't hung up because it's too big to put both behind me, we've got a picture of it though. Can we show a picture of Country Garden? So this is what Country Garden looks like. So it's the same prints, but just different colours. It's shades of mauve and blues and greens and gentle yellows. It's very, well, it is very sort of English country garden colours. Really pleased with this one. A lot of it is very floral. Let me show you the actual kit for it, and then I'm going to show you the blocks because I've finished those. That's, yeah, but that's the wrong colour. Okay, right. So this is the panel for Country Garden. So as you can see, if you've bought these before, you'll start to recognise these prints now. So you've got like little leaf prints of greens, you've got a little bit of pink and yellow, a bit of purple, you've got a pink strip there. I mean, I think the designs that Amy's done are gorgeous, because she has designed the prints so that the scales work, and also the colours. So because I gave her all of the blocks just as diagrams, so that she could play around with them and move all the fabrics. And every time she thought, I need a new one, or the scale's not right, she designed them specifically. So like in the China Blues, for these 2 colours, you get greys, but with the Country Garden, they're sort of warm creams. Love this stripy fabric. You'll also get, with the Country Garden, 1/2 metre of ivory fabric. So with the China Blues, you get white, but with Country Garden, you get ivory, and you get the same full instructions. So let me show you what the blocks look like, and then we can go through the others. They're in my little block keeper here in order. I'm keeping them all in here. We'll talk about this in a minute, but I keep them all in one place, so I know where they are. So this is what they look like. So these are the sailboats, the pinwheel one. They're really cute, aren't they? Now, the great thing about these is obviously you collect them all, you make your 3, save them, ready to make the quilt. But you're also going to get instructions, and because obviously all the instructions have the measurements, you can make these again and again. So maybe you'd like to make a sailboat quilt. You could just make lots of these in your own fabrics. Oh, I left a sailboat inside. Make them all in your own fabrics, and you can make a whole sailboat quilt, which would look amazing, wouldn't it? Because it looks really cute. So maybe you just want to make, there it is, stuck to the inside. Maybe you just want to make like a baby quilt or something, and just using one of the blocks, you could just make 4 of them. But you've got all of the instructions, so keep those, because then that becomes part of your quilt library. So that's the 3 sailboat blocks that you will make in China Blues. If you're buying Country Garden, this is what the blocks will look like. So you can see how, although the prints are the same, the feel is very different. It's really pretty, isn't it? I do like the pink and yellow sea. If only all the sea was pink and yellow, and the pink boat. But you can see how Amy's done this, that she's put them together to make sure that the right fabric has worked. So like with this one, you know, the sails are stripy in that direction, and it just all works beautifully, doesn't it? So that... I'm loving this block of the month. The instructions are so clear and the fabric's so nice to sew from Carol. Thank you, Carol. Oh, that's really helpful. It's really nice to know that. I mean, but I do, when I write the instructions, I write them, Then I make it in one colourway and I make any adjustments to them if anything's wrong. Then I make them in the other colourway. So by the time I've made them 3 times, I know that they're right. Because that's the problem, is when you're doing something, you need to be certain they're right, but I do make it 3 times. So that's the sailboats that we're going to make this month. Now, if you are new to the Sampler Quilt Block of the Month and you want to catch up, we have all of them. So rather than show, I mean, I have got all of the kits for them, but I'm going to show you them all, what they actually look like in my Quilt Block Keeper as the blocks. So this is China Blues. Now we started with flowers because I love flowers. I haven't done it in order of what's the easiest or the hardest. I've just done it in a sort of seasonal order, or I've alternated classic block with pictorial block. So this was the flowers. And I remember with all of these, you will get the panel, half a metre of white or ivory, and full instructions. Every single kit comes with the video tutorial. So these are the flowers. So you get this classic daisy flower. Then you make the sunflower. And you see, originally this was blue and white, but then obviously when Amy was designing it, she realised obviously, oh, we need some green for leaves. So this is how the fabrics have been designed exactly bespoke for this kit. So there's the sunflower, and then you get to make blossom. And if you do them in order, they sort of build up in difficulty as well. So that's the China Blues Part 1. Right, if you want to do Country Garden Part 1. Now, I know some people have bought China Blues 1 month, Country Garden the next month, so you can alternate them. So this is the daisy in Country Garden. That's the sunflower. I love the sunflower because I really like that really zesty green. It's so pretty, isn't it? But I think the only way to have done this, and I said right at the beginning, I've always wanted to do a sampler quilt, is we need to make the whole quilt before we start, because in order to get the fabrics spread across the whole thing and balance correctly, you need to do the whole thing before you start. So we did start working on this about 6 months before we did it, just to get the balance correct. Then that's the blossom. I love it, the green's nice, isn't it? And I like this big purpley print. So that's the flower blocks, Part 1. Then Part 2, we went on to a classic block, the Carpenter Star, which I love. I'll do China Blues first. I love Carpenter Star. I've made a quilt before and all of them in using big ones. Again, keep the instructions. If you join lots of Carpenter Stars together, they look fabulous. And all I've done with this one is I've just changed the colourways for each block. You'll become a whiz at half square triangles. The other thing with the block of the month is you will learn various quilting techniques. So you'll learn half square triangles and 2s, 4, 8s. You will learn quarter square triangles. You'll learn flying geese. You'll learn a bit of applique. Lots and lots of different, learning how to cut, how to subcut. So by the time you finish this quilt, honestly, you will be an expert. That's the next Carpenter Star. So they're all made the same way. It's just the colourways are different. But you see, what I love about this one is that you get that kind of 3D look, which is sort of the point to it. It just depends how it all goes together. So that's number 2. So I know some people, rather than collecting the whole lot, have just bought one because they think, well, actually, I really love the Carpenter Star. I want to learn how to make it. This is a great way to learn. You could make these into cushions or bags, couldn't you? Some people have bought 2 of each kit so they can make cushions to go on their bed and use the blocks for their quilt. But obviously, you do need to make all 3 to collect the 36. This is the Country Garden colourway number 2 Carpenter Star. So that's one of the Carpenter Stars. That's the next one. And that's the next one. Right, so that's block 2. And I will show you in a moment, this block keeper, you can buy the instructions for this, which we'll go through in a minute, but that's really important, the block keeper, because, well, for me it is, because it's what I keep all my blocks in when I'm keeping them at home and I'm coming up and down. It's getting heavier now. So this is the thread spool, which was number 3. So I'm just trying to put them in an order. They've got I've mixed them up. You start off with the large thread spool, which is the easiest. And I love the way that Amy's done this. She's used the grey for the spools, and then she's graduated the colour down. So that's the large thread spool. Then you get the stacked thread spool, which I love. I love this. Again, the colours graduate down, but it looks lovely with the green, doesn't it? And then I've mixed mine up, so just put that there a minute. Then you've got the twisted thread spool. So with this one, again, you've now learnt 3 different thread spool patterns. So maybe you want to, you've got this, you've made your blocks ready for your quilt, but maybe you want to make thread spools to put in, you know, to make a bag to go on workshops with. I've got all of these thread spools on Roman blinds in my sewing room, so you could use them for that. They look really fun. Right, this is the Country Garden colourway. Really pretty. That's variegated threaded. It's very greatest, isn't it? Imagine with that colour. And obviously these aren't sewn into the block yet. You just keep them all nicely. Once they're sewn in, you won't have the raw edges. That's the stacked ones, again with that the lovely greens and the pinks. I know it took Amy ages, even after she designed the fabrics, was to moving them all around, getting, oh, that's that, oh, shall I put that colour there? Shall I put that colour there? I mean, I don't think she had in mind at the beginning how many different prints there will be. It was just sort of how many there needed to be. And you won't get all of the prints every time either. Just depends which one we're doing. And then that's the stacked one. So that's Country Garden thread spools. And then last month was month 4, and we did Dresden plate. Love a Dresden plate. Now you can do, for Dresden plates, you could do pointed or rounded. So I thought I'd go with pointed. We'd start with a really simple one. So this is your 16 blade Dresden plate. Now with this one, you do get, I'll just show you, you do get template in this one. So these are the instructions. This is a big set of instructions, this one. Because you will need, this one comes with the templates to make a 16 blade, a 20, 24, and the small circle. So those the templates are in the set of instructions for that one. So you make 16 blades with a large centre circle. Then you learn how to do 24. And the good thing about learning a Dresden plate, once you've learnt it with 16, then it's the same process to do 20. And then the same process to do 24. So by the time you've done that, you can make a 24 blade Dresden plate. You could use that for loads of things then. And it's quite nice to do, this is a very different sort of piecing to the other blocks. And you'll learn how to do the circle as well. So that's China Blues. This is Country Garden Dresden plate, which is part 4. So you've got the 16 blade and the 20. I mean, you can really see the colour palette with that one, can't you? Because you've got them all stacked next to each other. And then that's the 24. So those are all the previous ones, because this is number 5, which is the sailboats. So I will put them to one side. Hi Rebecca, I'm doing both colourways, so I have a double-sided quilt. Oh, what a brilliant idea. Really enjoying it and didn't have to decide on a colour from Kay. Well, you could, Kay, or you could make 2 quilts, couldn't you? Then you need 2 beds. That's such a good idea. I absolutely can't wait to see that when it's done. Brilliant. And also I find, because what I do, because I make all of one block, at the moment I'm doing month 7 or 8, can't remember. And I do all of them. And then when I come to do the second lot, so I make all of one colourway, and then I do the video tutorial using the next one, and you get really quick on the second go, so it's really good to have both colours, isn't it? Your life must be as full of sampler quilts as mine, though, just constantly doing them. So those are all of the blocks. Now, what we did also, and that's part of this block keeper, is we did charm pack, because I know you all love a charm square, but we decided that rather than doing one charm square, hang on, let me just go and get them. Instead of doing one charm square for each block, which was 2 months, we would do them for 1 to 3 and 4 to 6. So in China Blues 1 to 3. So we did all of the blocks that are in months 1, 2 and 3, which is flowers, thread spools and carpenter style. We did charm squares. So these are little 5-inch squares, and on them you've got miniature versions of all of them in months 1 to 3. And then you've also got squares with small pieces of the actual print. And you've got little gift tags, but you could use these, you could keep one of these as your quilt label and sew that on. There's a few thread spools going across the top, so you can see each of the blocks is repeated. I will use these at the end. I'm going to make a mini quilt, because how cute would that be? So you don't actually have to do all the sewing. You can just cut them out and make them into a mini quilt. I will do that at the end. So these are all of the blocks 1 to 3, which you can use for all sorts of things. You can use them to make your quilt block keeper that I've got instructions for. You could use them to make cushions, bags. You could use them as like a workshop bag to put things in. So many different things. I'm thinking of making mine into a patchwork jacket, because I think that would look fabulous. So all I've got to do is cut around all of them, sew them all together, and then use that to cut out the pattern pieces. So that is the charm squares from blocks 1 to 3. Sorry. So I know there's a lot of you who are collecting these specifically to use at the end, or just to make smaller items, because it looks really sweet, doesn't it? A lot of you have sent me pictures of your quilt block keepers using them, and they look amazing, because you've all done them in slightly different ways and put like floral on one side and geometric on the other. So that's blocks 1 to 3. And then I've also got blocks 1 to 3 in Country Garden, obviously. But it would make the most beautiful little sampler quilt, wouldn't it? Or whatever you use your charm squares for. You could make one of those shadow box quilts with it, where you do like an attic window style. Loads of different things. Or I've done a set of instructions using charm squares where they get organised, where you can sew these to a larger piece of fabric as pockets, and you can hang them on the back of a door. So they'd be brilliant to make little pockets with for your sewing room. Right, the finished quilt is going to be, and this is why I've got to remember how big it's going to be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12s are 72. 86. Should have remembered that. It's going to be 86 inches square. I'm going to wait until I've bought all the boxes and make the quilt. Well, you could. But you could make them as you go along. Otherwise, you've got to make the whole lot in one go. But it will be 86 inches, because each of the squares is 12 inches once finished. And then these strips are 2 inches all the way along. So I wanted it to be a proper good double bed. I wanted to be able to fit a king size bed with a decent drop, or a double bed with an even better one. So it's a proper quilt. I didn't want like a little lap quilt or a small one. I wanted it to be a proper quilt that if you put it on the bed, it'll be your heirloom. You'll keep it forever and ever. And it's just, a testament to your skills. If everything doesn't match up, good. It's not supposed to. This is not supposed to be a printed work of art. It's supposed to be handmade. It's supposed to have points that don't match, but almost. It's supposed to get better as you go along. It's a expression of you. This is how they were done originally. They made sampler quilts as practice pieces. So if it all doesn't match up perfectly and all your points aren't lovely, it doesn't matter. That's not the point. It's supposed to look handmade. So put it on your bed, snuggle up in it, hang it on the wall to show off your skills. Go on a picnic with it. Take it camping. They're real things. This is all 100% cotton fabric. When it's finished, chuck it in the washing machine. Right, so that's... will you be doing a pattern for the quilted jacket? Oh, do you know, that's a really good idea, isn't it? I presume you mean the quilted jacket, using the charm squares. Well, I have thought about that, because I think that would be fabulous. Do you know what? I don't think I'll be making a pattern, but I might use a pattern, because I don't do dressmaking patterns, but I might use a pattern, and then we could sell the pattern, couldn't we, to go along with it. That's a very good idea. What I will do, I think I know, because I've made two quilted jackets now, and not even for me, but for other people, which is madness, isn't it? Using a specific pattern, which I quite like. So maybe I'll do that with these. Then we can get it in. We'll do it. Good idea. Because I do now know how to make quilted jackets now, having made 2 of them. Right, so those are 1 to 3. Then we did 4 to 6. So obviously, China Blues 4 to 6. So obviously we will do the others. Actually, I must get Amy to design all of them so I can get on with my jacket. Because the great thing is obviously these have all been designed already. I haven't made them all up as the blocks and done all the instructions and the videos yet. But because it's all designed, we know what's going where, which is quite handy. So this is months 4 to 6. So we've got 4, which was your Dresden plates. 5, which is your sailboats, and next month 6, which is the honeymoon block. Don't let me forget to show you that at the end, because I have made those. The honeymoon block is stunning, but really simple. So here we go. This is the China Blues, and I love what Amy's done across the top of here. She's just put a row of mini Dresden plates. So if you were using this for a bag or something, that'd be good for the straps, wouldn't it? That might be the band around the inside of the neck on my quilted jacket. I need to take a week off work and go and live in a cottage by the sea and make this jacket. Is anyone want to join me? Yeah, Jess is coming. Week by the sea. I could make the jacket. We could just rent a massive cottage, couldn't we? You can't sleep, Jess. This is a sewing week, all right? You can knit and crochet. It'd be fab, wouldn't it? We could just spend all week going, oh, look what I've just made. And we won't cook, we'll just get takeaways. Right? Takeaway and wine. Anybody want to come? And we'll just sew or knit. Right, that's Country Garden 4 to 6. What have I done with that? 1, 2, 3. Oh, I don't know what I've done with that. I'm wondering whether I folded it up into something. Oh, there it is. Good. You see, but do I make the jacket in Country Garden or China Blues? What do you think, everyone? I don't know. I think China Blues because I think it's my favourite only because when we did it, I said to Amy, we need to do a sampler quilt and it's got to be in blue and white. And then I said, actually, we need another colour as well. Something pretty, and then this is what I came up with. And I think, actually, Country Garden is very, very fractionally more popular across the board. But only fractionally. It's not enough to really know. So here's months 4 to 6. There we go. Right, and then the final thing is the quilt block keeper, because I decided, because I have to carry these blocks around, that I ought to put them in something that would look after them. So they're only instructions, which, no, I don't know where they are. I will find them. They've got to be here somewhere. Oh, there we go. So, the quilt block keeper. Now, instructions only. You will need to make the quilt block keeper 1 charm square panel. That's all. You will also need some other fabric to go around the edges, and it's listed in the ingredients. If you go onto the website, like the Sewing Street website, on the product description it's listed, because you need plain cotton fabric, 1 metre, binding fabric, brushed cotton for the pages. I bought a double sheet because it was cheaper, and there's a lot of fabric in a brush sheet, and wadding or foam interfacing, and a snap fastener. But if you want to know what that is, so you need 1 panel. So on the out, there's 9 squares there. I cut up some of the print squares to put on the spine. There's 9 squares. Now, I know some of you have mixed and matched, and some of you have used the print. I've seen loads of your photos. Also, when you buy the instructions, it tells you how to join the Amber Makes Block of the Month Facebook group, and that's why I've seen all your pictures. So when you buy your kit, do join the Facebook group. Send me pictures, send questions. I'll be able to answer them, or other people will, or send me pictures of what you've made. Or you can email them now. But on the back of your instructions, there is information about how to join the Amber Makes Sampler Quilt Block of the Month, which will be the Facebook group. I live by the sea in a really small village. Bumped into Adam Brooks on holiday at the cocktail and tapas bar in the next village. Of course you did. I bet you bumped into him. He's probably fallen out of the cocktail and tapas bar. How cool. That's really nice. Where is that then? We could come. You live in a really small village, and there's a cocktail and tapas bar. It sounds like my kind of small village. Anyone else coming? I'm coming with you all, but me in for Mana. Brilliant, brilliant. Let's all go, shall we? Cottage by the sea, wine and takeaways. Hi, Rebecca. I'm loving the blocks. I'm doing both sets as I couldn't pick a favourite. Yes, please make a jacket and a gilet. I'm first in the queue. Samantha, gilet. Ooh, is that just a sleeveless jacket? Can I just do the same thing but not put the sleeves on? Or I wonder if you have to. I wonder whether the sleeve is cut differently. And whether it's different. We'll start with jacket, shall we? Yes. Anyway, so this is the block keeper. So you join it all, you sew them all together. I put foam interfacing just because I wanted mine to be a bit stiffer, but you can put wadding. You use some of the charm squares for to make a pocket, and then you can keep all of the instructions in your pocket so that you've got them forever. So I sewed a dividing line. Now, this is how it works. You do need to use something like brushed cotton. Some people use wadding, but I find that the wadding can come away a little bit. It's a bit sort of thready. But the brushed cotton, I tell you how much you need, but honestly, a double bed sheet, really inexpensive. It has these this holds it all in. Right, let me move those blocks out of the way. And then what you do is you open up the page. It's got all of you put as many pages in you want. I put 6 in mine so I can get them all in. And then you put them all in the page and it holds it all still. Everything stays in place. And then you go on to the next page. So it all stays. And the brushed cotton means that the fabric clings. That's why it's good. It's better to work from the back. Anyway, that's how it all works. So obviously I've still got some empty pages because I haven't filled mine up yet, but I'm getting there. All the instructions and the measurements, and also, as with all of our kits, there is a video tutorial to make this. And then once you've put your final blocks in, close these. This just stops everything falling out because I found otherwise some bits came out a bit. And then you close it all up. And my little pole is getting bigger, and then it's got a little magnetic fastener, and there we go. And that's the block keeper. But obviously you can use your own charm squares for it. You don't have to use these, but I just use them so that it reflects it. And I know a lot of you have bought charm squares so it matches the one that you're doing. But then obviously once you've made your whole quilt in a few months, 6 months' time, I guess, 7 months' time, then you can use your block keeper for other things. So if you want the instructions, they are on the screen now. And I think I've gone through it all. Yes, question. What size blocks does the block holder go up to? Well, I'm having to remember now, but I'm pretty sure, and I'm going to measure it, that they're 14 inches square. But I actually can't remember. Because it was important to me that they fitted. So I'm going to measure them for you. Oh no, they're 15. I lied. They're 15 inches square. So because these are 12.5 inches once sewn, I thought 15 was enough. But you need a little bit round, but you could put 14-inch blocks in here, couldn't you? Because the pages are 15 inches. There's not often, I thought, that you do more than that. It's also a really good place to keep your fabric. So what I would say for those of you who are following along is keep all the spare bits of fabric. I've got a box with mine in, and because there's always a little bit more fabric than you need. So if you clip all the same prints together, you can keep that in one of the pages as well. It just means that if you make a little mistake in cutting, if you go back, you'll then probably have a piece of that fabric that's left over from before, possibly. We'll do it at the end. Next month's lot we'll do it at the end. But don't let me forget. Let's do some demo. I'll put my sail blocks down. Fold it all up. Right, so there are 3 sailboat blocks. There's the triangle block, which is the simplest. In fact, this is really easy, this one. It's half square triangles. I'll show you how to make it. They are made and this is what I can't remember. I think they're, what have I done with the instructions? Who knows? I keep losing everything. Right, they are made all 8 at a time. Yes. So I explain exactly how to make the half square triangles and how to trim them. The next one is the pinwheel. So you make this tiny little pinwheel here and join it all together, and it's got a mast. And then the next one is the striped sails blocks. I'm going to show you how to make that one. Just 'cause I quite fancy that one. I think it looks a bit clever, like it's quite hard because you've got this angle, but it's done in a really easy peasy way. So let me get all my bits of fabric out. So I've cut out everything in advance. Now I'm just going to show you, because I actually cut out, I don't know what I'm going to do with these now. I cut out all the fabric for all of them, but I'm going to show you one. So what you do is you cut all the instructions, all the measurements are in the instructions, you cut out all of the fabric, and then I printed off little labels, but you can just handwrite them and put them onto all of the fabrics and then clip them together in order. So that's all the pinwheel sails block. I can make 2 of those now. And then the triangle sails block. I'm going to show you the striped sails block, which I've put here in some kind of order. Now, with the striped sails block, you start by making... Oh, there we go. You start by making one side of the sail and the other. So I all put them in order. There's the left sail, and there's the right sail and the sea and everything. So I'll just put that there now. So with the left sail, you sew them together in the following order. Now, luckily, they have numbers on them, or letters. So here you got striped sails block, left sail A, B, C. Where is my sail block? Then I can look at it as we go along. And in the instructions, there will be diagrams for this. So when you get to the instructions, just to help you, striped sails block, you see it shows you there's diagrams with the actual fabrics there in order. So when you're doing it, you can look at that and then you can watch the video as well. So we've just got to join these together in order. So take off the labels just as you sew them together, not before, because it's very easy to forget which piece is which. Although, to be honest, if you look at the pictures on the front or in the video or in the diagrams, you'll be able to match them up. So I'm going to sew A to B. All of these have a 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. Just changing the stitch length to be normal. I just realised I haven't got an iron. I'm just going to... Yeah, could you? Then I'll line... Yes. So I've sewed... Oh, that's my fault. Sorry, Dan. I completely forgot. A to B, and then I'm going to sew C to B in a little row. So if you take your time to cut it all exactly... Everything is listed in the instructions. I haven't put cutting guides in, and I know a couple of people have asked me about this. Oh, thanks, Dan. Brilliant. The thing is with cutting plans is there's lots of little pieces. And in order for me to be able to print them out for you so that they are big enough for you to be able to read them, they'd have to be really big, and pages would get caught up filled up with cutting diagrams. So what I do instead is I list all the fabrics in order of size, and then you can cut fabrics from across the width of the fabric and then subcut them to the sizes. So that's the reason that I haven't done it, but from the striped sails block onwards, I've changed my instructions slightly to put the cutting. If you're a regular follower, you'll know what I mean, but I've told you what fabric width to cut strips across each piece, including the background fabric, and then how to subcut them. Just because a few have asked me about cutting diagrams, but it would take up so much space because the measurements need to be on them for you to be able to actually read them. We'd have to have like one per page, and then we would have like a 20-page instruction booklet, and then that would put the price up. So that's the reason I haven't done it. And also, you'll see when we get to the next month, because I've put in the sub-cutting instructions, it actually is probably easier to follow than a diagram. Anyway, so I'm now going to sew D on. I must try this using 2 feet on the pedal thing. Not now, obviously, because I'm standing up, but when I'm at home, that Sandra was talking about. So I've got A, B, C, and D, easy peasy. So I'm just going to press these. You can press them open to one side. With these, I like to press them over to one side. Doesn't matter which side, but I'm going to have them all facing the same direction. When you're pressing these fabrics, particularly when you've got lots of little bits, if you've got a wool pressing mat, if you actually turn your iron on, it helps. There we go. Always helps to turn your iron on. I wonder why it wasn't working. If you've got a wool pressing mat, use that. I also always have a little bottle of a spray bottle, and I give it a little spritz with water. It's just when you're doing a lot of seams, if you give it a tiniest little spritz of water in a wool pressing mat, it will press open better, or to one side. Then I'll wait till this is almost heated up. I'm used to, because I've got the big iron, so if it doesn't press down unless you've got it turned on. Right, is that nicely pressed now? Lovely. So that's them all joined together. We're now going to turn it into a sail. So what we need is this piece here that's called Stripes Sails Block Left Sail. There we go. So on the wrong side of that, it's a plain piece of fabric, so there isn't a right side or a wrong side. I'm going to draw a diagonal line from one corner to the other corner. I need a longer ruler for that. I only just need a straight edge. I'll use this one because it's a big square fabric. So one corner to the other. Just draw a diagonal line. And this, there are various ways of doing these triangles, but I decided that I would do it this way because I think it is less likely to go wrong. It's going to be more accurate. So because we want to turn this into a sail, it needs to go along there. So what I'm going to do is put this right side facing like that. It's exactly, see, look at that, magic. It's exactly the same size as those pieces you've sewn together. So we are going to sew along this line. So it's important, obviously, that you do it in the right place. But again, there is a diagram of this that it shows you where to do the line. And I'm like thinking, have I done it in the right place? But when you get to this point, there is a diagram, and it explains exactly that you put it on top and that you will sew along that line. So that makes sense. And I'm just double checking. Right. So this is the easiest way. So I could have cut shorter pieces with diagonal tops, but that would have been really difficult and it would have all stretched out of shape. So although this does mean that some of your fabric, half of those strips that you've sewn, you're not going to need, but this will give you a really nice accurate sail. Okay, so let's get my ironing board back. Right, take the pins out now. When you're doing anything like diagonal lines, when you're doing half square triangles or anything like that, I think it's always useful to be able to keep the pins in as you're sewing because then nothing shifts. So just place the pins far enough away from the line so you can keep them in place, but close enough to hold it steady. I'm going to give that a press just because I want to set the seam, because you can see how the fabric, when you sew it, moves slightly or bubbles up a bit, distorts a bit, and that just keeps it nice and even. Now, we're going to cut half of this off because we don't need it, but before we do that, to make sure it's right, fold one corner over to the other corner. There is a diagram that shows you this. You may find, if you haven't sewn this perfectly accurate, see, if I just cut that now and pressed it, and just pressed it. That might not be in exactly that corner, but if I pull it exactly into that corner and then press it, I now know that that's a perfect square. If you skip that stage, you then might not get a perfect square. So I call this snowballing a corner. You can also call it stitch and flip, but I would say always do that ironing it over. And now we can trim it off, which you can do with your scissors or with the rotary cutter. Just make sure you fold that bit back. Don't cut through all of that or you'll lose half of it. So I'm just going to cut. You can do that with the rotary cutter. I'll just do it with my scissors. Just cut a quarter of an inch outside of the line using slightly sharper scissors than mine. I mean, obviously that bit's wasted. You can keep that, but you can keep that bit. Look, I would put that in with my other fabrics that I've got from other kits, because then if you need a little bit of that fabric, you've got it. But I know it's like a waste, but you can use it for other projects, but you then got a perfect sail, you see? And that is an absolute perfect square, which I think is the best way to do it. To finish off this left-hand sail section, we're going to sew on the top border. Make sure that's correct. So place that right size facing along the top, and look, it's exactly the same size. I'm going to turn it over. Always, when you sew something together, always sew with the fabric with the most seams on top, because it means that when I when I get to that seam, when I reach the seam to sew it, I can make sure that that seam stays pressed over. When you're sewing a seam piece of fabric to a non-seam piece, you'll find that the non-seam piece feels a bit bigger, and that's because the seams pull it in slightly. This is a little piece of fabric, but use this technique if you're doing something bigger. If you're on your ironing board, anchor it by pushing a pin through. So I've pinned it together at each end so I know it matches. Anchor it, and then if you pull it slightly, it'll fit. And then you can just pop a pin, stab one through. Now that fits evenly. If you try to do it, I mean, particularly when it's bigger, if you try to do it without doing that, you might get a little bubbles here and there, but that fits evenly. I'm also going to sew, I'll pin that now, the bottom border on. So obviously the bottom goes across the bottom. And again, we're going to do it the seamed size uppermost. So match up the raw edges and we will pin either end. Now, if this is a bigger piece of fabric, so you can use this for your normal sewing, and it's got lots of seams, and although you know it's the right size, you're struggling to get it to fit because of all the seams. Another thing that I would do is obviously anchor it like that. When you give it that little pull, press it at the same time. There's something about pressing fabric. Can you see? It sort of makes it hold together. It clings it together. So rather than trying to pin it, pull it, and get it together, if you press it, that will hold it together. And if you're sewing one pieced thing to another and you find you'll really struggling to get it to fit because maybe your seam allowance has gone off slightly, if you do that and pull it to shape and then press it, the fabric that you've pulled slightly will press into place. Right, so I'm just going to sew this on. I hope that makes sense. But it's just a little helpful thing, particularly with some of the blocks. I mean, this one's fine, but some of our blocks have got lots and lots of piecing in them. And that's just a way, and if you think this, I don't know what I've done here. If you think this really isn't fitting, then that pressing thing works as well. I use that technique quite a lot when I'm putting borders and sashing on, because it helps to, if you're putting a long border down the side of a quilt, it helps if you use that method because it makes the two fabrics cling together. Right. There's so many options on this machine of whether you set it to reverse stitch at the beginning or cut, and every time a different person uses it, they set it to their own thing. I think it's set to lock stitch, because it's really confusing me. The one that I have at home I've set it to different things. Right, so once you've done that, I'm just, again, always press the seam to set it. I'm going to press these to one side. When you do that, do it from the right side, because then you can make sure that that seam is right over on the edge. If you do it from the wrong side, you have to turn it over, but you can see that's right on the edge. And then the top border, give that a press, and again, push it over with your fingers first. Your fabric will know which way it wants to go if you're pressing to one side. With this one, obviously, you can see it wants to go that way because that's the way that the seams are. It's very hard if you want fabric to go another way because they do have a bit of a mind of their own about which way they're going to go for some reason. Right, then we're going to put on the left sail, the side border, which goes on the left-hand side. See, I can't remember. But I'll just put that on and then that's this side done. So, again, turn it, there's your left side border. I mean, this is the same process for most of the sails. Obviously, I haven't got time to show you all of it, but it's all in the video tutorial. And Amy's divided it into sections, so you can just skip forward to the section you want. So you might not want to follow the tutorial for all of them. So you can see how this border is slightly bigger, and can you see the slight ripple now? It looks like it doesn't fit. So if you just started sewing, when you get to here, you'd have a pleat. So again, anchor it at one end, put your iron there, and pull it. And the reason that's happening is because you've got two seams in this top piece. Now it fits. So when you sew it together, you're not going to get that wrinkle. There we go. And then I will just and then I'll just press that again. Always press the seam to set and then press it over to one side. So now the left sail section is finished. The right sail is made in the same way, it's got the stripes going the other way. So you can see, look, that's what I was making and that's the bit I've done. So after that, it's quite simple because you just put the mast and everything. But again, it's all in the instructions. Right, fabulous. So the one we've got on screen at the moment is the China Blues Part 5 Sailboat Kit. So if you're just joining me for the Sampler Quilt Block of the Month and you want to do it, you need to get number 1, 2, 3 and 4. If you go on to sewingstreet.com, watch live, scroll down from there, all of the other months are on there, but this is number 5. And then if you want the Country Garden colourway, again, at $22.99, you will get the whole panel that comes with the kit, which is somewhere. I think I did. Oh, there we go. I'm going to show you this one. So this is the whole panel that will come with it. This is what you will get. The panel with all of the fabric on. And you know that it's going to match across all 12 months because it's printed for that. You will get half a metre of ivory with that one, and you will get full instructions with the white when you get half a metre of white. The blue and white's been the most popular for this one. Who knows? So that's the sailboat. But again, you know, if you're collecting them all, then do keep the instructions because they're really useful for make for other things. All of the other blocks are on there, including the charm squares and the quilt block keeper. Next month, gosh, I almost forgot. Almost forgot. Next month is going to be on the 10th of July. And it's going to be, so it's not a pictorial, so I've moved to a traditional. And this one, if you want a little break, is easy peasy. It's called the honeymoon block. It's also known as the honeymoon star block because it has all these little star points. I cannot find out why it's called a honeymoon block. I don't know. So that's the honeymoon block in blue China Blues. And that's its equivalent in Country Garden. That's number 2. So then the block it's easy peasy, but what you're going to learn with this one is how to make quarter square triangles. So this whole piece here is quarter square triangles, and we haven't done that yet. So that'll be really nice. It's honestly easy to do and quick. And it looks gorgeous in both colourways. It's a real proper traditional block. It's the one that you see in a lot of quilts. You often see people do it in other colourways and they make it like Christmassy and things. So it had to be in here because it's easy, but I think it's really effective. And you'll learn quarter square triangles at the same time. So that's going to be on the 10th of July. Don't worry if you forget. We'll be putting it in all our social posts. So thank you for joining me today. Do join the Facebook group. And I look forward to seeing all of your blocks, and I'll get working on that jacket. Anyway, I will see you back here in a few minutes' time with Sandra, who's going to show us how to make her amazing quilt. It's brilliant because it's got acrylic templates, it's got all the backing fabric. It is complete beginner's how-to, start to finish. So if you've never quilted or you've done patchwork, not too sure about the quilting, this is for you. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you here in a couple of minutes' time.
Please don't forget about the notches when you're cutting out your pattern pieces. Every notch on one piece will match up with a notch on another piece of your garment, and they'll make the whole thing go together so much more easily. This is how you do it. Your notches might be a small little line or a double line, or they might be a triangle. When you cut them out, I recommend that you cut a small triangle outwards rather than cutting into your seam allowance. Notches on sleeves are particularly important for helping you to get them into the right place. So take your time to cut them out carefully. 2 notches means it's the back of your garment. 1 notch means it's the front.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back, and I'm going to have a quilt.
Pins are used to hold pattern pieces onto your fabric and your fabric together before you sew it. Always buy the best pins that you can afford. I like ones with nice heads on that you can hold because you can see them if you drop them on the floor. I also like a magnetic pin dish because it stops you losing them.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
The sweet taste of relaxation and indulgence. Nothing can ruin this perfect moment.
John, we're ready for you.
Just one more minute. Why don't you join me for my birthday this weekend? The weekend is full-on celebration. Don't miss out.
Now, where were we? Oh, yes. Oh, that's better.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw round your motif with your pen, then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left-hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back.
Pressing your seams in dressmaking is not like ironing your clothes normally. You have to properly press it. It's not rubbing it over really quickly, but it will make your sewing look 100% better, so don't forget to do it.
Sometimes you have to press your seams open. Make sure your iron's nice and hot. I tend to press on the inside and on the outside, so your ironing looks really crisp.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Hello and welcome back to Sewing Street. It is time for the amazing quilt kit.
I know, do you know, I mean, and I know the one that you had on last, it was huge and absolutely fantastic.
But it is a year's project.
It is a year's project. This one is a complete beginners, but it looks so technical.
Oh, it does. I mean, I love that. You know, I love it when things look difficult.
Like Dresden plates and all that. People be like, no, no. So it's not overwhelming, this one. And what I'd be doing is buying the kit plus the extra ½ meters of all of it and doubling it up and making a big one.
Oh, yeah, you could, couldn't you?
Yeah,
absolutely. So this contains everything.
That's the thing, yeah, because again, when you're a beginner, you don't know what to get, do you? And
No.
you think, well, okay, I've got everything for the front. What do I need for the backing and how much and how does that work? So I've just put it in.
Just put it all in.
It's all in.
So let me show you what you get in the kit. And it has, and this is what's making it easy. Now, this, we are going to do quite a reduction, but this is what it's worth if you bought it all individually. You are getting full instructions. Oh, there we go. Full instructions. You are getting acrylic templates. Now, these aren't just any acrylic templates. These have been designed specifically to make this quilt. So they're not just random, generic. These have been created.
I don't think I do random, do I?
No, but you could. But these, you know, templates are available.
Exactly.
Aren't they?
Yeah. Everything for a reason. Yeah.
These have done specifically for this quilt.
They are.
They're not just ones you've bought and that.
No, not at all. Specifically
so
designed.
That makes life a lot simpler. None of that paper cardboard business. Proper acrylic templates. Then all of the fabric, all here. There's a lot here. So that's the back.
That's the backing.
That's the backing.
For the blocks, yeah.
This is all the fabric. There's a lot of it.
Look at these.
So this is the backing of the quilt.
The backing of the quilt is the one you've just put down.
This one?
Yeah, hang on. There we go.
Right, okay. I'm going to open it all out. I've got back in my mind. I've got backing and back. I know, and I'm thinking. I'm sure that.
Yeah.
So this is the quilt backing.
Yeah. Now what I've done with that one.
There's loads there.
1.5 meters for the backing, but I've also added the other 0.5 meter so you can do the bits on the front.
Oh, okay.
But you don't actually need a full 0.5 meter to do the bits on the front.
No.
So you're going to get a little bit extra in there anyway.
Or
so
you could use your own backing fabric.
You could if you want. I mean, that'd make a lovely shirt, wouldn't it?
Keep this, couldn't you?
Lovely shirt.
Yeah.
Look at that.
See, you could do that because, you know, if you've got some backing fabric.
Yeah, it's entirely up to you. But
it is nice to have matching, to be fair. I do love a backing fabric. Then you get the back. This is the background fabric.
Yes.
So this is the light fabric that's used on the front. That's in between all of the Dresden plate. So you're getting 5.5 meters of fabric in total.
You get a
and
metre
then
of that
this
white.
panel. I mean, look at all this fabric. This is why it's most amazing value. Yeah, go on then.
It's like we've done this before, isn't it?
Look at all of that.
I mean, look, again, what we've done. We've put it all together, so you've got everything. You've got about 0.5 meter. I think 0.5 meter of each one there. So
that's way more than you need.
It is. So you're going to get a practice piece if you want to, but you're going to get a few extra bits and pieces in there as well, and it works beautifully together. You get, you know, the other 0.5 meter for the other colour in with the backing as well. So I've just put that all as one.
Beautiful. And it's lovely to have them all together in one piece.
Well, it is, isn't it? Yeah. So please don't get yours at home and look at it and think I haven't got everything. It's all in.
It's all in there. So you've got the background fabric, the backing fabric, or the print fabric. You've also got all the fabric for the binding as well. You've got all of the acrylic templates and full instructions, which are very comprehensive. So obviously we've got pictures of all the fabric so you can see what goes where. It shows you exactly how to cut it out, how to join it all together. Even then, when you've made the top of your quilt, it explains how to attach the wadding and the backing, how to quilt it, different ways to do it, how to layer it, exactly how to make the binding with diagrams and photographs, and then at the back you've got a picture of all. So this takes you by the hand through the quilt from opening your quilt to the end. Now, to buy the whole thing, all the pieces separately for this, it would be £114.99. So if you bought the instructions and the templates, the fabric all separately, it would be £114.99 because you are getting more fabric than you need. However, we're going to drop the price because why not? Special introductory price. We are reducing the price today to, amazingly, $79.99. $79.99. So that's 5.5 meters of fabric, full instructions, and the acrylic templates. Now, to all of you who've already checked out, don't worry, you will be charged the lower price. We have a promise on Sewing Street that if we ever lower the price, before midnight, obviously, because things change the next day, between now and when we talk about it at midnight, if we ever lower the price, we will always charge you the lowest one. So it just means in future, if you do check out beforehand, then you know that you will always get the lower price. So well done to all of you who took that risk and checked out. And thank you, Sandra, for that great price, $79.99.
But thank you, everybody who's going to buy it before they've even seen the demo. I really appreciate that. There's so much work gone in. It looks so detailed. But honestly, this is one, I've done a lot of strip piecing quilts.
Right,
this is one that you look and you go, how on earth did that happen? And everything's there for you.
Brilliant.
Thank you, everybody, for trusting
and
me.
all these fab templates, which are great. Now, they may look a bit odd, but that's because they've got the
I was going to peel mine off on it.
Yeah. So yours will come like this, and you'll think, well, I can't see through these, but that's what keeps them protected.
It does, yes, it does.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
So what happens when you get your template? Oh, and we need to sell these as well, don't we?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Shall we stick them on?
Yeah.
So yeah, your templates, the first thing you're going to do is it has got a backing on it, and it's just what comes on it. We have backing front and back. We take one off so we can machine it, and then when you get it home, it's so satisfying. Look at this.
I know, it's really nice, isn't it?
Do you want to do one?
Yeah, I do actually, because they just look so good when you take them off, and I don't know why.
And it's just lovely and clean. That's why I need my pokey tool.
There we go.
There we are.
And you've etched them as well.
We have, yes. Look, we've etched them. So you've got 4 inches here. The 4 inch is the one you need, but you can, if you want to have a go, try a few different sizes. But look, yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
So it tells you what it is. It's 3 3/4 radius. So here we go. And it tells you the quilt name as well. Oh, look at this. There we go. Oh, it's just so nice. Look, it's so nice, isn't it? There you go.
So you can see these are made specifically for this.
Yes,
I mean,
for
if
that,
I put them on there, you can see the lines.
Yeah, that's
on
why
them.
you can't really see them anymore because they're clear, but yeah.
And they're really nice, thick acrylic
Yeah,
as well.
they are, yeah. Because of course, if you want to use your rotary cutter with them, we don't want to be faffing about with paper templates and things like that. You want to be able to cut straight through.
Now, this is where, if you were with us at 8 o'clock, the early bird comes in brilliant. Obviously, you can use these to cut with absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Just hold them still. But these little things,
yes,
these you buy these. There was a special price for these, £2.99.
I know.
And look here, you go. And these are little, very, very thin rings.
You stick
and
them
what
on
you
the back.
do, you take them, because I've used these already. You take them off and you stick them on the back. I'd probably stick one in each corner.
Yeah. There we go.
There we go. Look, and then that holds it absolutely
You've
still.
got the tiny ones in the middle as well.
Right. I thought they were just like spares.
No, you could use them. If you've got a small template.
Yeah, I guess so. You could just
absolutely
use the tiny ones in the middle.
Yeah.
Now these are £2.99. They were £4.99. We've only got 17 of them. Oh,
yeah.
Right. We've only got 5 left when
Oh,
everyone's
difference,
checked out.
though.
I know, really good, aren't they? Obviously, you can use these funny rulers, but I did say at 8 o'clock, if you're buying these templates, these are absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, look at that.
Right, before we go on to the demo, here, would you like to put them on your others?
I will, yeah. Thank you very much.
now I've wrecked the packaging. You may as well have
absolutely. I'm going to use those little ones for the small one.
I know, that's really, I hadn't thought of that.
I'm happy.
Now, we've also got a fabric bundle as well. So if you make this, maybe you want to make it bigger, maybe you just love the fabrics and want some more of the fabrics. But if you want to make it bigger, we have got all of the fabrics for it. So here's the bundle. You get ½ a metre for free. So you get ½ a metre of that lovely pink. You get ½ a metre of that more dusky pink. That's the one that's used on some of the plates and the backing. You get the purple, the sage green, and then the white with sage green. And then, let's put that one there. And then you get the mauve. ½ a metre of each of those fabrics. And you will get ½ a metre for free. Only $33.95. Absolute bargain. Incredible value for those. And those are the matching fabrics. We also do have them available individually by the ½ metre. But if you want, obviously, and with this bundle, obviously they come as they're cut pieces. But if you like one of them and you want to buy more, you can buy, say, just ½ a metre of it. Or if you want to multi-buy, so say you think, oh, actually, I really love that one, but I want 2 metres of it, just put 4 units in your basket and it will be printed and cut to order for you. It's £8.49 for ½ a metre. So if you want the individual fabrics, this is they. So remembering summer, loops and swirls on a pale coral fabric. And they are all available. Do you want me to do the next one? Right. And then this is the more dusky pink one.
Oh, I love it.
That's a lovely colour.
It's beautiful, isn't it? It's just got that vintage feel about it, but in a modern
No, it's really nice. It's really pretty. Deep coral. It's like a kind of a dusky pink, isn't it?
Yeah, yes. It's got real impact, that one. Look at that.
Beautiful. And remember, it is all printed and cut to order, so it will be printed as a whole cut piece. If you do want more than ½ a metre, then just put that in your basket. That's £8.49 for ½ a metre. Then if we do it in the darker purple first.
Oh, this is really nice. It's very sort of regal, this one. You know,
Yeah, it's lovely,
all those
isn't it?
swirls, all hand-drawn.
Yeah, no, you
Amazing when
can,
you look
see.
at
I mean, it is gorgeous, isn't it? You know, because it's your fabric design, it's your choice of colour, it's printed.
Yeah, absolutely, everything, yeah.
It's a really lovely fabric. And purple is so popular. It's actually not easy. When you look at fabric collections, there's always less purple than anything else, isn't there? I never know why.
Oh, this one.
And this is gorgeous. So this is the paler one. That's Summer Blossom Purple. And let me just show you, so that's that. Let me just show you with the darker one. So you can see, you know, this is where if you think, well, I only want one or two of them, these two are a beautiful complementary because you've still got that sort of hand-drawn, illustrated swirls and scrolls. And I love the fact you've got the kind of the outline monochrome, you've got some filled in. It's a beautiful fabric. So that's the Blossom Purple. And then we've got the Sage Green. Again, these are all the fabrics that are featured in the bundle and in the quilt kit. So that's Sage. It's the same as the paler lavender way because you've got the sort of the flowers, but these are all in whites and greys with the outline. £8.49 for half a metre. And then we also have the paler one. So they would make a really nice pair. And this is lovely because you can see how this has sort of graduations on it. So you've got lighter patches, so it's not just one solid. And all these beautifully illustrated leaves all placed onto the fabric. That's in, that's tangly leaves in Sage. But if I put it with the darker one, you can see they make a really nice pair together.
It's almost like I planned it, that.
Almost like it was planned.
Because they're all drawn with the same pen, the same hands, they're going to go together.
Yeah, absolutely. And they do. They look beautiful. Yeah. You can see. And it's the colours as well. It's a very specific shade, this. So that's a really nice pairing. So those are all the half metre. So you can buy the kit. You can buy the... Oh, yes. Sorry, I moved the white out. And then there's also the white as well that's available by the half metre. I didn't have that one there. So this one, it's like white and it's got like grey. So it's almost like you're white on white. But to make it stand out a bit better, it's grey because quite often the white on whites really are white and you can't see them.
That's the thing, see. And with this one, it's been drawn with a grey pen and then I've shaded it with a pencil.
Right,
so
okay.
You can see the shade marks within all the swirls.
Yeah, and that's nice. So it is like white on white, but
yeah,
there's enough grey so you can actually see it.
Yeah, it's got a bit of interest other than plain white.
Yeah, I think that's really pretty. £8.49 for that one. Right, so where do we start, Sandra?
You start by just stroking your fabric.
Yeah, you get your fabric, give it a stroke.
Yeah, the first thing is, obviously, read through your instructions. Just have a quick scan through just to sort of say, OK, I get the idea where this is going. Now, you can actually, if you want to, so see where, for example, I've used the pink here. You can change that if you want. You can say, well, I'm going to use the green, or because you've got the same amount.
Oh, okay.
So that makes, I like the idea of making things that are unique to you. So I've got this one in pink, but I've got my demo prepped where I'm doing this in the greens.
Oh, I get it. And you could have those like
yeah,
the two.
just mix.
Absolutely. Put the two purples.
Whereas here, I'm going to go pink and purple. Or you could do,
or you could go.
You could do a bit of everything. You could mix the whole thing up if you wanted to. So it's really quite fun. So get your fabric, give them a bit of an iron over, and certainly the ones that you're going to cut your plates from, the little Dresdens, which is this shape here, I would give it a little bit of best press because as you start to cut, you cut in different shapes.
Yeah,
it's going to change a little bit. So remember, we're always going to do salve edge to salve edge. That's fluffy edge to fluffy edge, just in case you're not sure, because, of course, you want to be cutting this and you don't want to have to think, my goodness me, I've cut it the wrong way or whatever. So you'll get enough out of it. Honestly, I've cut this one and wrote the instructions, and I've cut all this for the demo with the instructions, so I know.
You know, and I think if you go through it like that several times, you know it works.
Yeah, absolutely. So take a breath, because you look at this, you think it's really hard, and I'm going to show you it's really not. You've just got to follow it. So I've got my strip. I've got a 4-inch strip, and you do this width of fabric, but I've only got a small piece because I want to demo it.
Okay.
And you take your little template with little
your little sticky mark. It's brilliant, isn't it? And it doesn't add any depth to the template, which
no, not at all.
We have sold out of those sticky dots.
So what you would do with this is, first time, here we go, I'm going to use this pen. You don't need to use a pen, you can use a rotary cutter, but I kind of don't need to sort of cut them out. And what you do, you'd sort of cut away that bit, and you'd cut there, like that. And then you'd turn it round, and then you'd line it up with the piece you've just cut. Looks like I planned it, looks like.
Yeah, genius.
Cut there. And then you turn it round, and you cut that. Now, what I did with this is I got my fabric folded in half, and I cut 2 at the same time, so I get 14. And then at the very end, where you've got your fold, there's a bit left. If you open that out, you'll get another one out.
Oh, okay.
It just gives you as many as you need, so you get 15 out of one strip. So that really helps, so you don't have to worry about cutting any extra bits. You're going to get it out of all, but keep it as close as you can to the edge so you'd like have your salve edge cut off there. When you get to the fold, open it out and that'll give you your 15th shape. So what do they look like when you've cut them? They look a little bit like this. Here we go. That's your shapes. So you can see with mine, look, my little Dresdens, I'm going pinks and purples, whereas on my actual sample there, I've got greens.
Oh, okay.
See? So there you go. So this is what we want. So the first thing that we're going to do with it is, again, I would cut everything out first, but you don't have to. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold it in half like this, long ways. And then I'm going to I'm just going to finger press that. It's really useful, that. I'll tell you that why in a minute. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stitch 1/4 inch from the fold outwards.
Okay.
Okay, again, I'm going to use a 1.8 stitch because that just means that, you know, as we're sort of working our way around.
Okay, the stitch length 1.8, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, it's a foot again. It varies. I use a machine, a foot if I'm on my own. If my mum's coming, I have to use the button. She doesn't like to use the foot one. So here we go. I've got one stitched. I know. Okay, 1/4 inch. And then what I would do is I'm going to trim off that little bit. Not just sort of a snip like that. I'm going to sort of graduate it like that. Okay. So then what I would, actually I'll sew another one and then I'll show you how we turn them over. So again, look, doing that finger press.
Mm-hmm.
I'm all for finger pressing rather than marking. Have you noticed? There we go.
Yeah, but then you know it's right, don't you? Because you folded it in half, so
Absolutely.
you know it's right.
Actually, if I do 5, you can snip them for me. Is that okay?
I can indeed.
Okay. 2. So these are all going to be slightly different, sort of, but it doesn't matter. Let's have a look. So we're doing them in sets of 5. So what I would do, I wouldn't normally sort of stop and start this. I would, let me show you. There's one where I finger pressed. Put that one in there. In with that one. Then I'd take the next one. Here we go. Actually, which ones have you got there? Which purple have you got?
One purple.
Okay, that's all right.
One light purple and 2 pink.
We'll
dusky pink.
Quick. So see then what I'll do, I'll put the next one under. Like that. I'd make him bunting almost.
Yeah.
That one under. All these hints and tips, eh? But of course, if you want to do them separate, that's fine. There's no right or wrong. There you go. So I've got all these now, all as one. So trim them. And then we take one at a time. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it through, like so. And I've got my little prim tool here. I'm just going to, oh, I made that a little bit too. I always do that. It's a little bit. I didn't quite go to the end. So let's put that back in.
I use that as well for my turning.
Well, they're brilliant.
Stick. Well, it's just sharp enough, but not too sharp.
Well, that's it. Yeah, yeah.
And I haven't found anything as good as the turning tool.
No,
it's
not
not
at
even
all.
for that, is it? But
that's it. So
I just find it the best thing.
there it is. So that's my first bit. Okay. So what I would do then, I'm just going to again make sure I've finger pressed it like so, and I'd do a few of them. Let's go for it. I'm just going to be really careful with that bit there. Do you want to borrow that one? And
Yeah, go on then.
I've got my whole set here. My husband uses them, you know, if I'm making stuffed toys and things. He actually turns things all through for me and bag handles. Does. Having a husband like that's handy. He does the binding as well, because I've got the binding, the powered binding.
God, mine's always wearing lycra and running around the woods or cycling or swimming in lakes and stuff. I don't think he'd ever do that. He comes in and goes, oh, that was a really hard swim. And I go, really, love?
Yeah.
So I just, really?
No,
watching Netflix.
That's it. He will assist.
As more and more lycra comes through the door.
See, you've got... I'm never going to get that.
No, I just go, oh,
so we've got that shape, so it looks like that. It doesn't look at all like a Dresden at the moment.
No,
but
no, nothing.
You see, it's like that. So what I'm going to do, remember I did that finger press. If I turn it this way, look, and where my seam is, if I line my seam up where I finger pressed it, and then press it, look what I'm getting. Oh, look what I'm getting.
That's what you get. Look, there's one. There's like on my head now.
So, okay, what do we need? I've got a bit of a mix of them here. So if I put that one in there like so, bit of a finger press. Okay. So you would do these, I've done them all at once. In all, there's 60 of them, isn't there? You've got 4 colours, 15 of each colour. You've got 60.
Yeah, but you can get in a little production line with these.
Absolutely.
These
So in all
things.
honesty, it's not going to take you too long to do. So this is what you're going to end up with. And then what I've done, and I've showed you in the instructions, I would actually line it up. So I've got that one, then I've got that one, then I've got that one, then that one, then that one. Oh, sorry. I know they're a bit mixed, but let me show you the picture. So they're lined up, look like little soldiers. So you can see I've got starting with the green, ending with the green, and starting with the purple, ending with the purple. I've got like 3 sets of each. So from there, what I would then do is I would take one at a time and I'd line them up. So I've got the point or the edge of the seam there. Just make sure that they're lined up and then back to the machine. And I'm going to sew from that point at the top. I might actually do a little back stitch there, just to make sure it's going to stay in place. You see, so I've got that. So I've got the 2 together, like so. And I'd get 5 all together. And then it doesn't matter how you press it, it's whatever you're happy with. You could press it with the seams together like that, or you could open the seams and press it like that if you want to. So once you've done that, it's like, look, I've planned this today. It's like you've got
That's
this.
amazing. They did that so fast.
I know, look at that. And they're all matching as well. So looking at that one, but then I've got 3 of those, but then I've also got 3 of those, you see? So they're slightly different starting with.
Oh,
so
okay.
it's just nice to sort of have that idea in mind. If I show you the other set.
So that each little circle, half a circle, is different.
It is, yes, absolutely. So this one, I've got this way, and then I've got, let me find the other one of that one. I've got that one. So I'd actually have 3 of each sets.
Right.
So I've got my shapes, okay?
Or just go random.
Yeah, it's entirely up to you. It really is. It's just sometimes I know we all like things to be as neat and perfect as possible. So then we're going to come into our white block. Okay, this is what we're going to build everything on. And this is the easy part, really. So let's take this little piece here. And I'm not going to pull it and push it because, of course, this is now a curve. So what I am going to do is I'm going to kind of line up the edge there with the edge there. Now, remember, the nice thing about this at the moment, it doesn't have to match anything.
No.
So
no,
that's where
good.
there's a little bit of a panic, I think, sometimes. We're not matching anything at all, apart from these blocks, but they're just squares, aren't they? And they're white, so it's fine.
So that's easy.
Yeah, so what I'm doing, I'm putting a pin in each one. So the pin's facing the point kind of thing, because we're going to sew this with the pins in place. And I don't normally do pins, but I think when you've got something like this, I don't. Clips is fine on the edge, but no. There you go. So it's almost like I planned it, look, as long as you use your 1/4 of an inch, you've actually got your piece in there, okay? So then what I'm going to do is take it over to the machine and I'm going to top stitch it. Now again, this sort of imposes a little bit of fear into people. Please don't worry about it. Use a white thread. Don't think you've got to match every single colour. Use a white thread, you're not really going to see it. Yeah, do you know what though? I think today, if you've never, ever, ever, ever tried a quilt or one that looks so technical, I think we should make it easier for people to...
Do you?
I think we should, yeah.
Well, that's...
No, I think it's such good quality.
It's amazing. I just think...
We cut the middleman out, don't we?
Well, there is that. You are the boss.
And John,
you are the boss.
John's not watching. That's the always thing we have to think about. John's not watching. And do you know, I think we could.
Just little bit of a deal.
Shall we take a bit off?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. I mean, it'd be...
Yeah, as a thank you for all those that have actually, you know, already purchased. But if you've never tried it,
and
honestly,
if you've already purchased, don't worry. You will have Sandra's extra little discount.
Let's do it. Go on.
$69.99. That's amazing.
I'll do John chips and egg for his tea tonight.
Oh, I'm coming. Have mushy peas as well.
No, we're in that cottage, aren't we, with the
wine?
good
point. Good point.
Absolutely.
Yeah, with the chips, egg and mushy peas. No, we're having takeaways and wine. $69.99. Remember, you've got all the fabric you need plus more. There's more fabric.
Let's do it,
You can see that. All the instructions, the backing fabric, the binding, the acrylic templates for only $69.99. Absolute bargain.
Yeah.
All of you who've already checked out, because there's loads and loads of you who've already done that, don't worry, you will only pay the lowest price.
Do you know, when you've made this, I mean...
You're going to be so proud.
Yeah, you are, absolutely. And, you know, even if you think, actually, do you know what, I'd like it to be bigger, get the extra fabric bundle as well, because what that's going to do is give you the extra bits in there to double the size of it.
Which would be lovely. I guess also, I was looking at this, you could turn them all round as well, couldn't you?
Do you know what? Mine is just one way. I've done it that way, so you don't have to match anything. But if you wanted to do it so they matched, you could do that. It's entirely up to you. You can play around with it. And I think this is the nice thing about my quilts in particular, that you can swap things around. So, yeah, it's just lovely to do. I just don't want you to worry about matching things. If you want to do it...
Yeah, no, and I think that's lovely. I think particularly if that's sort of... Because a lot of people will sometimes say to me, oh, my points don't match. And I go, well, it doesn't matter, nobody cares. And you won't in a couple of weeks.
When you've done the whole thing, it's like when you're drawing sometimes, like, oh, it doesn't look right. But when you finish the whole piece...
Yeah, it won't notice it.
You won't notice it.
Give that little press.
Thank you very much. I've done my 5s, but I want to show you the curves, because that's another thing that we tend to sort of worry about a little bit.
But if you want to, don't mind about the matching, you could turn all these round, so you could make like a whole circle, couldn't you?
You could, absolutely, you could. So I have cut all my pieces out. Right, okay. So I've got to admit, this isn't my idea particularly. Stuart taught me something.
Right.
That, you know, I can show you guys. I've got 2 different size curves. At the moment, they're squares. They don't like curves. How's this going to happen? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it over, and I'm going to take my larger piece. Now, if you think, yeah, I've cut that square, I'm happy with that, you can do that. But I've given you space in the instructions to cut out so you can do it inside there.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But it's entirely up to you.
Oh, right, so yeah, so you could line it up and just cut around the curve.
Yeah, so before I cut it, I'm actually going to draw it in, okay? And I'm going to do the small one as well. We might as well do them both at the same time. Here we go. Okay, bless you. For anybody that sneezed out there, you go. Okay, because you'll notice on this one it's got seam allowance.
Right.
On this one it hasn't. And what I'm going to do with it, let's take this larger one, is I've got a little bit of really, really lightweight interfacing.
Okay.
And where you've got the glue on the back, I'm going to put that so it's facing the right side of my fabric. So under no circumstances do you have the iron anywhere near this. And in the instructions it says, do not press. Okay, because it's interfacing.
Okay.
So I'm going to stitch along that line as neat as I can. Okay. So you take your time. Don't think you've got to rush this. Of course, I'm on telly time. So here we go. Bit of a test, isn't it? Now, see if I can stitch a curve to the line. Well, it's only fabric. You can unpick it. All right. So I do that with both that one and the little one. I'll move that to one side for a minute. So I've got this, okay? That on the inside, all right? So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to snip it. I'll use my bigger scissors. So I'm going to give myself a bit of a seam allowance. Now, the piece that we're cutting away, don't waste it. Cut a little triangle out of it, because then you could use them as little triangles afterwards. So I do have, see, I've got my set here, look, I've got, there you are, look. My little triangles, so I could use them for something else. See, that's just, when we say waste, it's not waste. Put it to one side. Do not iron it. Don't iron it. I'm going to keep saying that so you remember. So what I'm going to do, turn it round, like so. And
it's like I've got a hairnet now.
It is a little bit, isn't it? I'm just going to kind of finger press that. So the interfacing is on the inside. I'm not stretching it, look. I'm just pressing with my fingers lightly around there. So there's my curve. Look at that.
Beautiful.
That's good, isn't it?
And that's the interfacing.
That's what's doing it. So then what I'm going to do here, come back to my block, and I'm going to place it on the edges, like so. You see, look, it's actually covered up.
Yeah, it's
my
amazing.
Raw edges.
Yeah.
Oh, already looks beautiful, doesn't it? So let's get some more.
No, it's and like you say, trying to turn that curve under.
Yeah, it
would be almost impossible.
Absolutely, and you don't want something heavy underneath because it's your quilt, because you're building up blocks as you go. So having that really light interfacing. Okay, so back to the machine, and we're going to top stitch over that. So again, you'd take your time with this, wouldn't you? Because with it being a curve, but then again, it's the same as anything else. Put that in. Okay, let's just do that. All right. So let's turn that off. Oh, sorry, Becky. There you go. So what I've got now is the first of my block. I would do exactly the same with the, let me just have a look a minute because I've got bits in place. Here we go. With the smaller one, but I've used the different fabric.
Okay, and that's what goes in the corner.
And that's
you
what
do
goes
the same interfacing
Same
thing.
interfacing thing, everything's just a little bit smaller. I would pin it. I do have one here. I would pin it and then, of course, stitch it round. So there's one, and then here, look, is another one that I've done. So you would actually make 12 of these.
Okay.
And then, of course, you can decide if you wanted to, you could have them that way so they match. But if you didn't want to, follow the instructions, follow the pattern. What I would do is do all the blocks first, then I'd put them all on the floor, out the way of the puppy.
Yeah.
It's a nightmare. Take a photograph, have a look at what you think, and move a few around if you need to, till you're happy. And then with a friction pen, I actually wrote 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on them.
Yeah.
And then you stitch one to the other, so you stitch rows of 3, and then you stitch the 3 rows to the 3 rows. And as far as the block, I'm going to say that is it.
Yeah, and you've done,
it
all in that time.
But of course, I go through the instructions and I show you how you can then stitch these together and then how they're all put together, how you've done the borders. Now, the borders have got that lovely little detail in the corner. So as well as those curves,
that's nice. Can you see?
You've got these lovely little curves going on the border. In the
yeah,
corner.
That's really nice.
It's
isn't
just
it?
a little bit of a hint because, of course, we've got these lovely curves all around. We didn't want to sort of finish it with a straight
and you put it in both corners as well.
So, yeah, I've used the opposite, so the light and the dark and the light and the dark there, just to give you that lovely little curve going on. Just finishes the whole thing off, I think.
Yeah, no, it's lovely. It also means things don't need to match.
Exactly. This is what we worry about when we're beginning. It looks really technical, but you've just seen me do one. It really isn't. And having those corner ones in, we top stitch them in afterwards. Straightforward, honestly, they are. Yeah.
It's absolutely gorgeous.
Do you think you could do it now? You could do
this. You could do that.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, now that now that we've gone through it bit by bit.
Especially I've got to do John's tea tonight.
Yeah, you are. That's but egg and chips.
Yeah, it's fine.
Do you know that's one of my favourite meals?
Yeah. Is it?
Yeah.
I can take it or leave it.
Salmon and chips or egg and chips.
Yeah.
As long as it comes with a tin of mushy peas.
Yeah. Oh, see.
Yeah. I'm not very classy, to be honest. Salmon and chips.
But that enough, I think. Yeah. That
yeah,
enough?
yeah, I think that's perfect.
You've seen
really
one.
Nice.
We do 12 of those, so absolutely.
Well, I'm going to go back to the kit.
Right.
One moment. So in the kit, you will get all of the fabric, all of it, which absolutely loads. So you get the backing fabric. The light is used for the background, so behind the Dresden plates. And then this massive piece of fabric that's got all of the pieces that you need. And honestly, you've got way more than you need here. I mean, I can just see from looking at the quilt and what's used for what, all of the fabric, and it's all printed onto one big piece. It's a lot of fabric. It's 5.5 metres. You get all of the acrylic templates, which have been designed and made. They've got all the lines on, all the markings. They are designed especially for this quilt. So you can't get these anywhere else. They are made just for this design. Then you get full instructions, which, as I said before, has got pictures of the fabric, so it's easy to see what fabric and what goes where. Cutting out instructions. You've got step-by-step instructions showing you exactly how to do it. So everything that you've watched Sandra do, we're all going to go back all through it in here. So you've got the Dresden, you've got the curves, you've got making the blades, you've got joining it together. Remember, lay it out on the floor. You can change the layout if you want it to be different. Then how to quilt, so how to layer it, how to quilt it, how to make binding, because that's all that fabric is included. So everything you need to make this quilt at the most amazing price of $69.99. Amazing. Now, that price is only going to be till midnight, and thank you very much for the extra £10 off.
Well, we know we need it in our lives, don't we?
We always need an extra £10, don't we?
Absolutely,
All the mushy
yeah,
things
I'd be buying
that.
it. Yeah. I'm terrible. I've already brought from Sewing Street this morning.
So Glynis says, good morning, girls. If I buy the kit and the extra fabric, what size quilt approximately could I make?
Right, so you're going to get the extra fabric. It's going to be double that size. What
Right.
you are going to have to do is, you know where you've got the white blocks, because that isn't in the extra fabric bundle, get yourself a metre of that, or use one of the plains. You know, we had the bundles earlier.
Yes.
You could mix these up. You don't have to use white. You could actually change the colour if you want.
Yeah, or you could just use a plain white, couldn't
So
you?
whatever works for you, and then mix and match. It's going to give it a bit more interest.
So we'll make it double. So another pack will make exactly that again?
Yeah.
Or more?
Yeah, or a bit more.
Probably,
Yeah,
'cause
I
I
think you're
think
going to get a bit more. You might get another block, maybe.
To be
two
honest,
out
I
of what
think
you've
you've
already
got more here than you need as well, haven't you?
I never want you to run out.
No, but at least that.
Yeah.
Right, now if you want to buy the bundle of fabric, this is it here, half a metre of each of these, and you get half a metre free. So you've got the sort of the sage green, the darker one, and the lighter one. Really, really popular. We've only got 12 of these bundles left. And 12 of you have got it in baskets. So there you go, if everyone, all of you check out, it's gone. The light purple and the dark purple, I would buy this in conjunction if you want to make it bigger. And then you've got that sort of dusky salmon pink and then the coral. So half a metre of each of those, $33.95, and you're getting half a metre for free. Amazing, amazing value. Now, if you want them all individually, we do have them all individually. So if you want the pink, this is the half metre. You can buy just a half metre, or if you want to buy more than that, it will be printed and cut to order. So that's the pink one on a pale coral. Then we have this dusky pink one. Remember, you will get a half a metre. The fabric is all 100% cotton, 112 centimetre, 44-inch width, $8.49 for half a metre. It will be printed to order if you multi-buy. Then we've got the lighter purple. Remember, all of these colours work on their own. They work in conjunction with like one or two of the others, but they're also designed so they all work together as well. So half a metre of that one. And then we have the darker purple one. Lupin Swirls purple. And then we have the darker green. And finally, the lighter green. And the white. So if you want extra white, well, it's sort of white on white, well, grey on white. It's got like all the grey swirls. This is used in the background of the quilt, so behind all the Dresden plates. There we go. Now, we've also got some other fabric. Now, we did this last time, we didn't we? The menagerie of animals.
Well, the thing with this is we did it, and
it's beautiful.
I did a demo with the giraffe, and we cut some strips and put it round to see how it would kind of all work together. And we thought that's a good idea. So I did a couple of videos, and I showed how I actually cut all the panel and out together, and actually stitched it together. So there was no pattern. It was just
it was just
let's
an
put
idea.
a strip here and a strip there, and I actually showed how I created a quilt front with it. So I used a little bit of plain with it, and then whatever I'd got left scrap-wise, I actually created a quilt.
Where is the quilt?
That's it, yeah. So you've got a bit of a scrappy back to it, because of course it's got a few extra bits and pieces in, but I didn't waste any of the fabric.
So this is all of the fabric.
Yeah. Shall I come
that's
out?
in the bundle. Yes, yeah, if you hold it.
So this is
so
the one we
this is a
started.
quilt that Sandra's made using
Look at that.
all of the fabric that in the bundle.
That's where it started with that one.
Oh, yeah, no, I
Make
remember.
a great quilt, that would.
So look at the size of it, and that's all the fabric. So you've put a little bit of plain.
I've added just a little bit more plain, yeah. So let's say about 1.5 metres of bits and pieces that I'd kind of got lying around.
But other than that, that's all the fabric that's in this bundle.
Absolutely.
Isn't that gorgeous?
It just showcases everything together, doesn't
Well,
it?
yes, the thing is you see the panels and you think, oh, I think it would work, but it's really nice to see it like this.
There was no planning. There's a couple of videos on YouTube now on the Sanntangle page, and it was a bit of like, let's just see how this works.
See what happens.
and that's how it ended. So I thought it'd be nice to bring it back.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful.
To sort of show you
it'd be a lovely
worked.
picnic quilt, child's quilt, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it? Absolutely.
So
nice
colourful.
And clean and
right,
fresh.
let me show you. So what you get in this kit is you get a panel, and then you get the 3 coordinating fabrics. But let me show you the panel. So you've got some big animals and some little animals. Well, there's 2 panels actually. Look at that. So you've got the big toucan and the elephant. Look at the Indian elephant.
Yeah. But I mean, they're all hand drawn.
Oh, well, they're just gorgeous.
And how they look, they're all literally hand drawn. And when you look at each little bit, so even these little curls, you'll find them on the actual fabrics that come with it.
So the fabrics that come in the bundle, it all matches beautifully. So there's the 2. Then you also get, let me show you on the other end, because smaller ones. There's the giraffe.
Yeah, look at him.
Look at his little frog.
But then he, look.
It's a little ant.
Tiny little ant there. I don't know whether he's like going, leave me alone, or he's got his eye on it.
He's definitely got his eye on it.
Absolutely.
And then you get the smaller ones. So there's the elephant in the trees. Little mouse.
I know, it's so cute.
The hedgehog, rabbits. So it's lovely. It's a whole mix of different animals and creatures and insects, but all in the same colourway.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. All the same colourway. But they're just lovely to see. And, you know, because I've left you space around them, you could use them all as pockets or as little
Oh, yeah, that's true. All sorts. Well, or you can use them all to make the whole quilt.
Absolutely, if that's what you want to do.
You also get this panel.
Yes.
There's a lot in this bundle, isn't there? So $39.99. So you get that one panel.
Yeah.
It's still going. Then you get this panel.
Yeah, it's half a metre.
Which is like an all-out, so you can use this.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, you can cut it out
You
individually
can,
if you want to.
This is printed as fabric.
Or you use it just,
so, you know, it can...
But you could use it and cut them all out. You could use it for fussy cutting.
Yes, so you've got those tiny little bits
for little
and pieces.
EPPs.
It's lovely, isn't
little
it?
Little covered buttons.
Yeah, and I've done it so it's not one way. So,
brilliant. Love
you
that.
have got some animals upside down and side by side, because a one-way fabric can be a bit awkward. So
it is when it's upside down.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's very annoying.
So you know that you're always going to get something upside down on this, but that's how it's planned, so you've got bits of everything going on.
Brilliant. And then you get 3.5 metres of the coordinating, well, they're not solids, I'd say they're solids, but they're the coordinating colours. But they're blenders, really, because you've got that scrolly, spotty pattern
exactly,
on top.
Which is where it's come out of the artwork. So the elephant with these scrolls, it's the same pattern.
So it all matches. So it's like an echo of it. It's your low-volume blender.
It is.
And then you've got turquoise.
Yeah, we looked at these colours last time because we were like, how do these colours go? And we did compare to the actual artwork.
Well, they go beautifully. They're all taken from it. So all of the colours here, but these are sort of the colours in it, because obviously loads of colours that really blend and work with it, isn't
all
it?
Works, yeah.
And then you get the green. So all of that, you get 1/2 metre of the panel with all the big squares and little squares. You get 1/2 metre of this. Well, you know, it's an all-over print, but you can, because it's got lots of little things on it, you could cut them out and use them individually, or you just use it as a print. And then you get 1/2 metre each of these 3 matching blenders. There we go. So only $39.99. That is gorgeous, isn't it? 2 metres in total, because you've got 1/2 metre of each. Absolutely loads of these in basket, and people are multi-buying. If you want to make the quilt, you need to add a bit of your own plain fabric, you know, and it's just make it up as you go along. But that is beautiful, isn't it? And because you're framing artwork with fabric, it makes a piece of art in itself. Beautiful. Now, we do have all of these fabrics available just by the 1/2 metre, So if you want to, you know, make a quilt or something bigger and you want more of these icons, this one is available on its own. It is a pattern. So if you multi-buy it, you'll be sent them as like one, and then they're sent individually.
Yeah, yeah. What we'd probably do is we'd leave them, if you ordered 2, we'd probably leave the 2 together.
Oh, sorry, I'm showing,
but
right.
The other one, the littler one.
Right, this one. Sorry.
That's all as well, that would be by the 1/2 metre. So
right, that one's by the 1/2 metre. We don't have this one on its own.
Sorry, everybody.
Sorry. Jess confused me. No, she didn't. I just didn't read the instructions properly. So this one, if you want to buy more of it because you want to use the extra icons, that's 1/2 metre. But again, it is a repeat fabric, so if you buy more, it will just be printed. Glorious. And then we have the teal, because if you wanted to make a quilt and you wanted extra fabric, to use between it. You know, maybe you want to just cut out all the squares on the main panel and use this as sashing and borders, or you want to use it for binding. You know, it's really good to know that when you buy a fabric like this, and it has got a very specific colour, that it will go with it, and that it echoes the design details as well. It's just nice to have that. I always like to buy fabric from a fabric collection, just because it's easier.
Yeah.
Isn't
You know it's going to
work. Just easier.
Doesn't matter what, you know it's going to work every time.
Sometimes I think, oh, that's not quite, I think, no, it's from the same collection, it'll be fine. It just makes your life easier, doesn't it? Then we have apricot. Again, exactly the same print as the blue, but in apricot.
Nice and warm, this, isn't
It's a really nice warm. I mean, you know, you might just like this fabric, £8.49 for half a metre. Beautiful. And then we have apple. Again, echoes the colours and the design. So maybe you've bought one of these panels. You can see how it, the apple picks up these, and it actually blends with all of the other colours in there, which makes it a bit zingy. Now, the bag kit we only briefly touched on at 9 o'clock. We'll have to bring it back again. This bag is genius. Now, I love this. We've got a complete kit for it, and we've got instructions. So it's got little handles. I mean, it just looks like a little, looks like something you'll take to work on a picnic.
It's divine, isn't it?
It is just the cutest thing. Just like that, I think it's cute. It's just the right size, not too big, not too small. It has lots of internal pockets. Now, it also has this bag, which is drawstring. And it has little, I love this, it has little poppers on the bottom, and then on the inside of the bag there are poppers, so you can clip it in.
Oh, it's such a satisfying noise, that, isn't it?
I know, well, I didn't realise that they came off. I thought it was part of it, which means that it makes it multi-use.
It certainly does, doesn't it? And it means if you want to just carry one thing, you want to have some sort of security. Yeah, put it all in the drawstring.
Yeah, so I think, I love it with the drawstring. So you'd put all of your items in there. So this could be something you take on holiday, you take it to work, you put your lunch in, you put your crochet, you put your knitting project in it, you put your latest sewing kit, then you just pull up the drawstring. So if you're taking out and about, secure. If you're taking something travelling, if you're taking knitting socks on the plane, this is perfect. Yeah. It's got internal pockets here. But if you want to take that out, you can. I just think it's genius. Yeah. Absolutely love it.
It's really easy to do. The drawstring has got a boxed base as well as the actual bag. So you're kind of making two the same, but putting them together. So it means you've got a bit extra at the bottom of that
Absolutely.
Bag. I love it.
And I love the fabric is gorgeous, and we've got a complete kit, because quite often we see these and we go, well, that's nice. I like that fabric. Where'd you get that from? Well, it's all in the kit. Let me show you. I think this is a great price. It's a really nice bag. It's the sort of bag that a lot of people say, where did you get that from?
Even if you don't use a bag, because I don't that often. Obviously, if I'm coming here, I have to. But this bag means I can take my phone, my keys, my purse, and that's it. That's all you need to put in it, really.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, yeah, no, it's great, because this is the sort of size bag that I would have. Also, like, you can put it on the seat next to you in the car, it'll stay up. Yeah. You can find your glasses when you're driving.
You've got so many pockets in it for a little bag, it's crazy.
So you get this fabric, which is gorgeous, but you need to look at this. So this is the fabric you'll make it, and it's all little squares.
Oh, it's lovely.
Big piece. And it's got lots of little sentiments on it. Focus, ability to selectively ignore what does not matter. I am capable of overcoming anything. Be bold, be fabulous, be unique. Not all storms come to disrupt your life. Some come to clear your path. I hope that's true about this storm that's coming later.
Absolutely, yes, yes.
If you never try, you'll never know. And there's and all of these, the colours are lovely.
Yeah, all hand drawn. A lot of those have been inked by hand as well, because they're the tiles that we do.
Also in the kit, you will get the fabric that's used to line the bag, and obviously full instructions with full-size templates.
I do like a full-size pattern.
I love a full-size pattern. I think that
is
brilliant. I would definitely make this bag. I think that's just genius. And I would use it for many things.
Yeah.
See, I would buy the kit and then make this. But then I would use the pattern and make more of them, because
Yeah,
I would have one for my knitting project, and then I'd have one as on my handbag. And
when you get your different fabrics, you just want it in different.
And I always have to have a
match what
brand
you're wearing on the day. So
when I go on holiday, I have to have a brand new bag for every holiday. And I wait till the morning of that holiday.
How special! Nothing like that, is there?
Then going on holiday with a new bag. No one else knows, but I feel like everyone's looking at me.
It doesn't matter, does it? It's
no, but it feels like is everyone looking at me because I've got a brand new bag? Yeah. Look at my. Have you seen my zips with matching linings?
Talking point, though, isn't it? That one.
Yeah, I think it's gorgeous.
The fabric.
Now we do have the pattern on its own, if you must.
You must.
If you must, because I do love the fabric. Here's the pattern on its own, £9.99 for this. We are very low in stock of this, though. Remember, the pattern on its own comes with the full-size templates. Cut them out and then clip them to the inside of this, because this is a bag you will make over and over again for you and for your friends. I mean, I'm thinking birthday present for somebody, buy that and just put a little hand cream in or something.
Of course.
Or a packet of biscuits.
Yeah, and a little mug or something.
Inside here. Yeah. And then you can then use all of your stash up to make many bags for many people. We've only got 15 of the patterns left, though, so you're going to have to be quick. The scissors.
I've been using them all.
Well, I was using them earlier. These are great scissors. Sandra had these last time she was in, and I love these scissors.
They're really handy.
They're very handy because they have a little cover, which means it's great if you're going to workshops, travelling, and put them in your sewing basket. And they are super, super sharp. They are great for snipping threads, but they also work for snipping fabric. They should be $6.99, but we've got special prices all over the place today. Because Sandra's been so generous today, because she knows she's not with me next time.
Oh, so let's see. What we're going to do?
I don't know. It's going to be terrible. $2.99. $2.99. $2.99 for the scissors. They're great. You saw I was using them for snipping the little corners. They're very sharp, but luckily they have this cover on. But you need little small sharp scissors.
Yeah, you do need that cover on when you're not
for
using
many
them.
things.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Fabulous. Right, the kit, one more time, because it will go back up. It's $69.99. That price will go back up. It should be $114.99. If you bought all the fabric, the templates, and the pattern individually, that's what it will be. But Sandra's feeling generous today. So $69.99 for that. Oh, it's on split pay. Oh, of course it is, because the full price is over $99.99. So you can buy it on two-way split pay. So if you want to spread the cost, how did we not notice? If you want to, it won't cost you any more. We don't charge you any interest or an arrangement fee. But for 2 equal payments of $34.99, this complete kit will be sent to you. Oh. What a bargain. Yeah. Now, you need to get checked out. That was brilliant. Thanks so much.
Yeah, it's not overwhelming at all, is it? It's something that's manageable. That
really,
you can do.
Really
You've never even made a quilt before.
This is it.
You can do it.
And it's all in there.
It looks so technical, but it really
I think it's the templates, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It makes the difference.
It really does. And you can use that again and again and again. Yeah, yeah. Once you crack this, you can just make more of them, use your own fabric.
Oh, and you will.
Do get checked out on that, because that price will go back up. So what do you know when you're back in with John?
Oh, I don't know.
No.
It says Christmas. I have plans for Christmas.
23rd.
So I've got time, because there's a limited edition something coming. Bit of Dobby's mate, the quilt coming. There's all sorts of things, but I'm not going to tell you everything.
23rd.
That's what Christmas is all about.
Exactly, 23rd of July. Well, that's brilliant. Well, we'll see you then.
Excellent.
We'll see you then, and hopefully I'll see you the time after that.
Absolutely.
We'll let you do Christmas. Thanks so much for that, and for all of you who've checked out the quilt kit. We have only got single figures left of that, so do get that. I'm going to be back with you in a few minutes. We have got a host of quilt kits. I've also got some of the Amber Mates kits and a couple of the quilt kits that we haven't done for a long, long time, and we've got a few back in stock. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you back in a few minutes.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back, and I'm going to have a quilt.
little tip for when you're measuring yourself, either for making a pattern or for buying shop-bought clothes. Take a piece of elastic, because it's really important to find where your natural waistline is. All you do is you just tie it around yourself. Doesn't matter how tight, because it's not going to be a waistband or anything like that. You just tie it around your waist, like that, and then leave it for a little while. Move around, do a bit of exercise, do a bit of housework, do a bit of tidying up. And when you come back, right, this will be in your natural waistline. So if you're drawing a pattern, every single line emanates from your waistline. And if you're buying clothes, you will get your natural waist size. For example, this is my natural waist, and I measure 41 here, but I buy 36 jeans. So which one's right? Not the 36. My natural waist is a 41. Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
The sweet taste of relaxation and indulgence. Nothing can ruin this perfect moment.
John, we're ready for you.
Just one more minute. Why don't you join me for my birthday this weekend? The weekend is full-on celebration. Don't miss out.
Now, where were we? Oh, yes. Oh, that's better.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your App Store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. Although, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw round your motif with your pen, then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left-hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Welcome back to the hour that is of quilts, dedicated to the quilt kit. I love a kit, as you can say. I mean, I've got a big stash of fabric, obvs. Haven't we all? But I love a kit because it's all there. And now, I had all these quilt kits at the beginning of the day, so I said, can we hang this one up? Because I love this one. I think it's a stunner. It's the fabric is designed by Rachel Hauer, and she specialises in these hand-drawn illustrations. She always does a lot of creatures. Do you remember last year she did a whole set of designs all based around animals? This is gorgeous. So I love the fact that you've got this really dark blue background. It makes the other fabrics really stand out. I think it's an absolute stunner. And although it looks like, ooh, that's a bit complicated, all those points, it's just half square triangles, to be fair. That is it, really. Yeah, it's easy. It's piece. Well, it says piecing. I mean, sewing bits of fabric together. Piecing, I love that. There's a few flying geese. There's half square triangles. It's not a difficult one, but I think the effect is stunning. What's great about it is from where you're looking, you can just see these bright colours. From where I'm looking, I can see all these little creatures. There's a little rabbit's head there. There's a bumblebee. You've got some leaves and flowers, and here you've got little birds and blossom. And then all the way around the edge, you've got lots of butterflies and bees. So it's fussy cut, so the centres of the squares have got there's a mole on that one. That's the cutest thing. So it's a real sort of countryside kit. It says it's for a confident beginner. What they mean by that is this can't be the first time you've ever used your sewing machine and you've done a bit of sewing. I mean, I would suggest it's probably better if you used a rotary cutter before, but when they say confident, if you love this and you want to do it, then you will. You will. You just take it slowly. All the instructions are in here. The box has all the fabric. It's a really weighty box. There's a lot of fabric in here. Now, the finished quilt size is 224 by 224 centimetres, which is about 80. What's 224 divided? Yes, please. Why do they never? Well, I guess it's here. They never put them in inches. 88 by 88. So we're talking big king size quilt here. This is brilliant for picnics because all the countryside on it. I think it's fantastic. Now, we are going to drop the price of this because we only have a handful left. The price for this is $279.99, but not today. When it's gone, it's gone. $199.99. Wow. So it's available on 3-way split pay, $199.99. So that's an £80 saving. You can spread the cost over 3 months. So 3 equal payments of $66.66. Pay one now. We will send you the whole quilt, which has got all the fabric for the whole of the quilt, even the background here, the binding, the inner border, the outer border, everything that you need. Obviously, you don't get the backing and the wadding because you never do, but you get everything else, full instructions. I mean, it is a stunner, isn't it? Catherine Wright demonstrated this, and if you'd like to watch back, The 9th of May at 9 a.m, Catherine demonstrated that. 9th of May at 9 a.m, if you want to watch the demonstration. I mean, it is beautiful. It's unfortunate well, if you zoom in, you'll be able to see. You can't see that, the little frogs. I don't know whether we can get in. Shall I move my thing? See, look at the little frog here. And that one's got a newt and toadstools. I mean, they're absolutely beautiful. And that is something gorgeous about this quilt. And, you know, and the fact that in your kit, you're going to get this blue. And it's a plain blue, but it's been specifically selected to make this fabric stand out. It's just a joy, isn't it? £199.99. So that's 3 equal payments of 66. Oh, 66. All the 6s. Now, we do have it in another colourway. So this is the other colourway. It's exactly the same. And in fact, all the fabrics are yes, it is exactly the same. It's just the background is cream. Oh, have we got a picture? Can we show you a picture? The fabrics that you get in the kit are exactly the same. It's just that the background is cream. So it depends what sort of look, whether you want that deep, dark blue or whether you want the cream. But the actual fabrics, which are from the Garden Bed collection, are the same. It's just you need to choose between navy. Can we match the price on that? So again, down £80 saving, down from £279.99 to £199.99, which is amazing. 3-way split pay, 3 equal payments of 66.66. So if you want interest-free, won't cost you anything else. We won't charge you to do that. Then you can get it back, get it home, get it made and done before you've even paid for it. It is lovely, isn't it? It is really unusual as well. Right, that's those 2 done. Right, we're going to talk about attic windows because these are some quilts, well, the quilts that Amy and I designed. Almost one of the first quilt kits we ever designed for Amber Makes. We haven't shown them for absolutely ages. Now, there are 2. We'll start with lupins. So the idea between the attic window behind the attic windows quilt kit, this is what it looks like, is you will get a panel. In fact, I'll show you in a minute. It's quite big. I'll show you. I can't really hold it up. Can you see? I'll put it on the counter. So the idea behind this is that in your kit you will get a printed panel that is this picture of this mountain view with lupins, because this is the sort of view you'd get when you're looking out at a mountain, this mountain view with lupins. In the instructions, in fact, shall I show you the panel? This is what you get in your kit. I'll lay the panel on here so you can see. So the panel is 140 by 89. So this is what you will get in your kit. You will get the panel, which you can see is this mountain view. And you then also get some fabric taken from that you'll use for the flying geese around the edge. And you get an optional cat. Everyone needs an optional cat, don't they? You also get in the kit, the cat is optional. You also get in the kit light grey fabric, dark grey fabric and white fabric, and that is used to create the illusion. So I explain in the instructions exactly how to cut the panel up into 9 pieces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then the top 3 is 7, 8, 9. And then what happens is you then cut out the white, the grey and the dark grey. The dark grey is the window frames. The light grey and the white is the recesses of the windows. And as you can see, when they're cut, it creates that illusion of looking through the window that looks like that. The cat, then, if you want to, is appliqued on top of the window so it's looking out of it. You don't need to do that, it's entirely up to you, but it's just quite a nice little touch. And you also get the pieces to create the rows of flying geese, which I just think adds a little bit of extra interest into the top corner and then the bottom corner. So not all the way around, but it just, the colours tie in with the loopings as well. So it's a really good quilt, because it's quite big, that you hang it on the wall. So when you need a better view, or you don't have a nice view, or you've got an empty wall, or you just want to put it on your bed, then it would look really nice, because sometimes, you know, you've got like, maybe in your lounge or something, you've got one wall that's just a bit dark, or in your downstairs toilet, or in a bedroom, and you hang this up and it looks like you're looking out of a window. But when you stand away from it, which is why I wanted to show you the picture of it finished, when you stand away, it gives that effect of looking through a window, because it's kind of that 3D effect. So for the price, because this is the same price as we charged when we first did it nearly 5 years ago. So you get $39.99. You get the panel and 3 meters of fabric and the full instructions of exactly how to make it. It gives, yeah. So the fabric alone, the plain fabric, should be $23.98. So we've kept the same price from all that time. So there's in the instructions, you've got how to cut out the panel in all the different measurements and how to sew it together. Yeah, so basically, if you bought the plain fabric, because it's all Rose and Hubble quilting rate fabric, if you bought that, you're only paying £6 for the panel. Yes. That's, I know, but we'll just, well, you know, why not? Now, there's another one. So that's lupins. If you like Venice, I love this one. I'll try and hold it up, but I need to be standing on something, really. But you kind of need to hold it up. I think the panel on this is beautiful, that Amy designed. So can you see? It's the bridge in Venice, the Rialto. I can't see what you can see. Can you see most of it? Okay. Well, should we show you the picture there? That's better, isn't it? So on the panel, again, you cut it into 9 pieces. The kit has got the white, the light grey and the dark grey. So it's really simple to do. All you've got in one corner, you've got the, just like you snowball the corner. It's really simple. But the way I've done it is a lot of attic windows, they all face in the same direction, the angles. But what I've done with this one is that one faces that way. The centre ones go inwards both ways, and that one faces that way. So your eye is automatically drawn to the centre. So who doesn't want to be in Venice? And there's the bottom of Venice with the man driving the boat. There we go. What are the measurements of lupin view? So I'm hoping I put the finished thing in. That's a really good question. Right, it is, oh, well, see, the panel is 36 by 28. Why have I not written that down? Why have I not done that? That was mad, wasn't it? Well, actually, I will be able to tell from the borders, the light fabric. Okay, so 31 by 30, yeah, 32 by 36 inches, I think, because that's the outer borders, and they would be that size, wouldn't they? Yeah. So normally this is a quilt that you'd put wadding in. There were 3 of them, the other one we've sold out of, and when I made them right at the beginning, I just didn't have time to put wadding in when I made them, so I just put a backing on, and I never had time to, and I've never done the wadding. Remember, with this one, you get the flying geese thing in the same fabric like the water. So yes, you would put wadding in this. I just didn't have the time to do it, but it is a stunner, isn't it? Absolutely love that one. Yes. Which ones? Yeah, I haven't got. You'll have the shop where I couldn't. It's in the cupboard and I couldn't find it. So we'll start with the cushion. So this is. You can have that one and that one. So I'm just giving these to Dan, if you wonder I'm mumbling. Right, so this is part of the flower shop of the month, and this is February. So it's a design, we called it February because it's just February flowers. But this was one of the simpler ones. So these is hourglass blocks which frame this beautiful display of spring flowers to make a lovely cushion. So in the kit, you will get the fabric, and it will make, you've got everything to make this cushion, but you can choose whether you put the flower arrangement like this in the vase on the front of your cushion, or you can put this hand-tied bouquet, and so you can keep one, you only need one. Then you've also got all the pieces, which are, you know, grape hyacinth petals. They make the hourglasses. You've got the light prints that you need for an hourglass. You've got some extra charm squares and gift tags and applique pieces because we had some spare space. But you also get the cushion back upper and the cushion back lower, so you can make the whole cushion. You get as well, obviously, full instructions which show you exactly how to make it with all the walkthrough pictures as well. But it's beautiful, isn't it? It's quite a simple one to make. So maybe if this is one of your first quilting projects, you've heard about half square triangles, oh, I'm not sure, quarter square. These are called hourglasses, which is exactly the same as a quarter square triangle, but it's quite a nice technique to use. But because you've got all of the fabric, and I think it's nice that this grape hyacinth fabric matches the design in the centre, so that's quite a nice one. So that's the February, well, the hourglass cushion. Right, well, the shop away bag, I haven't got the sample here, but we'll talk. We've got a picture of it, hopefully. So the shop away bag is a really clever bag that folds up. I don't have the sample because I couldn't find it this morning. So the way it works with the shop away bag is that it's a whole bag. It's a nice cotton tote bag that you can use to take shopping. When you've finished it with it, it all folds up into the little triangle pocket in the corner. I keep one of these in my handbag all the time because it folds up into just a little corner, and then when you need it, you unfold it and there's your bag. It features a blue china pot filled with daffodils. This is the panel that you will get in the kit. So this is the front of the bag, which is that beautiful pot of daffodils. So the bag isn't lined because it needs to be reasonably lightweight so it'll fit into the pocket. It has the back, the bag back. You've got the handles, which have been designed, Amy's designed in a print that matches the china, so it's a beautifully matching bag. This is one of our favourite designs, my favourite ones of ours. This is the casing front that goes over the front of the pocket. You've got an extra flower arrangement because there was some space, and some extra charm squares because there was some space. And then these are the triangles that go across. You've even got some gift tags. You've got extra daffodils. And you get full instructions, and it comes with a free video tutorial. And this is, I think, maybe the first or second one that we ever did. $17.99. Now, the reason it should be more than that, but because this is one of the block of the months that we did 2 years ago, it's still at the price that it would have been 2 years ago. So you are getting all of the pieces to make this bag, and it's a really nice gift to give somebody. This is what it looks like. I've got a picture on the instructions when it's all folded up because I haven't got it here. It's a really nice gift to give someone. It's all sewn together with French seams, easy peasy, and I'll show you how in the tutorial, but it means that you don't have to have it lined, and it all folds up, and then you've got this really stunning bag. If you had to buy this made as one of these fold-up bags, it would be loads more than that. And you get lots of extra pieces on the panel as well. So grab it at that price while you can, because once we reprint it, it will be more. Because that is a great price. Right, then the last one that we'll do is the crossover bag. Let me show you the bag. So it features sunflowers. So it's got sunflowers in a watering can, obviously, filled all filled with sunflowers. On the back, you've got a lovely array of sunflowers, and it has this lovely contrasting stripy gusset. The inside, this is all on the panel, is lined with sunflowers. There's a pocket, and the pocket pieces are in there, which is all sunflowers, and it has a strap. So the idea with this bag, and what I did with it, is that I put the strap on the front and the back of the strap on the back, and it has a magnetic snap, so that when you use it crossbody, it's got a slider so you can make it any length. By having that part of the strap on the front and that on the back, it sits better, because otherwise if you've got them both on the same side, it flops back. If you've got them on the side, it holds it open. So it just means that you can have it as a crossbody like this, or you can just put it over your shoulder, depending on whether you shorten the straps or not. So it can be a shoulder bag or a crossbody, but because it's got that internal pocket, it's really useful. It's a real hands-free stunner of a bag. Full instructions, and then the panel, big panel, looks like this. So you've got the watering can filled with sunflowers, there's the pocket, there's the strap, you've got the little tabs, the side gusset outer. You will need a little bit of bag hardware to go with this, but all you need to do, go onto the product description on the website, and that's all listed, and it will tell you all the extra pieces you need if you want to have a look. But you need some wadding, a pocket zip, 2 D-rings, a slide buckle, and a magnetic snap. But if you want to see, you know, that's all listed here, but that is also copied onto the product description, and it has a full video tutorial. So here's all the pieces, and I like the fact, you know, that you've got these beautiful arrays of sunflowers, and then Amy's used that stripe because that looks so nice in the gusset that goes down the side, really coordinating. It also comes with gift tags and things as well. There we go. Right, now, when we did this Flower of the Month, I wanted to make a quilt using charm squares, which is a challenge, to be honest. A challenge because you want to use loads, you don't want to use too many. Some charm squares have feature prints in them, like a specific thing. Some charm squares have got all over patterns, and I wanted to be able to use them all. So I designed the star flower quilt. It was called that because it's stars and it's made of flower fabrics. So it's a big quilt. It's a big quilt at a great price. I'm not going to be able to hold up the whole thing, so I'm going to show you it on the desk. We've got a picture of the whole thing, but I'm going to show it. So that's a picture of the whole thing, and you'll see this is the detail of it. So that's the whole thing. I'll show you on here the detail on what you're going to get. The finished quilt is, it measures 78 inches square. So this is double bed size. You could even put this on a king size bed. You get in the kit, so it's 78 inches. Now it's made from these stars. It's dead easy. These are big half square triangles. If you've never done them, start with big ones. So each star has got a feature square with a flower arrangement in it, framed by a plain fabric, and there are 3 different plain fabrics. And then you've got half square triangles that form the star around the edge. In this kit, this is how much you're going to get. You are going to get 3 charm squares. So you're going to get 120 charm squares because you get 3, March, April and May. You're then going to get half a metre each of the lavender, light lilac, buttercup and mint. And you also get 4 metres, does that say 4? I think so. 4 metres of ivory. Now, all of that is going to make you a big double bed size quilt. Oh, you get instructions as well, quite important, which have a full video tutorial. So if you've never made a quilt before, it's always worth doing one where you can watch a tutorial to show you how to do it. $89.99, and you are going to get all of that. Now, you need 84 charm squares to make this. You'll get 120 because there are 40 on each. So you'll have charm squares left over. The only thing you'll need is obviously it includes enough fabric for the binding, because what I did was I cut all that plain fabric into strips, and there was enough left over to do a scrappy binding. So for £89.99, you will get all of the fabric to make this quilt. It's really hard to show you the whole thing, only because it's so big, but you can see here. So this square is using the tulips. This star uses the peonies. This star uses the daffodils, and then you repeat that. But it's a very simple quilt to make because these half square triangles are so big. And I was saying it was a challenge because trying to design something where you use a feature square like these displays with all over pattern squares. But it is a beautiful quilt and it's very flowery. Right. Now, another charm square quilt, I did get better at it, was the falling leaves quilt. So, very limited stock of this one. And this one, ridiculous. I don't know how I managed to do this one. So, I think it's because I used calico. Right, falling leaves. So I wanted to work out how to do a maple leaf using a charm square. So there we go, falling leaves. So in this one, you get 2 charms. So you get 80 charm squares, but that's enough to create these maple leaves. And I worked it all out so that there's a stripy fabric in one of these that you could use that for the stems. So you make the maple leaves, which are done in all of the different fabrics. The 2 charm square panels are sort of orangey and purpley, so it's a beautiful orangey design. Then you get the fabric. Once you've made the maple leaves, they are then surrounded by a single iris chain, which is worked in alternates of the 2 colours. So you've got a metre of paprika, because the paprika is used for the binding as well, because there's enough for the binding, and ½ metre of salmon. 2 charm squares, so 80 charms, and then calico. And I love calico for a quilt. 3 metres, so calico is wider and it's also more economical. And I think that with this falling leaves quilt, because it's kind of autumnal, it's natural, the calico works beautifully. And obviously, you get full instructions with a full video tutorial. Show you exactly how to make it, how to cut it out. You just go to the Amber Makes website. It's all on there. How to make the maple leaves, and then how to join it all together to make the quilt. And then there's a layout diagram of them. I mean, basically it's 2 blocks. It's a maple leaf block and a square block. Right, we've only got 2 of these left now. And once it's gone, I'm not sure whether we do it again because we have to get all of these charm squares reprinted and everything. So just 2 of those left. So that's the falling leaves quilt. But it's, again, did I tell you the size of that one? 70 inches square. There you go. So that's big enough for a double bed. Right, the Sanderson Spring Garden quilt. That one, which is on top, I think. Yeah. Right, so this is the Sanderson Spring Garden quilt. Have we got a picture of it? And I'll just lay it out. Oh, well. This is really hard to open up. Yeah, I'm just trying to, I want to get it over the desk so you can flatten it. Woo! There we go. Now we can see the whole thing. I love this quilt. It's beautiful, isn't it? So it features fabrics that were originally designed in Sanderson interiors. You remember when all their sort of curtains and cushions and upholstery, and then they've been reprinted into quilting weight fabrics. But it's just beautiful. It really has that kind of vintage charm to it, doesn't it? I love the fact that the main sort of background of the whole quilt is this sort of really sagey green and mustard swirls. Then you've got really striking Sanderson interiors in the centres of these squares. And then these coloured that look like plain are actually shot cotton fabrics, which means that the warp and the weft are different colours. So like on this one, the warp is a blue and the weft is a black. And it just gives you, you know, like the shot silk look. It gives you a real depth. But every now and then you have a little piece like this one. And it's got just a vintage charm to it, hasn't it? The quilt is 216 centimetres square, which, what did we say, was about 90 inches. It's a big quilt. And we're going to be matching the price. And look at the border. You even get 85 inches. You even get all of the fabric for the border. And isn't the border lovely? Love that. It's like sort of lilac, all branches, isn't it? Beautiful. Can we match the price on this one? Right, let's drop it. 80 quid off. 80 quid off, 199.99. What a lovely thing to have. So if you remember the Sanderson fabrics of the interiors of the, I kind of think of it as a sort of the 70s, but I'm sure it goes way back beyond then. They're just beautiful. If you wanted to watch a demonstration, on the 6th of April, that's this year, Susie Duncan demonstrated it. I think it's a beautiful quilt. It's fairly simple to make. It is, it's flying geese and half square triangles. That's as I mean, it's probably like your confident beginner, as in, I would say you probably need to have used a sewing machine before and maybe had a little go with the rotary cutter. But if this is your first foray into piecing with half square triangles and flying geese, I think that's actually quite simple. And I think also they haven't fussed and messed about with these Sanderson fabrics. They've used them as the centre of squares. I think it's really clever. And also by putting, I love the little stars that they've put as interruptions at the end of the sashing. I think it works really well. I think this is a quilt that you'll be really proud of. It's an heirloom thing. You'll have this on the sofa or the back of the car. I mean, after you've looked after it on your bed or on the wall, but it's just the sort of thing, you know, you think, oh, I've got that, take that on a picnic. It's just so useful to snuggle in. Very fancy. Always impress your friends with the best quilt on a picnic. Right. Right, then we're going to do the colourful triangles, which is here. God, it's amazing backing on this. This is super colourful, isn't it? Super colourful triangles. Yeah, there are two colourways of this one. To be honest, it's just the background. So this colourway here that we're showing you is the cream, but the only difference between that one and this one is this colour. So all of these bright fabrics, which is the main thrust of the kit, so this spotty, this bright, super colourful, the only difference between this sample I have here and what you get in your quilt kit is this is cream. I prefer this one, actually. Only because, I mean, I like the purple one, but I think that this one is better because I think when you look at the picture, I think the bright colours stand off more. Let's match the price. So we are going to reduce the price to £159.99, £90 saving, and it's still on three-way split pay. 5? Wow, how did that happen? 5-way split pay, so £159.99, save yourself £80. I think that colourway is really stunning because I think it's a very rainbow quilt, isn't it? You've got all of the colours. You can see each of the blocks, so like green, blue, pink, red, and then you've got the bright colours in between. 5-way split pay, so if you want to spread the cost, we can get that sent to you for 5 equal payments of £31.99. So you pay £31.99 now, we'll send it to you, and you can get it made. 180 by 211 centimetres. That's like about 70 by 80, so it's a nice big quilt. Beautiful. And it is half square triangles, that's it. You'll become brilliant at half square triangles. Do you know, I think the key to sewing, cutting, trimming, joining half square triangles is practice. By the time you finish this quilt, you will be an expert because you'll have made loads of them. The soft diamond quilt kit. This is a beauty, isn't it? And I've actually got that one here. Oh, right, so this was demonstrated by Stuart on the 23rd of May. This sample is a slightly different colour, but of the kit that we have left. But it gives you an idea, doesn't it, of what it's going to look like. Now, this is all William Morris fabrics, all of them. So what is the difference? These fabrics are slightly different. How many have we got left? Right, let's open it and we'll find out. Why not? Well, actually makes a nice tablecloth, doesn't it? So in here, you are going to get all William Morris fabrics, which is nice, isn't it? £199.99, the finished, but we are going to be matching the price. So the fabrics that you're going to get in your kit, right, we're going to reduce the price to £139.99. Now, these are the fabrics you're going to get in your kit. So almost the same, but just a little bit different. It's just, yeah, just a bit different, that's all. I think this is the fabric that goes around the wide border. This one here, because there's the most of it. Oh, no, it's not. No, it's the red. This one. Look, here's the image of it. This red is what goes around the outside. So it just has a little bit more of a red vibe than this one. But you know what? Almost the same. So those are the fabrics you will get. It's only £139.99. So that's £60 saving. Whoa. On a three-way split pay, which is good, isn't it? All William Morris fabrics, 152 by 182 centimetres, a good sort of 5 by 6 foot quilt, which is great for a double bed. £139.99. It is just squares. Just squares. There is not a triangle in sight. But what they've done is they have used different size squares. So you piece together like a 4 unit, and then you have a 4, and then you have you have a 9 unit but smaller, so that when it all joins up it's the same size. So it's actually really effective, but there's no angles involved. It is just sewing together the squares. So get your cutting done, quite simple to do, and then just piece it all together, and it is more it's more impressive than it is to do. £139.99. 3 equal payments of £46.66. And when this is gone, we won't be getting this one back. I think that is a stunner. And you get that beautiful brick red is the wide border. So that's going to be what you will see. I mean, maybe you've just started to work on larger quilts, or you want to, have a quilt kit where you think, I just want to have a go with this. I just want to be cutting strips, sewing together squares, work on it bit by bit, because it isn't work like it looks on the picture. Oh, do I have to work from the inside out? Do I have to do the whole thing at once? No, you don't. You build all these blocks that are made of 4 squares or 9 squares, and then you sew them all together. So you could just start on some of the blocks. It's a very good starting thing, and it's just beautiful fabric, isn't it? Yes, Riley Blake's Silver Linings. Thank you. So we've got a printout of this one, just to make it easier. Nope, upside down. It's a really nice quilt. So this is just it printed out, obviously not pieced. You won't get this in your kit. This is just for us. We had this printed just so that we could show you without having to make the whole quilt. What I love about this quilt kit, because I was on with Catherine when she demonstrated it. Was it 2nd of June? Was it last week? Yeah, it must have been last week. There we go. It's a really good quilt to have for like a new home, new house, baby, a decoration on a wall, lovely, as a gift for somebody, maybe an anniversary or something special. There's all these little houses all of them using the Riley Blake fabric, and they all have a little heart in them. The fabrics are all from the same collection. In fact, they're all 10-inch from a 10-inch charm pack, and you've got more fabrics than you need because you get like 40 in the charm pack and you don't need as many for this. So you can mix, you can choose. You don't have to use these fabrics. You can choose which ones you use. There's also enough, so they've also put these lovely rain clouds in there, I think, which is quite cute. But if you don't want the rain clouds, there's enough fabric to just fill those with houses. You could embroider somebody's name or details or address on there. So I'm thinking special anniversary, new home, baby, all that kind of thing, welcome. It's $174.99, but I think we should match the price. It's 46 by 46 inches, $99.99. You also get all the fabric for the background. So this lovely spot that's in the background, you will get that in, that all comes in the kit as well. And the kit is a really nice box. I'll just show you that, because you can't beat a nice box, can you? And you will use this box whilst you're making the quilt to keep everything in. And you will also use it then afterwards. It has magnetic, I just think that's cool. Magnetic closure. The inside of the box is speckly. Just, it'll please you when you make it. And also, if you were gifting it, you get this whole layer cake, 10-inch layer cake with all of these different prints, all 42 of them, but you don't need that many, so you'll have some left over. And then you get the fabric that's used for the binding and the clouds, as well as the background, that lovely, and it's not a spot, it's more of a speckle. More of a speckle, and full instructions, and a lovely box. I think that's gorgeous. Beautiful quilt kit. So 3 equal payments of $33.33, bargain. And obviously this is just, we had it just printed out because we didn't have time to make the whole quilt. So that's what it will look like, only yours will look better because it will be actually pieced together. Great price for that. Right, garden tapestry blue. This one's really limited. So this is all William Morris again. Right. Right, we're going to match the price, which was the lowest price we sold at last. But it is a ridiculous price. $59.99. This is all William Morris fabric. But we've only got 2 left. It's 99 centimetres by 121 centimetres. It's on 5-way split pay. No idea why. There must, the hiccup, sorry. There must have been some special day. No, that's gone. But we have got it in red, in garden tapestry in red. Now, William Morris, when we say red, it's not red, it's brick, isn't it? I wonder. Oh, we've only got, no, that one's almost gone. That's only one of those left. I won't open it. It's red, but it won't be red. It'll be brick red. Exactly the same size, but just in a different fabric. It was, if you've bought it, it was demonstrated on the 15th of May. That one's gone. I need to get those little bits in. That one's gone. Oh, manager special price. Oh, gone. Gone. It's too late now, Jess. We sold it. We weren't supposed to do that. Oh, I haven't seen that one. Have we got that one? Oh, yes. How have I not seen this one? Look at this. It's called Cakewalk. That's my kind of walking. If you could go on a cake walking weekend, I think I might. Yeah, when we go on our holiday, cottage, wine, takeaways, cake. Oh, this is brilliant. Oh, I love this. Has it got everything in it? Oh, that's fabulous. Well, I'm going to have to open it. Have I got time? Can you have a look? What I want to know is, does it include the rick-rack? No way. This is great, isn't it? Well, we're going to have to find out, aren't we? We're going to have to find out because this is a game changer. It is for me anyway. Oh, yes, look, guys. It includes the rick-rack. And look at the colours of the rick-rack. They're beautiful. I've never seen, like, subtle colours like that. All the fabric. All right, OK, let's have a look at this. This is joyful. So, look, at the edge, right, I think this is brilliant. Where they've bound it, they've put the red, you get extra red rick-rack to do that. They've put that in. They've echoed the rick-rack in this border. And then, when you go onto the cakes, cake stand, rick-rack icing, and the colours. You see, this is what's brilliant. I've never seen these kind of like grey and teal and mauve. This is a quilt to hang in your kitchen, isn't it? And do you know what I love about it is that it's quite simple, isn't it? You like the bottom of here, they're just half square triangles, a few strips to piece. And then all they've done with the rick-rack, cleverly, is they've sewn it just through the centre. But once they've done that, they've put these side borders on afterwards so that the rick-rack goes into that seam, because trying to turn over and hem the edges of rick-rack is almost impossible. So that goes into that seam. And you've got cakes in all colours. So you've got a teal cake, a pink cake, a yellow cake, a purple cake. If you know someone who owns a cake shop or wants to own a cake shop, put it there. I mean, isn't this like the best birthday quilt? Maybe someone's having their like 60th birthday and they go, oh, no presents. Pfft. Yeah, John's 65th. You know when people go, no presents, anniversary, wedding, birthday, make them this. They'd never say no to that. I absolutely love that. It's all featuring the Laurie Holt fabrics and Riley Blake. I love Laurie Holt's designs. She always does designs that sort of have them. Claudia says, hi, Rebecca, I bought this to name each cake with family names and birth date to hang in the kitchen. Claudia, what a brilliant idea. So did you embroider them like onto the cakes, just underneath them or on them? Oh. Anyway, get that one, get that one. We're in single figures of it, but can you leave one for me? Because I'm really actually quite want that one. Right, one more. Oh, we got two. We'll do this one to start with. Oh, that one's sold out. So the last one is Zipper's Cool. I love that. I can't believe that we've actually got that quilt here. Do you think we have to give it back? It's mine, coughed on it. No, I want the actual finished quilt, so I'll have to make it. That's gorgeous. Right, there's only one of these left. Zipper's Cool quilt kit. We're reducing it to... it's gone. Well, whoever got it, you've just saved yourself 50 quid. Right, coming up on tomorrow's show, presenting tomorrow is... I think it's John, isn't it? It's John. It's his pre-birthday celebration because his birthday celebrations start on Saturday. 8 o'clock pre-birthday celebrations. Oh, he's got the lovely Lynn Goldsworthy in. Oh, he's got a nice day. 9 o'clock, he's got the Spring Garden Quilt. Then he's got Alistair MacDonald in, love him, with House of Alistair. He's got Lynn back at 11 with her Hearts and Stars Charm Quilt. Alistair back in at 12. Oh, extra stitch tomorrow, 2 o'clock with Lynn. Fabulous. What a lovely day. Right, I will see you back here on Saturday because I'm actually coming to celebrate John's birthday with Amber Makes. I'm doing 2 shows on Saturday with 2 brand new kits that we have never shown before that I'm finally finished. So I'll see you here but with Amber Makes on Saturday, and then you have a wonderful weekend, and I hope you don't get caught in this massive 2 weeks worth of rain in 24 hours. We'll have a chat about it on Saturday and see if it actually happens. I will see you then.